Covered in wounds, the little boy in Minjeol could only sob in despair, feeling as though he had been abandoned by the entire world that day. In his darkest moment, a girl with a radiant smile appeared, earnestly calling out to him and inviting him to go home together. The moment the girl's warm hand grasped his blood-stained hand, Minjeol made up his mind. He looked up at her with eyes full of panic and astonishment, only to hear the little girl's firm promise that, "No matter what happens, I will never abandon you." That oath became the sole light in Minjeol's dark life. Years passed, and at the gates of Palgok High School, a familiar voice called out Ju Erin's name. The girl turned around in startle, her eyes widening in sheer surprise as she recognized the person calling her. It turned out to be Minjeol, the boy from back then who is now a high school student, crying out in pleasant surprise upon realizing they were in the same class. Erin was left speechless by the sudden surprise, while Minjeol shyly pointed and said that not only were they in the same class, but they also sat right next to each other. She playfully scolded him for not letting her know in advance, but then giggled and admitted that she herself had also purposely applied to this school to follow him and create a surprise. Erin playfully nudged Minjeol's arm, teasing him that he looked quite handsome in his uniform. Suddenly receiving a compliment, his cheeks flushed red, and he stammered his thanks in pure happiness. Mustering up all his courage, Minjeol also softly replied that she looked very beautiful in her uniform as well. The unexpected compliment made Erin bashfully cover her mouth, and she playfully asked if he had fallen for her. The teasing remark made Minjeol jump in utter panic, but just then, Erin turned away as she heard her friends calling. She laughed out loud, quickly explaining she was only joking, then waved goodbye and promised to see him later. Sitting alone, Minjeol's heart was still racing as he thought of Ju Erin, his close friend since elementary school. But in his heart, she was not just a friend, but also the girl he had been harboring a secret crush on for a long time. The smile on his face faded as dark memories rushed back, a time when he was pointed at and hated by everyone. A painful past where even the teachers, who were supposed to protect him, joined the crowd in criticizing him. Friends, and even his parents, everyone turned their backs on him during the darkest moment of his life. No one stood by his side. Amidst that collapsing world, Erin was the only one who trusted and courageously stood up to protect him. Thanks to Erin, Minjeol was able to endure those days, only to witness the little girl become the class president to everyone's praise. Since then, he began to admire Erin, watching the figure of the girl who always enthusiastically helped teachers and friends. And without him realizing it, that admiration turned into love, motivating him to make up his mind to confess his feelings before they both entered high school. Back to the present, Erin turned to announce that she was going out to eat with her friends later and invited Minjeol to come along. He hesitated and replied that he was only close to her, which made Erin think he would feel uncomfortable, so she immediately withdrew the invitation. Realizing he had just said something foolish, Minjeol panicked as he understood Erin was just looking out for him, and he prepared to call her back. But it was too late. Erin had already turned to chat excitedly with the other girls about their plans to eat tteokbokki and then go to a karaoke bar. He sat lonely by himself, thinking that he didn't have many friends and felt suffocated if a hangout group exceeded 5 people. In stark contrast to him, Erin was always the center of the class, a radiant and sociable girl loved by everyone. After school, while waiting at the bus stop, Erin was suddenly surprised to see a familiar figure. She stepped over to ask if Minjeol was catching the bus here, which made him confirm it with a bit of embarrassment. It turned out that because she was starting cram school, Erin would be taking this bus on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, a piece of news that made Minjeol overjoyed. While sitting on the bus, Erin suddenly hesitated, seemingly wanting to ask him something. She curiously asked about how he usually studied, an unexpected question that caught Minjeol off guard. Erin sluggishly shared that she only tried to solve her homework at home and tried not to doze off at school. Hearing this, she slumped down in disappointment, sighing that perhaps it was all due to a difference in talent, which Minjeol quickly denied. But Erin only raised her head, her eyes filled with deep emotions, uttering a single word, "I," and then went silent. Minjeol was stunned when Erin suddenly shared that she wanted to go to a university in Seoul and had to start preparing right now. She continued to analyze that if they didn't go to a specialized school, they would most likely end up at high schools near their homes like Yuseok or Sangak. He listened in silence, realizing that Erin already had a very clear plan and was taking steps toward her future. Suddenly, Erin turned to look at him with eyes full of trust, firmly stating that Minjeol could definitely get into a school in Seoul. The unexpected encouragement startled him, and he stammered that he had never thought about that before. But then, unable to hold back his emotions, Minjeol let slip his innermost desire. He wanted to go wherever she went. The sudden words left Erin stunned, while Minjeol frantically waved his hands, cursing himself as a crazy fool for speaking out of turn. Contrary to his expectation, Erin burst into a radiant laugh, excitedly saying that it would be wonderful and they should strive together for that common goal. Her agreement made Minjeol's heart melt, and he was flooded with happiness, silently resolving to make it happen. Since that day, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoons all became special because those were the days he got to take the same bus home with Erin. On the familiar bus, Erin sighed because she couldn't solve her homework, but with just a small hint from Minjeol, she squealed with joy and thanked him profusely. To change the atmosphere, she excitedly showed him a photo of a handsome actor, highly praising his cool smile, while Minjeol naively pointed out that it was from an adult movie. Obsessed with that actor's smile, Minjeol secretly tried using hair wax, but the result in the mirror was a complete mess, leaving him wondering why he failed. As a consequence, the next day, Erin bluntly asked him if he had gone out without washing his hair, a question that froze Minjeol in his tracks. Feeling self-conscious, he threw the wax container into the trash, telling himself that in this state, there was no way he could confess his feelings to Erin. Burying his face in his hands on the desk, an intense desire welled up inside Minjeol. He wanted to change. More precisely, he didn't just want to change himself. He also wanted to become someone who shines as radiantly as Erin herself. As time passed, a friend remarked that Minjeol had been smiling a lot lately. That person was Erin, who curiously asked if his smile was strange, but Minjeol only smiled confidently. And then, with blushing cheeks, Erin suddenly confessed that she thought Minjeol looked truly beautiful whenever he smiled. Erin smiled radiantly, encouraging Minjeol to keep holding onto such a sunny smile from now on. That night lying in bed, Minjeol tossed and turned, thinking about the meaning of the compliment she had never given him before. No matter what the underlying meaning behind those words was, the feeling of being acknowledged by Erin still made Minjeol smile with utter satisfaction and confidence. But that sweetness was soon doused with a bucket of cold water when Erin suddenly chose to sit separately on their familiar bus ride. Minjeol was left dazed in astonishment, unable to comprehend what was happening with his friend. He rushed over, anxiously asking if something had happened that made her sit by herself like that. Erin only quietly denied it, but her avoiding gaze clearly hid an unspeakable trouble. She hastily used her backpack to cover her flushing face, stammering an explanation that she needed some space to think alone. Looking at that strange expression, Minjeol broke into a cold sweat with a bad premonition, inwardly screaming that he was completely doomed. Minjeol walked away despondently in self-torment, fearing that his excessive excitement had accidentally made Erin feel annoyed. Just stepping into the house with swollen eyes, he quickly avoided his mother's worry when she pressed him about whether he had just been crying. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy when his mother told him to sit down because there was an extremely important matter that the family needed to announce. The truth hit him like a death sentence, leaving Minjeol stunned, because the harshest farewells always tend to come when he least expects them. Under the silent night sky, Erin was stunned and could not believe her ears when she heard the news that Minjeol was about to move far away to Seoul. He choked up as he explained that due to his father's job and to best prepare for the high school entrance exam, he had no choice but to leave, which also meant that his academic path from now on would be tied to a completely unfamiliar high school in the capital. Erin lowered her head in deep sadness, secretly hoping they could still meet occasionally, but then bitterly realizing that the geographical distance would prevent everything. Minjeol's heart tightened, and he inwardly screamed because things had just started to get better with Erin when destiny pulled them apart. Amidst the melancholy atmosphere, Erin's hand gently touched his hand as a lingering comfort, marking a sad ending to their first romantic stirrings. And Minjeol froze at his friend's unexpected initiative, and his already broken heart fluttered for a brief second. Aaron earnestly told him that he must contact her after moving away, since he still kept her phone number. A fragile hope ignited in Minjeol's eyes upon hearing Aaron promise that if they both got into college in Seoul, they would definitely meet again. However, the harsh reality struck in their 8th grade year, when Minjeol officially had to leave Aaron behind to move to the capital. A few years later, amidst the bustling crowd of the city, the boy from back then was still lonely, with an unceasing longing for his old memory. He could only send his thoughts through brief text messages checking in, telling himself to work hard to become worthy, to become a wonderful and radiant person just like Aaron. He stood silently under the white falling snow to chew on his oath from years ago. The textbooks and stressful exams gradually took over Min Jae-yeol's life in his grueling journey of transformation. He finally gained new friends and a bright smile on his face, secretly wondering if he now had enough courage to confess his feelings. But a cruel twist struck right in their first year of high school, when all contact from Aaron suddenly disappeared entirely without a trace. And Minjeol's journey back to his hometown in his senior year of high school began through a sunlit tunnel. He gasped in surprise upon realizing that the old bus stop sign from years ago was still standing tall right there. Minjeol stood frozen in observation, silently noting that this bus stop looked no different from his memory of many years ago. It seemed as though time had forgotten this place, as everything remained intact, making an indescribable emotion swell up in his heart. Suddenly, the figure of an elderly woman sluggishly pulling a heavy cart of goods caught his attention. With his long-cultivated kind nature, Minjeol stepped forward with a bright smile and enthusiastically offered to give the elderly woman a hand. In the fateful spring of his 12th grade year, his family suddenly left the glamorous Seoul to move back to where it all began. Standing on the podium of Sangak High School, he clearly introduced himself as someone who used to live here before moving away and had now officially returned. He flashed his brightest possible smile, sincerely expressing his desire to make friends and spend their senior year happily together. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the classroom, followed by admiring whispers about the new student's handsome looks and curious questions about his past. Minjeol introduced himself as having studied at Palgok, causing a wave of whispers in the class until the teacher asked to start the lesson. Heading toward his assigned seat, he smiled and assured the teacher that his eyesight was still very good despite sitting far in the back. However, the moment he sat down, Minjeol's heart skipped a beat as his eyes desperately realized that Aaron was not present here. He remembered with shock what Aaron had once said about going to Useok, leaving him with no choice but Sangak because the other school was out of capacity. Despite his heavy disappointment, he still forced a smile to answer the curious group of friends that he had spent 5 years living in the heart of glamorous Seoul. A carefree friend mindlessly pressed him for the reason he left the capital, making the atmosphere suddenly suffocating and awkward until someone intervened. Minjeol only gently replied that it was all right, then briefly explained that everything stemmed from his family's personal circumstances. Painful memories rushed back of when his father's business in Seoul collapsed, forcing him to shut down everything in helplessness and bitterness. Even though his parents tried their best to advise him to stay in Seoul alone to continue his promising education in the best environment, but Minjeol resolutely refused to return to his hometown because deep in his heart, the real reason he was willing to trade everything was because of her. Minjeol had only one sole goal when deciding to return to his hometown, which was to find the figure of Ju Aaron again. He tightly clutched the basketball, hesitantly asking his new friends if anyone knew a girl studying at Useok High School. The only response to his anticipation was an incomprehensible silence along with the astonished gazes of his peers. They began to whisper and gossip about the name Ju Aaron, revealing that she had also studied at Palgok and was a notorious figure whom everyone knew. Minjeol felt uneasy at their strange attitude, inwardly wondering why they had such a harsh reaction upon mentioning her. The first shock struck when a friend revealed that Aaron had actually transferred to this very Sangak High School since her sophomore year and was currently right here. Minjeol was overjoyed and intended to look for her immediately, but the warning that it was very difficult to see her right now stopped him in his tracks. He asked in confusion for the reason, only to hear rumors about a staggering change and a gloomy atmosphere surrounding her. The harsh truth was finally exposed when his friend firmly asserted that Aaron was currently in the process of dropping out of school. Minjeol's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that the girl who was once the light of his life had fallen to such a dead end. Aaron skipping school without permission? Minjeol stood frozen by the bus stop, unable to believe what he had just heard. Rumors began to spread as friends whispered to each other that she had caused serious trouble at her old school, which was why she was forced to transfer. He remembered in shock an Aaron who had once radiantly shared her fierce dream of setting foot into the gates of a university in Seoul. Everything seemed to have gone off track, but in his heart, Minjeol still insisted on denying all malicious accusations aimed at her. He wondered if this was the reason she had abruptly cut off contact, when suddenly a loud impact echoed from behind. Minjeol turned his head in startle, cautiously following the strange noise coming from a hidden corner of the street. A violent scene unfolded as someone's feet were frantically stomping on a backpack and a pile of ruined homework notebooks. He hid behind a utility pole with his face losing color, silently watching the lonely back of a girl who was trembling with rage. That girl stood panting in the middle of the battlefield of her own making, radiating a terrifyingly gloomy and desperate aura. Looking at the staggering change in his old friend, Minjeol stood stunned, wondering if Aaron had truly turned into a crazy person. Minjeol feared that their eyes might meet, thinking to himself that he should pretend he didn't see anything and quietly walk on. But a look of utter shock was clear on his face when he realized he could not turn his back on his old friend's collapse. A decisive action rang out as Minjeol's hand quickly reached out, firmly grasping the wrist of the girl who was losing control. He used all his strength to stop Aaron's self-destructive behavior, even though she was in a frenzied state with disheveled hair. Minjeol tremblingly uttered the name Ju Aaron in utter disbelief, his eyes never leaving the pitifully exhausted figure in front of him. He looked down at the textbook lying scattered on the ground, the handwriting bearing the name of Sangak High School Grade 12 as a painful confirmation that this was indeed the girl he had once yearned to become, a perfect role model who had motivated his efforts to transform himself over the years. He stood in shock, remembering an Aaron who was as gentle as an angel, someone who was once the center of light and always surrounded by the admiration of friends. Yet in front of his eyes right now was only a shattered soul sobbing in despair, with no trace of her past radiant energy. Minjeol stood frozen in the empty field, painfully wondering what cruel thing had broken such a wonderful person as her to this extent. Minjeol stood shocked, unable to stand steady before the brutal reality, inwardly wondering what terrible thing had just happened to the girl he loved. He hastily grabbed Aaron's arm, looking painfully at the tears of sorrow streaming down her melancholy and resentful face. Amidst that breakdown, sweet memories suddenly rushed back from a late night when Aaron had excitedly praised his outstanding exam results. Minjeol had humbly replied over the phone that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't compare to her top position at her prestigious school. Aaron had gently expressed her gratitude, affirming that it was Minjeol's encouragement that served as the biggest motivation for her to achieve those results. Hearing her heartfelt words, Minjeol had blushed in embarrassment, thinking to himself that she was the one who had always worked tirelessly all this time. Aaron had softly said that having a like-minded friend to study together with made her feel extremely fortunate. Her words were like lighting up the dark room, making Minjeol feel full of hope and determination for the future ahead. She had playfully mentioned that he had grown much taller through photos, then jokingly worried that she might not recognize him when they met again. The call had ended with a dreamy promise of the day they would both get into college in Seoul to stay by each other's side forever. Minjeol smiled with utter satisfaction as he listened to the sweet, heartfelt words from the girl he had always longed for. On the other end of the line, Aaron softly whispered that she really wanted to see him again soon, a confession that made the late-night atmosphere incredibly romantic. Surging emotions made Minjeol spring up from his bed with a flushed face, his heart beating wildly with uncontrollable happiness. The call had lasted for over an hour, but when he softly called her name once more, he was only met with a strange silence. With only the sound of even breathing echoing through the receiver, Minjeol secretly guessed that perhaps Aaron was too tired and had fallen asleep. And that was indeed the case, as the girl had fallen fast asleep, leaving the phone still connected right next to her pillow. Even though he really wanted to listen to that breathing for a little longer, Minjeol still told himself that hanging up now was the most polite thing to do. The words expressing his deep longing appeared on the screen like a firm promise of a reunion in the near future. He buried himself under the covers, unable to hide his giggles as he thought about the bright future they had envisioned together. But amidst the quiet night sky, he could never have imagined that fateful conversation would be the last time he would ever hear her voice. The summer break passed just like that, and the nightly goodnight text messages from back then still lay completely silent, making Minjeol feel an inescapable sense of unease. Just stepping out of the bathroom, he hastily checked his phone, secretly wondering if she was just too busy with her new life. Minjeol tried to reassure himself while studying that Aaron would reply soon. Perhaps she was just busy for a brief few days. However, a week, then a month passed in absolute silence, and fear began to gnaw at the schoolboy's mind. Under the silent night sky at the schoolyard, he persistently made outgoing calls, but they were answered only by hopeless, long-dial tones. Minjeol flipped through the old yearbook, realizing in despair that Aaron did not use any social media for him to search for any further clues. He clutched his head in pain upon realizing that Aaron was the only friend he was truly close to, and now there was no one left for him to cling to or ask for news. The freezing winter arrived with snow blanketing the tree branches, but his fierce belief that she would contact him soon never faded. Even when standing among new friends under the vibrant cherry blossoms, Minjeol still tormented himself, wondering if he had accidentally made a mistake that drove her away. Tossing and turning as he looked out the window in the dark, he only yearned for an explanation for the sudden disappearance of the girl he had always longed for. Minjeol lay tossing and turning in the dark, feeling that the beautiful future he had once craved had completely vanished in the blink of an eye. He stared intently at his phone screen, where the message from that girl wishing to see him again soon still lingered. His gaze was distant and filled with anxiety, secretly wondering if destiny really held a coincidence for them to return to each other's side. If they actually met again one day, Minjeol wondered what he should say first to erase the distance between them. Standing frozen before the familiar figure he had just found, he felt his throat tighten, and all the words he had prepared for so long suddenly vanished. His heart rate quickened rapidly as his eyes met the brutal reality unfolding right before him. Minjeol recognized her instantly, but his heart shattered when he saw that the radiant Aaron of the past was now nothing but a gloomy soul. Her disheveled hair along with her highly cautious and defensive gaze left him completely shocked and filled with pity. Even though darkness covered her face and everything had changed to the point of being unrecognizable, deep down in his heart, he still asserted that this was indeed Jew Aaron, and after 5 long years of separation with so many ups and downs, he had finally found her in the most unexpected place. Minjeol tightly grasped her hand, his entire body trembling because he did not know how to start speaking after all those years apart. Aaron suddenly yanked her hand back in panic, leaving Minjeol stunned by her harsh reaction. She looked at him with cold, unfamiliar eyes, demanding to know what the hell he thought he was doing. Minjeol rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, quickly stammering an apology for his somewhat abrupt action. In his mind right now, thousands of questions arose about the reason she disappeared, the rumors of her being expelled, and this terrifying change. In the middle of the empty field, he mustered up all his courage to utter his name, hoping she still held some memory of Minjeol. He pointed at himself with a forced smile, earnestly asking if she still remembered her close friend from back then. The only response to his anticipation was a blank and emotionless stare, as if Aaron had completely forgotten his existence. Suddenly, her eyes flickered violently, and a spark of astonishment flashed when that name touched a hidden corner of her mind. But then Aaron lowered her head again, her trembling hands tightly clutching her hemline as if trying to suppress an agonizing pain that had just resurfaced. Aaron suddenly shook him off and turned around, running away frantically, leaving Minjeol stunned and unable to react in time. He reached his hand forward in panic, calling out his old friend's name loudly and earnestly begging her to stop. But in her frantic escape, Aaron carelessly slipped and tumbled to the ground, causing all the books in her bag to scatter everywhere. Seeing this, Minjeol immediately and flusteredly rummaged through his backpack for bandages while anxiously asking if she was okay. The only response to that concern was a sharp, agitated scream as Aaron roared, forbidding him to step any closer. The small girl cowered on the ground with a bleeding knee, her defensive and fearful eyes repeating the command to drive him away from her world. That harsh rejection was like a bucket of cold water splashed in his face, leaving Minjeol standing frozen on the spot, his hands still paused in his bag. His gaze sank, filled with boundless sorrow as he realized that Aaron's defensive shell had now become an unfillable chasm. With a shattered heart, the schoolboy silently turned and walked away in utter helplessness, thinking to himself that this feeling was truly painful. A choking pain welled up in his chest as Minjeol bitterly realized that while Aaron was the one who fell on the ground, he was the one hurting and bleeding inside. Holding the yearbook in his hands, Minjeol's gaze paused on the radiant smile of Aaron, the girl he had gone to great lengths to find for so long. He quickly flipped to the class list of 3 to 1 and realized in shock that this familiar figure had actually been present at this very school all along. The brutal truth struck when Minjeol pieced the timeline together, bitterly discovering that the moment she transferred to Sangak was also the exact time she cruelly cut off all contact with him. Unable to suppress the curiosity burning in his veins, he stepped over to a group of boys in class, pressing them on what on earth had happened to Jew Aaron back then. In response to his tense expression, one boy shrugged and said that ever since she first transferred to the school, her behavior had been extremely strange, giving Minjeol a start. He urgently pressed on what that strange attitude was actually like, and his classmate stroked his chin as he recalled, saying that back then she would still answer when spoken to and hung out with a few friends. But the abnormality became clear when the classmate emphasized that she was almost entirely mute and never proactively spoke to anyone. In Minjeol's mind, a vision immediately appeared of Aaron withdrawing into a lonely corner of her desk, isolated amidst the noisy crowd, completely passive and letting everything around her go. The classmate clicked his tongue hesitantly, tapping his hand on the desk as if trying to find the perfect words to describe the girl's cold shell. He concluded with a haunting statement that Aaron looked completely hollow back then, leaving Minjeol standing frozen as the image of his beloved sinking deep into absolute loneliness pierced straight through his heart. As time passed, Aaron gradually became a ghost in her own school as no one bothered to care or talk to her anymore. Minjeol was too stunned to believe his ears, urgently pressing for details about the horrific incident at Useok High School that had forced her to transfer in bitterness. He was met only with sympathetic shakes of heads and warnings about dark rumors that no one dared to mention directly. Just as the truth was about to be revealed, a hand suddenly reached out to cover the informant's mouth, cutting off the story in utter frustration. The group of friends looked at Minjeol with suspicion, questioning how deep his relationship with that notorious girl actually was. Amidst the dense atmosphere of suspicion, Minjeol stood frozen, his mind suddenly pulled back to the days of the past. The radiant figure of Aaron with her sunny smile returned like a beautiful film, completely contrasting with the current gloomy reality. He gently nodded in confirmation, his eyes filled with a soft sadness as he admitted the undeniable bond between them. Minjeol bitterly confessed that during his lonely middle school years, Aaron was his only friend and the ultimate light of his life. Even though he was advised to cover his ears against the groundless gossip, the fear regarding the secret Aaron was hiding began to burn through Minjeol's soul. Minsa panicked for almost letting a slip of the tongue reveal too much, admitting he had always assumed the relationship between Minjeol and that girl was not deep at all. He even mindlessly thought that Minjeol was only handing out pity by agreeing to be friends with an outcast like Aaron. Minjeol's gaze lowered, and he painfully wondered how many harsh words Aaron had to endure behind her back like this. Suppressing his resentment, he softly asked Seonho if Aaron still kept the habit of coming to school every day. Seonho explained that Aaron currently only sneaked in to take attendance at the counseling room and then vanished, making her whereabouts more mysterious than ever. Another friend gently nodded in agreement, further adding to the heavy atmosphere draping over the conversation. Suddenly, Seonho remembered that Gina in the next class was also an old student from Palgok, someone who might hold the secret to the incidents at Useok High School. He urged Minjeol to quickly go find Gina, as that girl certainly had a close connection to Aaron's past. Minjeol stood dazed, repeating the unfamiliar name Gina, his mind suddenly lighting up with a fragile spark of hope. He thanked them radiantly and left in a hurry, leaving behind the whispers of the schoolgirls who were eagerly questioning Gina about the newly transferred boy. Gina indifferently claimed that she and Minjeol were not close at all, but her action of hastily taking a sip of water betrayed the growing anxiety in her heart. Her friends did not let her off easily, surrounding her to expose the lie and curiously prying about the true nature of the newly transferred handsome boy. Faced with the relentless teasing about whether she used to have a crush on him, Gina suddenly became flustered and tried to avoid everyone's eyes. Blushing furiously, she raised her voice to deny her past feelings, but her friends' teasing laughter showed that the name Minjeol was a scar that had not yet healed. Suddenly, a female student walked in to announce that Minjeol was waiting outside the door and wanted to meet Gina privately to ask about an extremely important matter. Gina froze in surprise, while her friends excitedly pushed her out, not forgetting to tell her to take this opportunity to confront her own heart. Walking in self-torment, she secretly blamed herself for having spoken harsh words, fearing that their long separation would turn the meeting into a suffocating disaster. Facing each other on the empty staircase, Minjeol seriously requested to talk, leaving Gina with nothing to do but gently nod, her heart racing with anticipation. Before he could speak, Gina let out a forced chuckle, deciding to muster all her courage to voice the biggest worry that had been weighing heavily on her soul for so long. She choked up as she asked if he still remembered her existence, leaving Minjeol stunned, his eyes widening in sheer astonishment. Gina asked in disappointment if that was all he remembered, while Minjeol could only tentatively assert that they had attended middle school together. Looking at his clueless face, she bitterly realized that Minjeol truly had no remaining impression of their more distant past. Minjeol gasped as faint memories gradually returned, confirming that they had indeed studied together since elementary school. He sheepishly apologized for his poor memory, while Gina forced a smile and said that they weren't very close back then anyway. Gina secretly felt relieved that he had forgotten, recalling that back in those days, Minjeol only ever clung to Eren without leaving her side for a single step. At the mention of that name, Minjeol's gaze suddenly softened, and he quietly confirmed his deep attachment to his old friend. The air suddenly turned icy when Minjeol unexpectedly revealed that he had just run into Eren again yesterday. Gina's face lost all color, her eyes widening in utter horror as if she had just heard shocking and unbelievable news. She urgently pressed for more details about the meeting, leaving Minjeol to reply with concern that Eren looked so completely unfamiliar now. He painfully recalled the radiant Eren before she moved away, which had now been entirely replaced by a shattered soul. Gina stared intently at Minjeol, questioning if something terrible had just happened to Eren. She hesitated for a long moment before slowly uttering that if she revealed the entire truth to him, she wondered if he would have enough courage to believe her, even upon learning that Eren was actually a criminal. That shock left Minjeol frozen in silence, his eyes widening in utter disbelief as the angel-like image in his heart suddenly shattered. Gina avoided his gaze, asking Minjeol to try to recall what kind of person Eren actually was in reality. She repeated the name Ju Eren with cold distance, wanting him to be honest about what he truly knew about that girl. Minjeol broke into a cold sweat of confusion, stammering a question back about whether Gina actually understood her friend well. Gina admitted she had been by Eren's side for a very long time, but still found her to be an enigma, believing Minjeol was experiencing the exact same thing. An uneasy feeling surged as Minjeol began to doubt the entire period from elementary school until now. He realized he had never once heard Eren confide about her family, her anxieties, or any childhood memory. Not even once. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating as Gina crossed her arms with deep gravity, revealing to a sweating Minjeol that another horrific incident had also occurred. Those mysterious words left Minjeol feeling breathless, and he tremblingly gasped, desperately asking what on earth had actually taken place, only to be met with Gina's quiet and gloomy gaze as she confronted his utter panic. Gina's eyes darkened, and she slowly confessed that she did not know the details, but all the tragedies originated from their freshman year of high school. That was when a bloody scene appeared as a student from Yuseok High School ended his own life, forcing the police to immediately tape off the area for investigation. A cruel twist struck Minjeol's mind when Gina told him that Aaron was present at the scene at that very moment, yet she ruthlessly chose silence and did not report the incident immediately. Even under the flashing lights of the police in the night, Aaron resolutely refused to give a detailed statement, indifferently claiming that the male student had chosen death on his own. Although the case was eventually closed due to a lack of evidence, the suspicion of the crowd turned into an invisible sentence, forcing Aaron to the point of being unable to continue her studies at UCI. That brutal truth caused Minjeol's pupils to shrink in sheer terror, and he stammered in panic as his intuition screamed that this horrifying story was completely true, leaving Gina's cold confirmation to echo chillingly in the empty staircase. The bloody scene with a cold corpse ended the life of the UCI high school student to the shock of the entire town. Erin stood there with her face and clothes covered in blood, her emotionless gaze making the public firmly believe that she was the one who had murdered her classmate. Minjeol was too shocked to utter a word, his mind shattering as he faced the overly brutal reality regarding the girl he had always loved. The harsh accusations repeatedly replayed in his head, turning Erin's once radiant image into a haunting shadow of a killer. Just when all hope seemed to have faded, Minjeol gritted his teeth and asserted that the angel in his heart could absolutely never be a cold-blooded murderer. Gina softly challenged whether he could still maintain that blind faith if he knew the entire dark truth of what had happened at the scene that year. Sitting dazed during class, Minjeol silently realized Gina only dared to reveal this because she knew for sure he would never be able to accept the truth. He looked out the window with heavy anxiety, questioning if even someone as close as Gina believed Aaron had truly committed the crime. To find justice for her, Minjeol began putting pen to paper to record every detail, determined to piece together the shattered memories to find the ultimate truth. The sketch clearly revealed a painful paradox. Aaron's own baffling silence at the scene had turned her into the culprit in the eyes of everyone. Minjeol thoughtfully realized that the horrific murder had occurred right in the winter of their sophomore year, the fateful moment when destiny began to shift. That was also when Aaron abruptly cut off all contact, leaving a void in his heart with no explanation. He painfully thought about her having to live through the cold rejection of the public, branded with the label of a murderer when she actually was not. Looking at the pile of books scattered all over the floor, Minjeol deeply understood the agonizing pain the girl he loved had to silently endure. She was so exhausted that she had to escape by transferring schools, but this Sangak High School did not bring her a better news start either. He clicked his pen unconsciously, realizing Aaron had tried to endure to her absolute limit before choosing to skip school frequently to evade reality. Minjeol wondered why she chose silence instead of speaking up to clear her name, allowing the shadow of doubt to increasingly surround her life. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as a familiar figure brushed past his line of sight outside the classroom window. That haggard and gloomy face was completely different from the radiant Aaron in his memory, but his racing heartbeat told him exactly who it was. Minjeol gasped upon realizing that it was indeed Aaron, the girl he had been desperately searching for, walking desolately in solitude across the schoolyard. Minjeol startled in surprise upon realizing Aaron had showed up at school today, a spark of hope suddenly igniting in his heart. It turned out she only silently came to the counseling room to register her attendance and then hastily avoided everyone like a lonely ghost. The burning desire to face the truth made him unable to sit still, completely ignoring the highly serious class that was taking place. Minjeol made up his mind, raising his hand to call the teacher with a pale face, as if hiding a major secret. He clutched his stomach and grimaced, uttering a lie about a sharp, agonizing pain to successfully ask for permission to go down to the nurse's office immediately. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, the schoolboy frantically bolted like a madman, his legs sprinting quickly toward the school gates. Gina sat in the classroom completely stunned as she witnessed the exemplary student recklessly cutting class in the middle of the day to run away. Standing under the bright sun with heavy breathing, Minjeol quickly wiped away the sweat streaming down his anxious face. He cast his gaze toward the deserted road, silently calculating the only direction that girl could have possibly chosen. Minjeol asserted with certainty that Aaron must have gone this way, as it was the only exit leading toward her house. Minjeol ran frantically in haste, telling himself that he was the only one who truly understood what Aaron needed at this moment. Because his own past had also once been dyed in darkness, when aggressive bullies intentionally shoved him with brute force. The bullies did not hesitate to smirk and insult him as trash, leaving him to stand frozen and bear the onslaught. The isolation became even more terrifying when classmates openly mocked him as a thief and warned each other to watch out for his presence. A series of malicious rumors about him stealing supplies from the underclassmen kept surrounding him, making the space around Minjeol suffocating. Even the teacher, who should have been the most impartial, ruthlessly forced him to apologize for an accusation with absolutely no evidence. Standing in the staff room with tearful eyes, he bitterly realized the harsh reality that no one was willing to stand by his side. That pain cut even deeper when even his parents doubted their son's character, believing he had learned to lie just to demand useless toys. Lying awake in the dark night, listening to his parents blame each other for his deviant behavior, Minjeol understood that the final bond with his family was completely severed. Every day at school was a prolonged mental torture for him, as his lonely figure had to face the rejection of the entire world. The boy sluggishly walked along the high, precarious wall, telling himself that not a single day would this pain let him go. Minjeol looked into the distance with hollow eyes, his face showing the absolute exhaustion of a shattered soul. Standing before the abyss of despair, he only yearned for one thing, which was to pray for this world to end everything immediately. Humiliation struck right in the middle of class when the girl sitting next to him frantically asked the teacher to change seats, fearing Minjeol would steal her things. The teacher casually agreed and asked the class if anyone was willing to sit next to an outcast like him. Suddenly, a hand resolutely raised high amidst the terrifying silence of his classmates, along with a firm assertion that she would sit there. Ignoring the contemptuous glares directed at her, Erin quietly gathered her books to head toward the boy who was burying his head in pain. Minjeol gasped, realizing that Erin's radiant smile back then was indeed what reached out to rescue him from the abyss of loneliness and darkness. Returning to the present, Minjeol frantically chased after her figure through the darkness, silently understanding what Erin truly yearned for right now. It was not anything overly grand or majestic, but it was also absolutely not a pathetic and meaningless pity. Minjeol exerted all his strength to sprint in haste, his mind only anxious about a single thought of becoming the first person to stand by her side. His eyes filled with determination, silently promising that he would be the only one to listen fully to Erin's tear-filled story. A heartbreaking shout of her name made Erin startle and turn around, her eyes filled with shock as she faced her old friend. Minjeol stood leaning against the wall, panting heavily from exhaustion, but still tried to utter an ironclad oath that this time he would absolutely not let her be alone. Erin stood quietly under the dark underpass, her small figure radiating a melancholy and emptiness so profound it sent shivers down one's spine. The sound of his voice softly calling her name drifted into the quiet space, but it seemed unable to reach Erin's long-frozen soul. The first drops of rain began to fall on the cold pavement, signaling an impending emotional storm about to tear both of them apart. The sky suddenly darkened and unleashed a torrential downpour, as if wanting to wash away all the pain and resentment surrounding the two shattered souls. Standing under the freezing rain, Minjeol covered his mouth in horror upon realizing the terrifying truth lingering in her hollow eyes. The rainwater washed all hope deep into the earth, leaving behind a brutal reality that neither of them could escape anymore. Minjeol came to a sudden halt under the bridge, his breathing heavy as he realized Erin's lonely figure was right before his eyes. He broke into a cold sweat of confusion, his mind chaotic with tens of thousands of questions, not knowing where to begin to clear this suffocating atmosphere. Erin huddled up in the freezing rain, tremblingly asking if he had truly transferred back here just to look for her. That question left Minjeol stunned, unable to believe she had recognized his hidden purpose so quickly. Erin lowered her head, her thin hands tightly clutching her hemline as she admitted that she had also been forced to transfer to Sangak High School due to her family's circumstances. Minjeol urgently explained that he had given up his future in Seoul just to see her once, then clumsily uttered an apology for his suddenness. However, Erin's reaction sent a chill down his spine as she looked at him with eyes full of guilt and horror. Suddenly, the girl bent her body low, choked up as she uttered an apology through her sobs, causing the surrounding space to freeze. The real shock struck when Aaron admitted she had intentionally ignored all his text messages and calls over the years without a single word of explanation. She desolately turned her back to walk away, leaving behind a heartbreaking pain along with her confession that she knew he would hate her, but the dark truth of the past had forced her to do so. Erin lowered her head, admitting she had once wished she could disappear from Minjeol's life forever to bury the dark past. Minjeol stood shocked at her harsh self-blame. As Erin asserted, he did not need to understand, because she was indeed the worst person. She suddenly grabbed his hand tightly, tearfully asking if a hard slap to her cheek right now would be enough for him to release all his hatred. Erin pressed Minjeol's hand against her tear-stained face, earnestly begging him to hit her as much as he wanted, until his heart felt lighter. That shock left Minjeol frozen, realizing in disbelief that the once radiant girl was now desperately craving punishment. Erin asserted that even if she were hit 10 or 100 times, she would gladly accept it, as long as he could ease some of the pain of being abandoned for so long, so that after paying back her debt of gratitude, he could ruthlessly leave her behind like a stranger without any lingering attachment or regret. The falling rain signaled a bleak future, where the scars on their souls would continue to haunt and torment both of them for the rest of their lives. Amidst the dark underpass, two small figures stood facing each other in silence, with only the sound of heartbreaking weeping merging with the trickling water. Minjeol softly called Aaron's name in utter sorrow, bitterly realizing that the only light of his life had completely gone out. Minjeol pensively realized Aaron was under the impression he was angry because she had suddenly cut off contact for 3 long years. He watched in shock, staring at the bleeding wounds on the painfully trembling hands of his old friend. A surge of heartache welled up inside as Minjeol silently wondered if the girl before him was truly as okay as she tried to appear. He shook his head slightly, bitterly asserting that she wasn't okay at all upon hearing Aaron press him on why he didn't strike back. Aaron screamed in despair, repeatedly begging Minjeol to unleash all his fury on her so her heart could find some relief. Minjeol froze in astonishment, unable to believe the radiant Aaron from years ago had become this panicked and shattered. Sobbing, she confessed that she would never be forgiven and was willing to take hundreds of blows just to ease his pain of abandonment. Unable to watch any longer, Minjeol suddenly rushed forward and gripped her trembling shoulders to stop her from continuing to torment herself. He spoke in a low, firm voice, asserting that he would absolutely never hurt her, no matter how cruel the truth of the past might be. Because Aaron was the sole reason he had strived to transform himself, studied hard, and yearned to return to his hometown to protect her forever. Looking at the gray sky submerge in the torrential rain, Minjeol tearfully confessed that the sole reason keeping him alive through those days of ultimate despair was because Aaron always occupied an incredibly important position in his life, a sincere confession that made the small girl's eyes widen in shock as her hands tightly gripped her hem. With all his restraint, the schoolboy stepped closer with eyes full of sorrow, resolutely saying that he was willing to trade everything just for the yearning to see her once more. Under the dark and cold underpass, 2 small figures stood facing each other amidst the white sheets of rain, where the heartfelt words just poured out seemed to be drowned out by the sound of falling water. Lowering his face as if to gather more courage, Minjeol hesitantly asked to probe whether the reason she had cruelly cut off all contact with him on that day stemmed from none other than that horrific incident of the past, a seemingly simple question that carried a brutal twist, causing Aaron's pupils to dilate repeatedly in utter terror. Unable to maintain her composure before the heart wound that had just been ripped open, she frantically turned her face away to reject reality, leaving Minjeol standing behind with a shocked and heartbroken face. Standing in silence, staring out into the endless rain, Aaron panic-strickenly stammered broken and incoherent words, struggling to find a way to avoid facing the psychological ghost clawing at her inner self. Seeing his beloved on the verge of collapsing, Minjeol rushed forward a step and loudly confessed that he had heard everything from Gina, a declaration like a finishing blow that made Aaron's face darken with dread. He agonizingly asserted that he knew thoroughly about the bloody tragedy at Useok school, as well as how the public judged her, a rotten and naked reality, just like the carcass of a rat dying and decaying in the dirty puddle of rain out there. Aaron stands silently in the freezing rain, but deep within Minjeol's heart, a fierce denial is still surging. He resolutely shouts in the dark underpass that he absolutely never thinks wrongly of her as the public rumors suggest. With tearful eyes and a face etched with pain, Minjeol firmly asserts that he doesn't believe she could ever murder anyone. Aaron freezes in shock at that statement, uttering a bewildered question at her old friend's blind faith. She turns back with a sharp, cold gaze, bitterly questioning what right he has to assert such certainty about her character. Minjeol stands frozen before the intense questioning, feeling his throat tighten as he faces the psychological ghosts surrounding Aaron. His eyes dilate with tension as his mind frantically searches through every piece of memory to answer why he trusts her so unconditionally. Aaron curls her lip into a melancholy smile, challenging whether he would still stand his ground if he heard the full, horrifying truth of that year. She recalls the brutal reality that even those close to her admitted they never understood her nature. So how could someone like him, who had been away for 5 years, truly empathize? Despite all the cruel words, Minjeol decisively grips Aaron's bloody hand and asserts in a low voice that only he was the one who could see through her soul. The radiant image of Aaron as a child suddenly flashes back, urging Minjeol to believe that he was the only one who saw through her true nature. He shouts into the rain, pressing her on whether she was truly the terrible person the public rumors made her out to be. His steadfastness left Aaron stunned, her gaze wavering violently as her long-held cold exterior suddenly shattered. A tear of resentment softly rolls down her pale cheek, a testament to a soul that has endured too much trauma. Unable to bear the brutal truth any longer, Aaron suddenly turns and dashes into the torrential rain, leaving Minjeol standing frozen behind. The schoolboy stands frozen in shock, his eyes widening in dismay as he realizes he had just let that figure slip away once more. The dark underpass was now left with only the cold sound of falling rain, swallowing all traces of the small girl into the murky path. Minjeol collapses in utter exhaustion, his heavy sigh merging with the dark night like a lament for their ironic fate. He frantically clutches his head in torment, fearing that his impulsiveness had accidentally pushed Aaron deeper into the abyss of despair. Yet, amidst the emotional storm and surrounding regret, Minjeol's gaze suddenly turns sharp as he silently affirms one final certainty. Aaron desolately turns her back and walks away, making Minjeol bitterly realize she hadn't changed at all but was only trying to tightly close the door to her heart. Looking up at the gray sky, the schoolboy agonizingly wonders what he had to do to find Aaron's radiant smile from years ago once more. The torrential rain poured down on the deserted road, as if wanting to drown out the last fragile spark of hope remaining between them. Aaron stands silently in the freezing rain, her small figure radiating an exhaustion and loneliness that was heartbreaking to behold. Her eyes were sunken and hollow, as if every spark of youth had been completely extinguished by the terrifying ghosts of the past. Unable to restrain himself, Minjeol shouts with conviction that Aaron was absolutely never the terrible person the rumors claim. Her hands clenched together until they trembled, a fierce internal struggle erupting behind her shell of indifference. She suddenly let out a pained laugh, questioning what she should do in the face of such sincere trust from her old friend. Aaron leans against a utility pole in exhaustion, bitterly confessing that the fear of this reunion had made her want to avoid him forever. She collapses in the pouring rain, her desperate sigh merging with the water like a belated plea to their ironic fate. The cold rain poured down like the scream of a shattered soul, signaling the stormy days ahead for the teenage boy. Standing in front of the teacher's office, Minjeol had to face the image of an elite student who had just lost his sanity solely because of an old figure. The teacher saw through the newcomer's confusion, offering a final lenient word but not forgetting to warn about the school's ironclad discipline. The teenage boy bowed his head in silence, but deep inside was a bleeding heart, fearing that Aaron would collapse alone in the rain. Stepping out the door, Minjeol ignored the threats of being marked absent. His mind now held only one single goal: to find her. He stood silently in the hallway, torn between the desire to protect and the fear of hurting her once more with his abruptness. The appearance of Gina and her friends felt like a bucket of cold water thrown directly at reality, forcing him to snap out of his melancholic thoughts to face everyone. Gina stared at his soaked uniform, urgently questioning the reason for his crazy action of rushing out into the gathering storm. Minjeol tactfully declined the kind-hearted girl's help, while Gina secretly felt certain that this sudden change was precisely because of that mysterious girl. The schoolboy's eyes suddenly flared with a cold light as he silently resolved to become the sturdiest shield to block every lash of fate aimed at Eren. Gina started and turned around, her eyes full of doubt, asking why Minjeol was looking at her with such a strange expression. The schoolboy awkwardly scratched his head, his face clearly showing tension mixed with sadness after the stormy encounter just now. He gathered all his courage, expressing his wish to speak privately with her immediately to clear up the doubts weighing heavily on his mind. The abrupt request made Gina exclaim in astonishment, while the surrounding friends began to show clear excitement at the good show. They enthusiastically pushed Gina toward Minjeol, making excuses to leave so the two could have private space, completely unaware of the seriousness of the issue. The teasing laughter about a blossoming romance ringing behind her back made Gina blush deeply, only able to awkwardly wave goodbye. When only the two were left, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Gina stood timidly, waiting for a satisfactory explanation from him. Minjeol stood frozen, his eyes turning dark as he formally spoke his name as if to prepare for a fateful conversation. Gina unexpectedly stared deep into his eyes, revealing that she had witnessed him hurriedly leaving school and knew for sure Eren had just appeared at the counseling room. That statement was like a heavy blow to his psyche, making Minjeol realize in shock that the secret of his meeting was no longer a mystery. Returning to the tense conversation in the school hallway, Gina exclaimed in disbelief, demanding to know if Minjeol had actually risked everything just to chase after Eren. Looking at his soaking wet state, she furrowed her brow to confirm if they had even managed to have a proper conversation, receiving only an awkward, bitter scratch of his head in response. Minjeol smiled sheepishly, bitterly admitting that the reunion was incredibly fleeting and that he had completely failed to keep Eren from leaving. His forced smile made the atmosphere even more stifling, and Gina grimaced at his awkward attitude, wondering to herself what on earth was so embarrassing about this. She furiously grabbed Minjeol's collar, yanking it hard as she loudly scolded him to wake up because his foolish actions made him look exactly like some obsessed stalker creep trailing after a girl. Ignoring Minjeol's bewildered expression, Gina crossly reminded him of the severity of having an unexcused absence, emphasizing that they were seniors and a reckless stunt over a girl could ruin his entire future. Gina's sharp warning struck like a sledgehammer, causing Minjeol's pupils to contract as a cold sweat broke out when he suddenly remembered an extremely critical matter. Turning a deaf ear to all her advice, he immediately pressed Gina about Eren's current grades, suspecting that her constant truancy would inevitably lead to a disastrous outcome. Such stubborn defiance left Gina utterly helpless, and she muttered to herself that this idiot hadn't listened to a single word of her warnings, before trailing off with the guess that Eren had probably given up entirely and was preparing to abandon the college entrance exam. Before Gina could even finish her sentence, Minjeol quickly grabbed her shoulders with absolute determination, earnestly begging his old friend for help to pull Eren out of the abyss of despair once and for all. The torrential rain enveloped the school, blending with the cold announcements of the stressful week ahead. The teacher constantly reminded the class of the midterm exams and the consecutive mock tests awaiting them in May. Groans and complaints echoed throughout the classroom as everyone felt suffocated under the weight of a bleak future. Facing the students' protests, the teacher sternly demanded that they grow up, while Minjeol silently slung his backpack over his shoulder and left. While their friends invited Gina to go shopping after school, she unexpectedly declined and told everyone to go ahead without waiting for her. Under her best friend's suspicious gaze, Gina suddenly became flustered, her face flushing slightly as she tried to hide her thoughts. She took a deep breath and confessed that she had a date with Minjeol, news that immediately acted like a bombshell within the group of friends. The girls cheered excitedly, teasing her relentlessly and demanding to know if this was the start of Gina's first love. Gina quickly denied everything, crossly explaining that Minjeol only wanted to ask about their old school, Palga. She tried to act indifferent, telling herself that she would leave immediately after answering his questions since the two of them weren't even close. Looking at Gina radiant among her friends, One could easily mistake this for the beginning of a dreamy school romance. The girls kept teasing her about how relaxed she looked around Minjeol, making Gina turn red and scream in denial out of sheer embarrassment. Once she was alone, she pensively stared at his retreating figure, wondering to herself why this boy was so desperate to find out about Aaron. Standing in the empty hallway, Minjeol tearfully poured his heart out, confessing that even though many years had passed, he still couldn't stop agonizing over news of his old friend. Gina fell silent for a moment, her eyes suddenly turning deep as if she were weighing whether he possessed enough strength to face the bitter truth. She unexpectedly stared straight into Minjeol's eyes and bluntly demanded to know if he had truly given his entire heart to Jew Aaron. The schoolboy stammered, searching for an excuse, while his bright red face betrayingly exposed the secret he had kept hidden for so long. The atmosphere suddenly froze as Gina spoke in a stern voice, wanting to make absolutely sure that this search was by no means a joke. She coldly recalled the tragic death of the male student that year, declaring that she would never help him if he only viewed this as a thrilling story to satisfy his curiosity. Minjeol stood frozen at his classmates' harshness, realizing that the dark ghost of the past surrounding Aaron was truly far more sinister and terrifying than any of the rumors. Standing in front of the teacher's office, Gina hesitantly confessed that even if Minjeol looked at her with a strange expression, she still had to say this. She turned her face away with determination, slowly asserting her absolute belief that Aaron would never do such terrible things as the rumors suggested. Hearing this, Minjeol's eyes welled with tears and turned red, and he choked back a sob begging for help because his only burning desire now was to see Aaron's radiant smile once more. That tearful plea carrying a desperate love felt like a sledgehammer blow to Gina's mind, causing her pupils to dilate in utter shock. The schoolboy's pathetic sincerity completely broke down Gina's final defensive barrier, and she let out a sigh of compromise, nodding in agreement to help him sort everything out. She gently brushed her messy hair to hide the embarrassment on her face, thinking to herself that she had never seen such a heartbroken and vulnerable expression on him before. The quiet atmosphere of the empty staircase made Gina's chaotic thoughts stand out even more, as she realized in astonishment that the timid middle school boy had now transformed into someone completely different from her memories. Interrupting her drifting thoughts, Minjeol suddenly appeared in a dry gym uniform, waving with a bright, friendly smile as he called out his old friend's name. Standing under the eaves surrounded by the heavy rain, the schoolboy thoughtfully opened his black umbrella and decisively offered to share it if Gina didn't have one, suggesting they talk as they walked to save time. Walking together under the narrow umbrella, Gina couldn't hide her curiosity and questioned if he had always been this friendly, because his current confident and thoughtful manner was the complete opposite of the lonely, timid Minjeol of their middle school days. Gina pensively recalled the past, firmly asserting that the Minjeol of previous years was entirely different from who he was now. That boy used to be a loner with no friends, a tiny voice, and almost zero social skills, leaving Minjeol to only bitterly thank her for her blunt honesty. Under the pouring rain, Gina suddenly fell silent, her eyes scanning her old friend's features as if searching for some familiar trace. She curiously pressed him about the events of the past 5 years, wanting to know what had forged such a resilient Minjeol. The schoolboy hesitantly looked down at his soaked shoes, a moment of doubt flashing across his face before he decided to lay bare his brutal journey of transformation. It was a cycle of waking up at 5 in the morning to train furiously, forcing himself to speak and laugh actively, and burying his head in books to catch up with every trend. Gina froze in shock, tearfully admitting that he must have made an extraordinary effort to overcome his own darkness. Minjeol flashed a radiant smile under the black umbrella, a smile no longer timid, but filled with the self-assurance of someone who had triumphed over fate. He frankly confessed that the sole goal driving him to change himself to the absolute limit was to become someone worthy of standing beside Aaron. Gina fell silent at his overwhelming sincerity, secretly understanding that his deep affection for Aaron had been the only faith guiding him all this time. Outside class 2-1, a group of friends was excitedly inviting Aaron to hang out downtown with another boy named Jujin. The young girl quickly tied her hair back, tactfully declining the invitation on the grounds that she had to go to the cram school immediately. The group of friends looked at each other suggestively, teasingly asking if today was the day she had a date to walk home with Minjeol. One friend wondered why Erin didn't register for the academy's shuttle bus service for convenience and speed. The casual question of whether it was still in time to sign up now made the atmosphere suddenly turn hesitant. Erin ran her fingers through her hair in embarrassment, making the excuse that she liked her current freedom and felt uncomfortable riding with the other students from the center. A knowing smile appeared on Gina's face as she silently confirmed that Erin's secret had been completely seen through. Gina bluntly exposed her friend's inner thoughts by asking if she simply yearned to be close to Minjeol. The friends crowded around to tease Erin about her somewhat nerdy taste in men, causing her to turn red and demand that everyone shut up. They highly praised Minjeol's luck and asserted that the boy must surely be deeply in love with her as well. Gina was in the middle of enthusiastically declaring that with just a word of confession the boy would fall for her instantly when she was suddenly stopped by a hand. Erin lowered her face in extreme embarrassment, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. She snapped slightly, telling her friend to shut up because her voice was too loud, her face now flushed red with embarrassment. Without waiting another second, Gina playfully waved goodbye and quickly ran off, leaving behind a space filled with awkwardness. Erin's gaze turned sad as she watched her friend's retreating figure, wondering to herself if those jokes had accidentally caused any hurt. Turning to face Minjeol, Gina made a suggestive probe about the reality of their relationship, causing the schoolboy to suddenly fall silent. She looked at him with eyes full of pity, resolving in her heart to bury this brutal truth forever to protect him. Minjeol pressed her about the beginning of the friendship between the two girls, only to freeze at the information that Erin had transferred schools since the 2nd grade. Gina casually took a sip of her drink, firmly asserting that she was the very first person to step into Erin's lonely world back then. The shock of Erin's unfamiliar past left Minjeol stunned, as he suddenly realized he was completely in the dark about everything she had gone through. The stream of memories returns to that fateful bus ride years ago, where their story officially began. Right when Erin was flustered because her bus card showed insufficient funds, Minjeol was standing right behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, the shy boy stepped up and told the driver to charge for 2 youth fares. Sitting in their seats, Minjeol blushed awkwardly and hurriedly promised to pay her back as soon as possible, but Erin just waved it off, saying it was fine since it wasn't even 1,001. He still insisted that things should be fair and square, then suggested she ask for anything she wanted, so he could repay the favor. Minjeol then offered to let her see his notes, an offer Erin happily accepted immediately, thinking that was more than enough. Suddenly, the boy blurted out sincerely that he thought Erin was a truly kind person. That blunt and unexpected compliment made Erin freeze, her eyes widening in surprise. Seeing him look confused, she loudly denied it, making a startled Minjeol ask what was wrong. Erin seriously explained that he shouldn't use the word kind for such a trivial matter, because if overused, the meaning of kindness would gradually fade away. Minjeol was stunned for a moment, then nodded as if he had realized something from her profound philosophy. Erin continued her train of thought, saying that kindness isn't common, but rather an incredibly precious talent. She looked into the distance with a dreamy gaze, confessing that she truly admired such people and always wanted to become like them. Minjeol immediately turned to affirm that he thought someone like Erin was already kind enough, but she instantly waved it off, saying she knew herself best. Through the reflection on the window, Erin looked straight at him with a serious face, asserting that she wasn't a good person. Her eyes grew sharp as she suddenly called Minjeol's name. She abruptly asked him if he knew how to recognize a kind person, leaving Minjeol to only ask back, "How?" Erin smiled radiantly, pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, and revealed that the secret lies in the eyes. Minjeol's eyes widened in amazement as Erin explained that one could tell a person's true nature just by looking into their eyes. While he was still skeptical, Erin confidently reaffirmed that she could see through everything via the eyes. Minjeol excitedly pointed to himself, suggesting Erin try checking his eyes. But the moment she agreed, the boy panicked and covered his face with his hands in extreme embarrassment. Not letting him escape, Erin leaned in close, used her finger to lift Minjeol's chin, and peered deeply into his eyes searching for an answer. With a pounding heart and flushed cheeks, Minjeol froze as she spoke, saying that through these eyes, he was a person who His reflection shimmered in Aaron's clear eyes, making Minjeol suddenly think to himself, "Isn't she too close to me?" His train of thought was cut off by the scenery outside the window. Right then, the bus suddenly hit a speed bump and shook violently. The jolt caused Aaron to lose her balance, tumbling forward and collapsing right onto Minjeol. The boy froze in place, his face turning red as a ripe tomato as he felt her breath on his face. In the awkwardly silent space, Minjeol stammered Aaron's name, having no idea how to react. By reflex, Minjeol quickly wrapped his arms around Aaron's waist to keep her from falling, anxiously asking if she was okay. Both sat back up properly, the atmosphere becoming incredibly awkward as Aaron covered her mouth in shame, admitting that was quite a scary moment. Minjeol's heart was still thumping, his face flushed from the sudden intimacy. But in the end, Aaron broke the silence with a smile, deliberately changing the subject by asking what they were just talking about. The memory ends, returning to the present. Minjeol buried his face on the desk, bitterly realizing that on that day, he never got the answer he hoped for. Just then, a friend walked into the classroom, about to call Minjeol but suddenly stopped in shock. He was stunned to see another figure present, uttering Aaron's name in astonishment. The friend excitedly shook Minjeol awake, announcing Aaron was in class while teasing him about being alone with Park Gina yesterday. Another friend threw an arm around Minjeol's shoulder and chimed in, prying into what business required them to be alone, even suspecting him of hitting on the new girl less than a month after she transferred. Hearing the conversation, Aaron, who was resting her head on the desk, flinched slightly, a small reaction showing she wasn't sleeping and had heard everything. Minjeol hurriedly waved his hands, insisting he had no such intentions, but his friend Minsu wouldn't let it go, and kept asking what it was then. Another friend smirked, mocking Minsu for being so worked up, then turned to Minjeol with a suggestive look, asking if he thought they were on the same level. Minjeol forced a smile to brush it off, but a strange feeling began to rise within him as he realized Aaron had returned to school after being absent for many days. And yet, why did no one in class have any reaction, just leaving her to bury her face on the desk in absolute isolation? He stood still, silently wondering why no one was happy to see her back, or at least checking in on how she'd been doing during her absence. No one greeted Aaron or even glanced her way. The entire class treated her presence as if she were thin air. Memories of a friend's words flooded back, that as time passed by the second year, no one talked to her anymore, and Aaron herself didn't seem bothered by it. Minjeol's gaze turned sharp and cold. Indignation and heartache surged within him. Without a word of explanation, he abruptly turned and walked decisively away from his bewildered group of friends. Step by step, he approached Aaron's lonely back, as she remained slumped over her desk as if trying to hide from the entire world. Amidst the atmosphere of isolation, Minjeol bravely stepped forward and greeted his old friend who was lying face down on the table. Aaron looked up, her eyes confused and full of wariness as she heard him ask if she had made it home safely last time. Minjeol's action immediately broke the classroom's indifference, and all eyes turned toward the two of them. Unable to stand the attention, Aaron lowered her head, her whole body trembling violently in extreme panic. She suddenly stood up to Minjeol's surprise, like a small animal backed into a corner. Then, without a word of farewell, Aaron rushed out of the classroom, leaving behind stunned gazes. Minjeol could only stand frozen by the empty desk, bitterly watching the back of his friend who had just run away from him once again. During lunch, a friend set down their tray and advised Minjeol not to be too upset because Aaron usually reacts like that when someone talks to her. At the dining table, the group gossiped. One person said this might happen because they were once close, while Minjeol could only admit he didn't expect her to react so harshly. Finally, a male friend looked straight at Minjeol and seriously warned that even if they used to be friends, it was best for him not to get involved with her anymore. Minjeol pressed for a reason, and the friend reminded him that he must have heard some of the rumors surrounding Jew Aaron from Gina. He explained that quite a few students in this school believe the rumors about Jew Aaron are true. Even though they themselves didn't really care, he warned that if Minjeol tried to be close again, he would be the only one to lose out. Minjeol silently looked at his tray, wondering what that phrase "lose out" actually meant. A flood of memories suddenly rushed back, bringing with it the image of the old Aaron with a radiant smile waving at him. He pensively recalled the first moment Aaron took the initiative to talk to him, and wondered if she, too, had to overcome similar prying eyes and prejudice back then to come to his side. After school, Minjeol didn't go home right away, but quietly went searching for a familiar figure. And then he found her, still with that lonely and distant appearance, standing alone in the schoolyard. Without hesitation, he called Aaron's name, making the girl startle and turn around with a look of pure astonishment. Panting from having run a long distance, Minjeol blurted out that he had finally found her. However, Aaron recoiled in panic as if meeting an enemy, causing him to hurriedly beg her not to run away anymore. Minjeol held out a carton of milk, explaining that he only came here to give her this. He kindly explained that since he didn't see her in the cafeteria, he guessed she had been fasting all day and was worried she would be hungry. Erin's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion at the sincere concern, and she whispered a tiny thank you. After taking the milk, Minjeol also awkwardly excused himself and said he would see her later. Erin quietly watched Minjeol's departing figure, indescribable emotions rising within her. The boy stopped, turned his head to look at her, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping. She sat dazed and alone in a corner of the yard, looking at the milk in her hand, and then gazing into the distance. Erin softly called Minjeol's name, but the sound quickly vanished into the wind, leaving a silent atmosphere surrounding her. Minjeol's eyes showed extreme confusion as he stood before Erin, his face flushing red because he didn't know where to start the conversation. He tried to muster all his courage to approach. Minjeol's awkwardness stood in stark contrast to the quiet atmosphere around Erin, who stood quietly holding a small milk carton. Silence enveloped Minjeol. He wondered to himself what he could say to break this suffocating atmosphere without frightening her. He was so flustered that he blurted out that he didn't know what to say, his restless emotions on the verge of bursting because this was the moment he had longed for so long. Minjeol glanced at Erin with eyes full of worry, his heart surging with indescribable emotions as she remained distant and silent like a stranger. Meanwhile, Erin huddled in a corner of the yard, her sad eyes staring into a void as if questioning the cruel changes in her life. The haunting image of the accident years ago surfaced in Minjeol's mind, the source of all of Erin's misfortune and negative changes. He realized with a shock that Erin always intentionally avoided any topic related to that tragic event, as if it were a scar she never wanted to touch. In his heart, Minjeol yearned to ask everything to find the truth, but his kindness prevented him from hurting her fracturing soul. He thought to himself that he should give up the intention of questioning, understanding that for Erin, bringing up the memory of someone's death was like rubbing salt into a wound that never healed. Minjeol looked at Erin with empathy. He wanted to help her, but didn't know where to start. He spoke cautiously, asking if Erin could show him how she used to study. The question about studying left Erin dazed, as she had neglected it for a very long time. She avoided his gaze, sadly confessing it had been so long since she had studied properly that she couldn't even remember. When he learned she had stopped studying since the first semester of her second year, Minjeol was shocked by how long that period was. He wondered if she had truly abandoned the common goal they once shared. Minjeol pensively thought that whether it was due to the incident or her intentional choice to cut contact, he couldn't know which came first. His eyes looked at Erin steadfastly, gently suggesting that if she didn't mind, he would like to give her a hand. He expressed a desire to start studying again from the beginning with her, hoping they could try reviewing together once more. Minjeol reminded her of their old goal to get into the same university in Seoul. Even though they had taken a long detour, he believed it was never too late. Erin looked at Minjeol calmly, expressing that it wasn't too late to start over and confidently asserting she could still support him since her grades were always at the top. Minjeol was silent for a moment, thinking about their plans and changes, then decided to ask if she wanted to try again with him. Erin listened to his offer, her eyes flickering slightly at the sincerity Minjeol was showing her. Minjeol watched her reaction nervously, anxiety rising as he didn't know how she would decide on this sudden invitation. Silence filled the air. Erin seemed lost in thoughts that no one could understand. Minjeol kept a steadfast gaze. Despite the obvious confusion on his face, he waited for an answer from his old friend. Erin's expression suddenly shifted, becoming gentler, which caught Minjeol by surprise. Unexpectedly, Aaron stepped very close, whispering an affirmation that Minjeol was still a kind person, a moment that made time seem to stand still. He looked at her, eyes filled with curiosity and a fragile hope that they could reconnect their past. The boy was so shocked he was speechless, while Aaron, after her affirmation, looked at him with astonishment as if questioning her own words. Minjeol blankly asked if Aaron could check for him whether he was indeed a good person. Just then, a bell rang, cutting through the tension. Aaron quickly stood up, saying the bell for class had rung. She urged Minjeol to get to class, but as he stood up, she hesitated, only able to say that she felt. Minjeol asked with worry if she didn't want to go to class with him. Looking into her eyes, the boy was stunned to hear her gently say, "Minjeol, you are still a kind person." That sentence left him completely stunned, his cheeks flushing red with shame and confusion at the unexpected remark. He stammered in shock, asking what she had just said, unable to believe his ears. Aaron's eyes were wide with panic, as if she were surprised she had blurted it out. She turned away, stuttering that she would stop by the restroom first to avoid his gaze. Leaving Minjeol alone in the hallway, Aaron hurried away, leaving a silence behind her. Minjeol scratched his head in confusion, thinking he still hadn't received a formal answer and telling himself his return wasn't just out of pure kindness. In a corner of the schoolyard, Aaron sat quietly looking at the sky, her mind filled with the secret confession that she actually liked him. Her face showed self-reproach. Aaron wondered what on earth she was doing and tried to remind herself to stay focused. The bright sunlight pierced the leaves, creating a vibrant scene that contrasted sharply with the dark corners of the girl's heart. Aaron lowered her head with deep insecurity, bitterly telling herself that someone seen as a murderer had no right to be happy. Meanwhile, Gina stood frozen on the sidewalk, stunned to see Minjeol's figure walking toward her. The student with the black backpack walked silently down the empty street, unaware he was the center of attention. Gina followed his back, noting that this was the path and Minjeol took to school every day. The small girl nervously swallowed, her mind fighting a battle over whether she should step forward and say hello. Finally, Gina stood huddled in a corner with a worried face, wondering if their relationship was close enough for her to greet him naturally. Gina startled herself when she finally decided to face him after so much hesitation. She calculated that when the traffic light turned red, Minjeol would have to stop, providing the perfect chance to say hello. Gina's face flushed red with confusion as she struggled between a normal greeting or using the midterm as an excuse to talk naturally. Walking quietly from behind, she reservedly observed Minjeol's expression while he remained unaware of her presence. Minjeol looked into the distance moodily, making Gina realize he was engrossed in searching for a familiar figure. Curiosity showed on her face. Gina wondered what could attract his full attention to the point of ignoring everything else. The girl's eyes widened in shock when her gaze accidentally caught an unexpected truth. Aaron's silhouette walking silently among the crowd appeared, becoming the sole focus of Minjeol's infatuated and worried gaze. Stepping close with a knowing smile, Gina spoke as if she had uncovered the secret thoughts he had been hiding. She bluntly asked if he really liked Aaron that much, making Minjeol jump in panic and shout from the sudden scare. The classroom atmosphere suddenly became tense when the teacher announced that the whole class had to start rearranging the desks and chairs according to the exam room layout for the upcoming midterm exams. Minjeol sighed while heavily lifting the wooden desk, admitting that he was completely unprepared for this exam and that it would surely be a disaster. Meanwhile, Aaron sat quietly at the front in an extremely anxious mood, thinking to herself that the fear was making her feel so pressured she wanted to vomit. Minjeol glanced slightly toward the back. Even though he hadn't received an answer in the past, seeing her show up at school today made him feel like the distance between them had gradually narrowed. He secretly felt regretful upon realizing that their current exam seats were too far apart, no longer close like in the old days. Because Minjeol had only just transferred schools mid-semester, his attendance number was placed at the very end in the 33rd position, separated from the rest of the class list. As he held his pen preparing to start the test, his mind suddenly drifted back to distant memories from the early years when they were still in middle school. Minjeol used to love exams because back then his number was 16 and Aaron's was 17, an incredibly close and memorable distance. He fondly recalled the moment when Aaron mischievously turned around and suggested they agree on some private signals to communicate during the exam, which left him completely stunned. Looking at Aaron's radiant smile as she quickly clarified it was just a joke, Minjeol could only freeze and wonder to himself if she was actually teasing him. Aaron focused intently while mumbling math formulas, showing a serious attitude quite different from her usual self as the important exam approached. Being reminded by the proctor to put away her materials as the exam started, Aaron jumped and hurriedly apologized while her face still clearly showed embarrassment and tension. In reality, her scores were always very high. It was Aaron's extreme solemnity during every exam that left a deep impression on her friends' minds. Minjeol silently admired the image of an Aaron who always gave her best, diligently putting pen to paper with all the determination of an elite student. The warning bell rang, cutting through the stream of memories as the teacher began distributing the exam papers in the suffocating silence of the classroom. Minjeol was startled the moment the exam paper was placed on his desk. A sudden feeling of nervousness made his breathing more rapid than usual. He found the literature exam truly difficult, especially since the troubles following his transfer had made it impossible for him to focus on proper studying. Sitting silently before the paper, Minjeol still couldn't stop himself from worrying, wondering if Aaron was strong enough to get through this test. In a corner of the class, Aaron sat dazed with a tired and lonely appearance, seemingly surrounded by invisible psychological pressures that were hard to escape. Her sad eyes stared into the void, letting memories of her childhood suddenly flood back, haunting and agonizing her mind. Aaron secretly believed that this multiple-choice answer sheet was the only lighthouse guiding her toward a bright future. Every time she put her pen down to bubble in the blank spaces on the paper, she felt her breathing quicken and become filled with expectation. Because she always believed that every correct answer would light up another lamp of hope, making the road ahead more brilliant than ever. Aaron had dedicated so much effort to memorizing knowledge, diligently solving each difficult math problem and refining every word during exams. However, while Minjeol was still lost in noisy conversations among the crowd, a cruel turning point had occurred. Ever since that horrific incident, Aaron could only huddle in isolation in the middle of the classroom, letting the ghosts of the past besiege her mind. The tip of her ballpoint pen stalled on the pure white paper as she bitterly realized that not a single piece of knowledge could enter her mind anymore. Sweat broke out on her panic-stricken face as Aaron painfully realized that no matter how hard she tried to remember or solve problems, everything was in vain. She felt so stupid now that her mind was completely empty, leaving the pen lying abandoned on the hopeless answer sheet. Every brilliant lamp of the future from back then now flickered out one by one, leaving Aaron to sink deep into the thick darkness of despair. As the future gradually sank into murky darkness, Aaron felt as though she no longer had enough strength to see any ray of light ahead. Watching the lamps of hope fade away one by one, she bitterly realized she had completely lost her direction in a life full of injustice. Lost in the pitch-black void, the young girl stood still because she felt her legs were too exhausted, unable to be lifted for even one more step. A thought of escape suddenly flashed in Aaron's mind like a poisonous medicine soothing the pain she had been enduring for so long. She told herself that perhaps she didn't need to strive forward, because just standing still would make everything easier. Huddling in the deep darkness, Aaron believed that if she had no expectations for the future, she would no longer have to hate herself for her stupidity. That was what she had once planned to protect her shattered soul, yet the harsh reality before her eyes made that belief begin to shake violently. She closed her tired eyes tightly, trying to suppress the turmoil happening inside a heart already riddled with unhealed scars. Suddenly, Minjeol approached, affirming he would help her and sincerely asking if Aaron wanted to try starting to study all over again with him. Aaron looked up slightly with eyes full of doubt, an intense hesitation rising in her heart as she wondered if she truly deserved that kindness. Standing on the brink of collapse, Aaron privately questioned whether she could escape this dark quagmire if she was brave enough to take the hand reaching out to her. The classroom door suddenly burst open, and a male student excitedly held a piece of paper, announcing to the whole class that the official exam answers were out. The reading of the answers sounded steadily, mixed with disappointed groans from students realizing they had made mistakes, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Amidst that excitement, Minjeol sat silently with a pensive face. It seemed all his attention right now was focused entirely on the girl sitting up front. Looking toward the empty seat, he felt a momentary sense of loss and wondered if Aaron had quietly left the exam room before he could say a word. Minjeol hurriedly packed his things to head out, his heart still harboring the intention to find Aaron, so they could share a few words after the stressful exam hours. He suddenly froze in surprise upon discovering Aaron's familiar figure still leaning against a stone pillar in the quiet schoolyard. Minjeol's eyes clearly showed joy mixed with curiosity. He softly asked with surprise why she was still here instead of going home. Aaron lowered her face shyly, admitting in a low voice that she just wanted to linger here a little longer. Minjeol's face suddenly brightened, a strong flicker of hope igniting within him that his sincerity seemed to have started touching her soul. Minjeol stole a look at Aaron with his heart pounding, questioning himself whether she was actually standing there waiting for him. He quickly tapped his own head to wake up from his fanciful thoughts, constantly reminding himself not to misunderstand and to stay grounded. Although his face was still red with embarrassment, Minjeol tried to regain his composure to start a conversation, but the words caught in his throat. He lowered his voice and suggested they walk home together, while Aaron's eyes still held a melancholy, distant look. At that sincere invitation, Aaron nodded slightly in agreement, her trembling hands clutching the hem of her shirt as if trying to find a mental anchor. The two walked silently together amidst the noise of passing traffic, each step carrying private thoughts that couldn't be voiced. Minjeol tried to break the silence by warmly asking Aaron if she did well on today's midterm exams. Receiving a sad negative answer, he hurriedly apologized for remembering her studies had been interrupted for a long time, but Aaron just softly replied that everything was fine. Minjeol's gaze suddenly became firm. He decided to repeat his offer to help her with her studies that he had mentioned before. Standing before the small, bowed back, he sincerely asked Aaron what she thought about letting him help her start everything over from scratch. Aaron blinked hesitantly, her mind filled with intense conflict as she wondered if taking Minjeol's hand could help her escape the dark abyss. She walked silently beside him along the empty road, then suddenly confessed in a trembling voice that she was feeling extremely afraid. Aaron clutched the hem of her shirt with deep insecurity, fearing that being with Minjeol would make her weak enough to tell all her secrets and start over-relying on him. Minjeol was momentarily stunned, his eyes showing heartache as he saw the fragile and wounded appearance of his old friend. He leaned in close, using the warmest voice possible to assure Aaron that she absolutely did not need to be afraid of anything anymore. Minjeol looked steadfastly into her sad eyes and promised that she could tell him everything, while also telling her to lean on him as much as she wanted. In the quiet space with only the two of them, Aaron glanced at his dangling hands and whispered, asking if that was truly okay. She rested her head on his shoulder wearily, chokingly wondering if Minjeol would still treat her well after knowing the full dark truth of the past. Minjeol froze when he heard Aaron agonizingly ask if he would still stay by her side, if she had truly committed something truly horrific. He gently accepted Aaron's vulnerability and curiously asked back what kind of terrible thing she had been hiding all this time. Aaron hesitated slightly, her dark eyes staring deep into the void as she began to give a haunting example of the secret she had been keeping. Her voice trembled as she uttered the word murder, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly become cold and suffocatingly heavy. Minjeol stood rooted to the spot, shock evident on his face as those horrific words reached his ears. Aaron suddenly slumped her head against Minjeol's chest, her small body trembling violently like a creature on the verge of a total breakdown. In his mind, Minjeol silently cried out that things were indeed as he had feared, but his heart ached with pity. Aaron looked up at him with eyes full of guilt, bitterly asking if such a crime could ever be forgiven. Without waiting for an answer, she hurriedly begged him to act as if he hadn't heard anything and turned to flee in panic, leaving Minjeol calling her name in vain. Minjeol's eyes widened in horror as he saw the danger lurking for his friend in that fateful moment. He shouted at Aaron to stop immediately as he saw her ignore the red light and dash straight into the street just as a car was speeding toward her. The blinding headlights enveloped Aaron's small figure, signaling a horrific collision about to happen right before Minjeol's eyes. Minjeol screamed for Aaron to be careful as she stood motionless before the danger rushing right at her. He hurriedly reached out his hand in extreme panic, sweat breaking out on his skin as he tried to snatch her from the hands of death. A near miss occurred in the blink of an eye, making the entire world seem to turn upside down and blur due to the excessive speed. The car coldly sped past on the empty street, leaving behind a haunting scene where a tragedy had nearly become a reality. Minjeol held Aaron tightly in his arms as they both tumbled to the ground, his breathing rapid as the fear had not yet subsided in his chest. He frantically asked if Aaron was hurt anywhere, his face clearly showing extreme worry for the girl he cherished. Aaron was completely silent, burying her head in his chest and trembling violently like a small creature trying to find a safe anchor. Minjeol was momentarily stunned as he felt the massive shock in the young girl's soul, wondering if she had been scared half to death. The tears rolling down Aaron's cheeks along with her choked sobs in his arms made the atmosphere suddenly heavy with sorrow. Holding the sobbing girl, Minjeol firmly asserted in his heart that someone as fragile as her could absolutely not have committed that crime. Minjeol tightened his grip on Aaron's trembling shoulders, telling himself in his heart that even if she really did have a hand in that crime, he anxiously leaned his face in close to check on her, urgently asking if Aaron was truly okay after the shock she just had. Aaron choked out an apology through her falling tears, despairingly confessing that it would be better for her to continue living a secluded life as she was now. Minjeol's gaze suddenly sharpened with determination, a bold thought beginning to spark in his mind at this fateful moment. In the middle of the quiet street corner, he opened his arms wide to embrace Aaron's slender figure and sincerely asked her to trust and lean on him. Their hands clasped tightly together like an unbreakable vow, Minjeol affirmed that today he had completely made up his mind. He buried his face in her shoulder, whispering that if Aaron had truly committed those horrific things as she just admitted, then, no matter what happened, he was ready to become an accomplice to bear and protect that dark secret with her until the end. Aaron was so stunned she forgot to cry, her eyes clearly showing shock at Minjeol's crazy declaration that was filled with deep affection. Looking directly into the shattered soul of his old friend, Minjeol firmly asserted that he would absolutely never abandon her again. Minjeol sat silently in the intersection, holding Aaron tightly and silently affirming that even if this choice made the whole world turn its back on him, he would still steadfastly protect her to the end. Standing in the schoolyard, Gina suddenly froze when she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. The silhouette of Minjeol standing alone in deep thought couldn't help but arouse her curiosity. Gina secretly called out Minjeol's name, wondering if he was on his way home. Thinking that this was the perfect opportunity, she decided she would walk over and greet him right now. Gina was just about to call out Minjeol's name when she suddenly stopped short, her eyes wide with shock at the scene before her, because she realized he was not alone at all, but was standing with Aaron, who was shyly hiding behind the corner of the wall. Gina froze, her mind in a state of chaos upon realizing that Aaron was also there with Minjeol. From afar, a crowd of students began to whisper and gossip, never expecting that Minjeol would be so close to Jew Aaron. A female student smirked with malice, making a sarcastic comment that perhaps he was trying to seduce an unstable psycho to do something bad. They looked at the backs of the two, venomously speculating whether Minjeol was also about to lose his life, while another said they didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Gina thought gloomily that if Minjeol got close to Aaron, he would gain nothing but only lose. She suddenly remembered Minjeol's tearful eyes, along with his sole desire that Aaron could smile like she used to, and also the confession that he had always wanted to become someone worthy of Aaron. At night, Gina was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind troubled by those thoughts. She sat up straight, telling herself that with a person like him, advising him not to get close to Aaron was pointless, then wondered if Minjeol actually believed Aaron was innocent. Gina lay back down on the bed, secretly thinking that if that was the case, then she recalled the moment she had questioned Minjeol, asking suspiciously that don't tell her he had followed Ju Aaron. Lying on the bed, Gina's eyes became unusually determined. She secretly affirmed that the current and Minjeol could no longer look at the situation objectively. Gina tossed and turned in thought, wondering if he would automatically keep his distance from her if he discovered Aaron was not innocent at all. Gina realized how dangerous it was for Minjeol to be by Aaron's side right now. She believed that someone needed to tell him that, while Minjeol had just texted to ask Aaron if she had arrived home safely. The boy nervously swallowed his saliva, anxiously waiting for a text reply. He tried to reassure himself, secretly thinking that perhaps she would not reply right away and that it was better to stop thinking about it. Suddenly, the notification sound went off, making Minjeol jump, quickly grabbing his phone with a face full of hope. But the joy quickly vanished when it was just a meaningless promotional message. Minjeol buried his face on the desk, sighing heavily as he realized he couldn't even focus on doing anything else. After a while of torment, his eyes suddenly became determined, secretly making up his mind. Since that day, they had walked home together a few more times, until one day Minjeol called Aaron's name. Minjeol gathered all his courage, hesitantly asking Aaron if her phone number was still the same as before. Minjeol's question made Aaron freeze for a moment, her eyes showing clear surprise. Seeing this, Minjeol quickly held out his phone, responding joyfully when he heard Aaron say that she would give him her number right now. After saving the number, he gently reminded Aaron that if anything happened, she should feel free to contact him. Minjeol hesitated, saying that and, making Aaron curious as to what he meant. Aaron's eyes watched him intently, waiting for what he was about to say. She unexpectedly spoke first, asking about his offer to tutor her, then suggested whether after school would be okay. Aaron's agreement made Minjeol's heart skip a beat. He joyfully realized that their first study session would begin tomorrow, right after the exams ended. Returning home, he began to make a plan, thinking that given Aaron's situation, it was best to start over from the basic knowledge of the 10th grade. He decided to start with math, knowing that Aaron had always been weak in this subject. Right at that moment, an unexpected notification rang out, making Minjeol startle and quickly grab his phone. Minjeol stared blankly at his phone screen, not understanding why his mother was calling him so urgently. He searched for the address written in the text, a quiet, spicy braised chicken ribs restaurant sitting by the roadside. The moment he stepped through the door, Minjeol felt an unusually serious atmosphere awaiting him. He froze when he saw both his father and mother already sitting at the table, his mother waving to inform him that she had finished ordering the food. Looking at the hot bowl of soup, his mother began to scold him that just looking at the grades of the main subjects was enough to know how negligent he was, while emphasizing that senior students have no time to waste. Minjeol stood up in panic, asking his mother what she meant by mentioning the cram school, only to be questioned back by her as to what he thought she was saying and whether he still remembered her previous warning. She continued to criticize his dropping grades and demanded that he must take responsibility if he wanted to return here, despite Minjeol stammering in protest that the actual exam was not over yet. She coldly repeated the warning that if there was a problem with the midterm exam grades, she would never let things continue as they are. His mother announced that she had gone for a consultation and ordered that from tomorrow he must go to the cram school right after school, making Minjeol cry out in utter shock. The boy stammered to find an excuse that he suddenly had something busy to do in the afternoon, but was immediately ordered strictly by his father that he must listen to his mother if he wanted to stay here. Amidst the awkward atmosphere of the family meal, Minjeol could only stay silent and break a sweat as he heard his parents praise the food as delicious and promise to return here often. Returning home, he slumped exhaustion on his bed, secretly blaming his mother for using his dropping grades as an excuse just to force him to go to cram school, even though in reality, it wasn't that significant. Minjeol stared blankly at his dark phone, his heart heavy with a sense of weariness when thinking about the upcoming troubles. Suddenly, the light from the phone screen flashed in the darkness, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the room. He quickly sat straight up, fixing his eyes on the bright light emitting from the handheld device with a mixture of curiosity and suspense. Minjeol's eyes widened in surprise when he realized that an important notification had just been sent. It was a message from Aaron. She sincerely apologized for falling asleep right after getting home and thoughtfully asked if he had arrived safely. The excitement made Minjeol jump off his bed, The gloomy mood from just now suddenly vanished completely. His face flushed with happiness, secretly cheering upon receiving the reply, and couldn't help but marvel at his friend's strangely cute nature. Minjeol sat hugging his knees in confusion, wanting to bring up studying together after school again, but fearing that replying too fast would make himself look really weird. Minjeol looked thoughtfully at his phone, secretly thinking that he shouldn't tell the real reason he had to go to the cram school because he feared Aaron would feel bad and refuse to study together. He wondered how to explain it logically, worrying that if he only texted, the content would become too lengthy and confusing. Minjeol's eyes cast down. He stayed silent for a long time to consider how he should act properly. On the other side, Erin was sitting on her bed when she jumped in surprise to see the message notification from Minjeol suddenly pop up. Her eyes opened wide in astonishment, her face flashing with a bit of confusion, mixed with suspense at her friend's rarely proactive action. Because the phone screen clearly showed a text asking if she could speak on the phone directly right now. Minjeol nervously picked up the call, hesitantly asking if Erin was bothered right now, and felt relieved upon hearing her confirm that everything was fine. He curiously asked what she had been doing, and Erin replied that she had just woken up and intended to go back to sleep, making him anxiously ask if she was suffering from insomnia. Hearing her affirm that she slept better than anyone, Minjeol burst into a happy laugh and agreed that it was absolutely true. Finally, he gathered all his courage to bring up the study group again, but suggested moving the schedule to another time slot instead of right after school as promised. Erin questioned about the study group timing. Minjeol looked at the pile of books and then hesitantly suggested studying before class because he couldn't make it after school due to a schedule conflict at the cram school. Erin showed clear hesitation because she wasn't confident with waking up early in the morning, leaving Minjeol in a dilemma, struggling to figure out how to arrange the schedule properly. The clock already pointed to 2:40 a.m. Erin suddenly lowered her voice full of self-respect, saying that she felt really shameless to let the person who was helping her manage everything. Seeing his friend hesitate, Minjeol smiled gently to encourage her to open up, while his heart was beating rapidly, waiting for every word from the other end of the line. Minjeol's eyes brightened up completely when he heard Erin gather all her courage to reveal that actually she also had free time on weekends. The teenage boy jumped up in excitement, cheering and agreeing immediately, and didn't forget to thank Erin for understanding, even though she was the one who felt grateful for his sincerity. Falling back onto the bed with an unhideable smile, Minjeol secretly cheered as he had another great excuse to meet Erin privately on days off and promised to contact her again soon. Erin suddenly asked softly if that was the only reason he called, making Minjeol embarrassedly admit that he feared texting would make the content become too lengthy. The call ended after a gentle goodnight wish. Minjeol looked at the phone screen that had just gone dark with a sense of endless regret. Sitting blankly in the dark, he questioned himself whether he was too abrupt, while his intuition told him there was something very strange hidden in his friend's final farewell. Minjeol secretly thought that no matter what happened, being able to hear Erin's voice right now was still the most wonderful thing. He lay stretched out on the bed smiling happily, feeling that even if it was just for a moment, it was as if both of them had truly returned to the old days. On the other side, Erin was also quietly lying down looking at the glowing phone screen, her mind immersed in vague thoughts. She tossed and turned restlessly on the small bed, her sad eyes looking into the dim dark space of the room. Minjeol's request to speak on the phone directly just now kept lingering in her head, making Erin's heart unable to calm down. She reached up to ruffle her messy hair, trying to dispel the confusion and the hard-to-name emotions enveloping her soul. Erin buried her face in the pillow and sighed helplessly, telling herself that the situation was terrible since she was now completely awake and had no way to catch any sleep. The next morning, Minjeol arrived at the Songwon Cram School and was immediately recognized by a female staff member who greeted him warmly. The young teacher said she had heard about him through his mother and joked that compared to Seoul, the building here was a bit small, making Minjeol only give an awkward smile in agreement. Following her along the hallway, Minjeol learned that the university prep class currently had 9 12th grade students, but very few came from his Sangak High School. Minjeol obediently received a stack of exam papers from the teacher, agreeing to the requirement to finish them before 7 in the evening. After pointing out the spot for snacks for students, the teacher opened the classroom door to a warm greeting from a female student. She joyfully introduced that coincidentally, there were 2 students in the class attending Sangak High School, making Minjeol look blankly. Gina unexpectedly appeared with a stunned expression. The teacher then told the 2 to try to get along and help each other. Minjeol was still in utter shock, freezing for a few seconds before the awkward presence of his old friend. Gina's face suddenly flushed with shyness. She mumbled his name, as if unable to believe her eyes. Outside the Songwon Cram School building, the intense study atmosphere began to envelope the students. During the class, the teacher stood on the podium asking a review question about the 3 key elements that make up a story. Gina quickly listed character, event, and setting, but her mind right now was only lingering around the name and Minjeol. Looking at the figure of her friend sitting thoughtfully in front of her, she kept wondering about the reason why he was present here. Gina sat in class, her mind troubled by an absurd doubt that had just flashed through her head. She secretly wondered if Minjeol had intentionally come to the exact same cram school that she was attending. But then Gina quickly brushed the thought aside, telling herself there was no reason for him to do that, right when Minjeol softly called her name. Her friend leaned close to her ear to whisper, thoughtfully asking if she wanted to borrow his correction tape. The unexpected offer startled Gina into turning around, her face flashing with a bit of blankness, mixed with confusion. As their hands lightly brushed against each other when transferring the item, Gina mumbled a thank you in indescribable awkwardness. She tightly held the correction tape in her hand, unable to help but wonder what Minjeol was actually intending. Her eyes stared blankly at the page filled with crossed-out marks, wondering if he had been secretly watching her this whole time. The silhouette of Minjeol smiling under the rain along with his assertion of wanting to become a person worthy of Aaron suddenly reappeared, making Gina's face harden, her gaze becoming deep as if she was secretly making a calculated decision. Gina was using the correction tape to cover up the words on the paper, secretly thinking that even this kindness of Minjeol was only an effort to get close to Aaron because he wasn't like this back in elementary school. The elevator doors opened. Minjeol startled, and admitted to Gina that he had absolutely no idea she was also attending this cram school. Gina frowned, thinking that she was the one who was more surprised, and then questioned why he appeared here, to which Minjeol could only reply that it was because his parents had chosen this place. When the elevator reached the first floor, Gina shared that she had also only started studying since the 12th grade, so her time with it hadn't been very long. Minjeol smilingly invited her to hang out together because he thought she had few friends, making Gina angrily fire back that she still had plenty of friends, and it wasn't like what he thought. The teenage boy smiled radiantly, sincerely confessing that he had been very worried because he feared he wouldn't be able to find any truly close friend here. Looking at Minjeol's innocent smile under the streetlights, Gina suddenly froze with the self-questioning thought of whether the 2 of them were considered close now. Standing to wait for the bus at the station, Gina curiously asked a question about whether his academic performance up until now hadn't always been in the excellent group. Minjeol was surprised and asserted that he had never revealed that, but Gina said she had heard friends say that he always topped the charts from his time in Seoul until middle school. Minjeol's eyes cast down slightly. He sadly revealed that because his exam scores dropped this time, he was forced by his parents to enroll in extra classes here. Gina looked at Minjeol with utter skepticism, irritably thinking to herself whether this could really be considered a drop in scores, a feeling of frustration just welling up inside her heart. Minjeol could only look down in gloom, explaining that he had been distracted after transferring schools, and that was probably the reason his academic performance went down. Gina silently observed her friend's facial expression, her eyes becoming sharp as if trying to search for some truth hidden behind those words. She suddenly realized that the word distracted he used was actually implying Ju Aaron, her legs swinging slightly in unease as she pieced everything together. Breaking the quiet atmosphere at the bus stop, Gina revealed having seen Minjeol walking home together with Aaron, making her friend startle and ask back in astonishment. Gina casually confirmed and closely questioned to see if that friend's current situation was doing all right. Minjeol fell into silence, his eyes flashing with a look of sadness and anxiety when thinking about the girl he always cared about. The image of Aaron's text message confessing that she also had free time on weekends suddenly appeared in his mind like a source of great motivation. Immediately, Minjeol burst into a bright, cheerful laugh, making Gina extremely surprised and confused at her friend's dizzyingly fast change of attitude. Gina stared intently at Minjeol with a highly suspicious look, clearly sensing the abnormality taking place right before her eyes. Looking at Minjeol's back, Gina secretly thought that she really hadn't expected him to change this much. She was worried because people were bad-mouthing him behind his back, but speaking it out directly made her feel extremely awkward. Breaking the silence, Minjeol softly spoke up to ask, causing Gina to suddenly turn to look at him with a highly hesitant expression. Gina unexpectedly asked a tough question, wanting to know what Minjeol would do if Ju Aaron was the one to proactively confess her love to him first. The boy blushed and stammered, asking why she brought that matter up again, but Gina still resolutely pressed him to be honest with his feelings. Minjeol grew silent and bowed his head in embarrassment, after a moment of hesitation, only mumbling back that he himself didn't clearly know. The image of Aaron quietly sitting alone came back, making him secretly affirm that as long as she agreed, he still yearned to be by her side. Gina's eyes suddenly became sharp and unusually serious. She emphasized that what she really wanted to say was, she put forward a horrifying hypothetical situation. What if Aaron confessed that she had killed someone? Would he choose to report to the police or secretly cover up that crime? Minjeol was stunned and questioned what kind of bizarre question that was, but Gina still coldly asserted that this was a completely necessary hypothesis. Gina bluntly admitted she didn't understand why Minjeol blindly devoted his feelings to Aaron like that, while emphasizing that not only her but everyone around thought so. Minjeol softly explained that Aaron was currently being driven into a corner and she just needed someone to lean on, rather than it being a blind devotion like everyone assumed. Immediately, Gina interrupted harshly, arguing that exactly that matter was dangerous, because obviously a psychologically unstable person would tend to cling to anyone beside them. She continued to drill deep into how others would view this relationship in a weird way, making Minjeol stunned, and then angrily questioned back what he was supposed to do right. He choked up and asked if she wanted him to also ignore and stop caring about Aaron like the other kids, causing Gina to startle and freeze before her friend's fierceness. Gina lowered her voice to explain that in her current state, having someone love and care for her like dating could inadvertently become a psychological burden to Aaron. That was the reason she posed the question about reporting or covering up the crime, but Minjeol immediately countered that the hypothesis itself already defaulted to Aaron being the guilty one. Gina looked straight into her friend's eyes, demandingly asking why he was the only one who dared to assert with absolute certainty about Aaron's innocence like that. She emphasized the brutal reality that except for him, everyone believed Aaron was the culprit, making Minjeol's heart feel suffocated because of the injustice toward the one he loved. He clenched his hands until they trembled, lowering his voice to firmly assert it was all just malicious rumors, and asked back in disappointment if Gina really believed in those things too. Gina glared and questioned Minjeol why he didn't believe the rumors, while he himself hadn't witnessed the incident that year with his own eyes either. Minjeol maintained a determined, silent expression, hitting back with a sentence that silenced his friend that Gina herself was in the exact same situation. The atmosphere at the bus stop suddenly became heavy and terrifyingly silent, as both were immersed in their own highly tense thoughts. Gina lightly bit her lip, her eyes showing clear confusion mixed with regret because her abruptness had driven the dialogue into a dilemma. Minjeol bowed his head in gloom, softly uttering an apology for accidentally making the atmosphere between the two of them suffocating. Gina hurriedly waved her hand to reassure him, admitting she had been too emotional and did not intentionally attack him with harsh words like, just now. Minjeol smirked sarcastically that he should have judged rationally like her, making Gina shiver upon realizing that he was truly furious. She broke into a cold sweat, quietly bowing her head without daring to utter another word before the terrifying coldness radiating from her friend. After a moment of silence, Minjeol unexpectedly spoke up to bring up the past with a highly serious attitude, making Gina startle. He looked straight into space, revealing the shocking information that right before that male student passed away, Aaron and that person seemed to have had a highly heated argument. Gina lowered her voice to reveal the terrifying information she heard from the crowd of students at Useok Middle School. They said that was the first time in their lives they saw a normally calm Ju Aaron able to scream so frantically like that. Even though no one knew the cause of the argument, the brutal truth was that the tragedy occurred less than a day right after that. Gina looked straight at Minjeol, putting forward a chilling hypothesis of whether Aaron had murdered that person because she hated them too much. She emphasized that even if Aaron didn't directly cause the death, she was certainly still deeply involved in this murder case. The image of a sullen Aaron along with the words about crime kept repeating like that in his mind, making Minjeol feel suffocated. As the bus just arrived, Gina told him to think very carefully because both were already seniors and he needed to focus on his studies at the center. She called out a piece of advice that if he wanted to date then wait until next year, and then the bus coldly rolled away. Standing quietly amidst the night street, Minjeol couldn't dismiss the information about the heated argument between Aaron and the victim from his head. He slowly walked, secretly reconfirming an important detail in his heart that the student who lost his life that year was a male student. Gina sat quietly on the late bus, her sad eyes reflecting through the glass window blurred by city streetlights. She secretly regretted her words just now, blaming herself for being too harsh when attacking Aaron without basis, something she hadn't intended to say at first. Recalling the image of Minjeol tightly clenching the hem of his shirt until he trembled, he had lowered his voice to ask her whether he should just close his eyes to Aaron's pain. Gina leaning her head tiredly against the window, her mind now was nothing but a mess after her close friend's violent reactions beyond expectations. Bus number 13 quietly rolled on the deserted Mountain Pass Road, carrying Gina's anxiety that perhaps she herself truly had no right to interfere in this matter. The morning sunlight of the new day began to warm the roofs, but the atmosphere seemed to still carry something a bit uneasy and mysterious. Minjeol appeared in a new outfit. He clumsily looked at the map on his phone to search for the address of an important appointment. He stopped in front of the Jenga Cafe, hidden behind remote streets, secretly wondering why this place was so isolated and hard to find to the point of making people suspicious. Suddenly, Minjeol's pupils contracted in terror, his heart beating wildly upon seeing a shocking scene unfolding right before his eyes. In that moment, Gina's highly tough question rang in his head again, questioning why he blindly trusted Aaron's innocence like that. In a daze, Minjeol softly uttered a late apology, a gray memory from his childhood rushing back to trouble his mind. He stood quietly under the pale sunlight, his sad eyes looking toward the far distance, as if trying to suppress the lingering pain tormenting his heart. Striding lonely on the empty road, Minjeol told himself he shouldn't dig up the past ever again, because he thought those weren't any good memories, right when he noticed a downcast old figure walking ahead. Suddenly his gaze stopped short when seeing a wallet lying lonely right under his feet on the path filled with fallen leaves. Minjeol hurriedly called out loudly to attract attention, while urgently chasing after the person who had just dropped the item. He held the wallet high in his hand, loudly informing the other party about the important item that had just been lost. The call made a little girl startle and turn around, her eyes wide with blankness, when seeing a stranger advancing toward her. The young boy Minjeol from his childhood panted heavily after the long distance, clumsily handing the pink wallet back to his peer. Realizing the item was hers, the little girl joyfully cried out in surprise while Minjeol mumbled an explanation that she had dropped it at the crosswalk just now. Aaron flashed a radiant smile and sent her sincere thanks, asking if he had picked it up from all the way back there and brought it here. That innocence made Minjeol freeze, his young heart knowing romance for the first time as his cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness. He quietly looked after Aaron's figure, who was both skipping along and humming a happy melody, secretly thinking to himself that she was truly beautiful. Minjeol still stood blankly observing from behind, silently assessing that this female friend was probably also around the same age as him. On the other side, Aaron was still engrossed in looking at the wallet in her hand with happy eyes, completely unaware that she had left a deep impression in his heart. Standing in the middle of the sun-drenched schoolyard of the 4th grade, the young boy wondered if the two happened to be studying together under the same school roof. Childhood memories returned with the image of Minjeol, who was a quiet boy, always withdrawn and easily lost in the noisy crowd. In that lonely world, he silently admitted to himself that he only had one friend he could truly open up to. The whole class's attention was then focused on the powerful Royal Knight card with its ability to destroy everything in its path. The boys gathered around to praise Beck-Heyman's incredible luck when he drew the ultra-rare card just this morning. Sitting quietly in a corner with a sad face, Minjeol told himself that he was just a fated child, always present but never truly cared for by anyone. Seeing this, Jinsu approached his desk and curiously asked if he had a hobby of collecting magic cards like everyone else. At Minjeol's timid denial, Jinsu looked quite regretful and clicked his tongue, saying that it was truly a huge miss. Right after that, the kind friend spread out a sparkling deck of cards and excitedly said that he had just acquired some really cool warrior cards and wanted to show them to him first. In the distance, the bustling atmosphere still surrounded Haemin's group as that knight card continued to be the center of all admiration. Minjeol looked at the cards in Jinsu's hands with a distant gaze, silently feeling the sincere care from the only friend who was always by his side. Under the quiet school roof, anyone could easily tell how much Jinsu longed for recognition from the boss, Haemin. Walking blankly down the hallway, Minjeol continuously heard gasps of awe praising Haemin's luck for possessing a new treasure. The smug Haemin held the rare card high and bragged to his lackeys that he had accidentally picked it up at the playground yesterday. Looking at the sparkling Iron Warrior card, the surrounding students could only marvel and regret not going to the playground earlier to seek a miracle. Minjeol stood watching from afar and suddenly called out Jinsu's name, causing his friend, who was sitting quietly in the classroom, to startle and turn around to respond. He anxiously approached and pressed Jinsu about the whereabouts of the special card that this friend had promised to show him yesterday, asking if it had been lost. Immediately, Jinsu jumped in panic, his face turning pale and sweat starting to pour down when facing his friend's questioning. He continuously waved his hands to deny Minjeol's concern, then awkwardly justified that he had already given that precious card to another friend. Minjeol went silent in shock. The image of the Iron Warrior card in Haemin's hand earlier returned, making his mind tangled with suspicion. Just then, Haemin suddenly rushed over and intimately threw his arm around Jinsu's shoulder, leaving Minjeol standing there stunned as he gradually realized the bitter truth behind the lie. Haemin gleefully put his arm around Jinsu and dragged him away to eat, leaving Minjeol standing there with a very forced goodbye. The boy stood quietly watching the backs of his two friends, an indescribable feeling of being left out surging in his heart. The image of the Iron Warrior card that Haemin had just bragged about kept haunting Minjeol's mind, arousing endless doubts. He was certain it belonged to Jinsu, because the scratch on the face of the card perfectly matched his memory. Standing in front of the quiet school, Minjeol silently wondered about the strange disappearance of the treasure from his best friend's hands. Unable to ignore it, he blocked Haemin's way and demanded that he explain clearly before the school bell rang. Minjeol bluntly pressed Haemin on where he had actually gotten that Iron Warrior card. He clearly showed a look of embarrassment, but stubbornly insisted that he had only stumbled upon it at the playground yesterday. Haemin started to lose patience. He glared, closed in, and threatened, asking if Minjeol was trying to accuse him. Despite the pressure, Minjeol still tried to explain the coincidence of the scratch and Jinsu's clumsy lie earlier. Haemin's rough hand suddenly grabbed Minjeol tightly by the collar, leaving the boy unable to react. He glared threateningly and scolded Minjeol for being a lowly loser who dared to suspect a boss like him. The whole hallway buzzed at the sight of Haemin declaring he wouldn't let any kid who dared to make him lose face off the hook. Looking at the opponent's panicked face and rapid breathing, the tyrant became even more smug as he asked if he wanted a taste of death. In the midst of peak tension, Eren suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, demanding that Haemin stop his rude behavior immediately. She stood up to protect her friend and loudly questioned what Haemin was doing, making him just resentfully curse and let go. Before leaving, the boss didn't forget to leave a bitter warning that if he ever caught Minjeol one more time, he would pay with his life. Facing Eren's anxious concern, Minjeol could only bow his head in shame and mumble that he was still fine. Even though Eren desperately wanted to take him to the infirmary for a checkup, the boy stubbornly refused and stared blankly at the back of the one who had just humiliated him. Sitting quietly in the classroom, Minjeol silently resolved to find every way to get the treasure card back for Jinsu to erase this injustice. Haemin hastily gathered his belongings and left immediately upon hearing his group of friends calling to play soccer outside the hallway. In a hidden corner nearby, Minjeol quietly observed every movement of the boss with eyes full of caution and anxiety. As soon as the locker was left open, the stacks of papers and belongings inside suddenly tumbled to the ground while Haemin's laughter gradually faded away. Amidst that mess, the sparkling Iron Warrior card suddenly appeared like solid evidence of the deceitfulness of the guy who had just left. Silently telling himself that he was the only one who could return the treasure to Jinsu, the boy quickly picked up the card and hid it deep inside his backpack. The feeling of tension made Minjeol's heart beat continuously as if it wanted to burst out of his chest when he walked away with a sweat-drenched face. He immediately ran toward the classroom, repeatedly calling Jinsu's name in hopes of handing back the precious card right away. However, the empty room made Minjeol disappointed to realize his friend had already gone home, so he told himself that waiting a little longer would be fine. Watching the school gradually sink into the sunset, he resolved to keep the card very carefully to hand it directly to Jinsu the next morning. When dawn just broke, Minjeol carried a heart full of suspense into the classroom and began searching for the silhouette of his best friend. Haemin sobbed and hid behind his arm in the middle of the classroom, turning the stolen card incident into a shocking and pressure-filled event. His fake sniffling was like knives cutting into Minjeol's heart, who was silently enduring extreme fear. The teacher stood at the podium with a stern face, demanding that all students sit in their seats and close their eyes tightly. The teacher announced that Haemin's most precious card had vanished into thin air, while directing a cold, sharp gaze toward Minjeol. He emphasized that stealing is an unforgivable act and threatened that there would be appropriate punishment for the culprit. The ironclad command rang out, forcing everyone to put their backpacks on their desks and their hands on their heads, as the teacher asserted he would personally search each one. He warned the person hiding the item in their backpack to brace themselves for the most terrible consequences if caught red-handed. Suddenly, the teacher stopped right in front of Minjeol's desk, sternly questioning why he still hadn't put his hands on his head. Sweat pouring down his pale face, Minjeol froze upon hearing the teacher declare that the search would begin with his very own backpack. And then the last shred of hope vanished as the Iron Warrior card was pulled out of his backpack by the teacher, right before the shock of the entire class. The teacher held up the card he had just found in the backpack and strictly asked how he intended to explain this item. Minjeol, drenched in sweat, stammered to affirm that he didn't steal it but was only trying to carry out a different intention. He thought to himself that the card originally belonged to Jinsu, and he only wanted to get it back to return it to his best friend. The teacher immediately turned to Jinsu to verify whether Minjeol's excuse was the truth or not. The best friend with a bandage on his face clearly showed awkwardness, sweat running down when facing the pressure from the teacher. Minjeol's heart felt like it was squeezing when he heard Jinsu coldly utter a denial of all his help. He even added a fatal stab by saying that he had gifted the card to Haemin and accused Minjeol of wanting to take it for himself. The disappointed teacher ordered Minjeol to stay behind for punishment, officially beginning a dark streak of days being bullied. The hatred exploded as textbooks were violently and contemptuously thrown onto his desk by the students. Haemin smiled smugly, holding Minjeol's textbook high, and challenged him to try and come get it back if he was brave enough. Haemin triumphantly held the book up and broadcasted to the whole class that Minjeol was back to his old ways of stealing again. The crowd of students chimed in with mocking laughter, sarcastically saying that this thief needed to be taught a proper lesson. Seizing the moment, Haemin shouted a command for Jinsu to quickly throw that textbook toward him immediately. He continued to cheer with excitement, reminding his accomplices to coordinate perfectly to ensure that Minjeol had no chance of touching the item. Standing before his only best friend, Minjeol desperately pleaded with Jinsu to have mercy and return his book to him. The only response to that plea was an avoiding gaze and a face drenched in guilty sweat from someone under pressure from the surrounding crowd. Finally, Jinsu decisively swung his arm and threw the book far away, leaving Minjeol rooted to the spot watching his belonging fly into the air. Haemin spared no words of praise for Jinsu's action as he ruthlessly tossed the item away like nothing more than a pile of garbage. As the silhouettes of those two gradually faded into the distance, Jinsu only dared to mutter a belated apology before hurriedly turning around and running away. Looking at the book lying isolated in a dirty puddle, Minjeol bitterly realized that now there was absolutely no one left on his side in this life. Minjeol stood isolated in the middle of the schoolyard, telling himself that he had now truly been abandoned and turned away by the whole world. He painfully realized that Jinsu, just to win favor with the boss, was willing to dump all the blame on him, leaving him with no chance to clear his name. The humiliation peaked when a female student in the class raised her hand to ask the teacher to change her seat, fearing that she would have her things stolen by a known thief like Minjeol. Amidst a contemptuous silence, the teacher spoke up to ask if anyone would volunteer to swap seats with Sumin. Immediately, Erin quietly put on her backpack and stepped forward while the teacher asked the two to start swapping places with each other. The little girl gave a radiant smile and proactively greeted Minjeol, shattering the layer of cold ice enveloping his soul. Responding to her greeting awkwardly, Minjeol was stunned when he heard the teacher ask the whole class to open their textbooks to page 83. Realizing Minjeol didn't have a book, Erin leaned over and gently offered if he wanted to share her textbook. Minjeol asked in astonishment if she was really okay with doing so, only to receive a resolute nod and Erin's agreement. Looking deep into those clear eyes, the boy tremblingly asked if she wasn't afraid that an outcast like him would take something precious from her. Erin tilted her head, looking at Minjeol with a confused gaze, then softly asked why she should worry about those baseless rumors. She gently reiterated her belief that Minjeol was only trying to return the card to Jinsu and had no other malicious intentions. Looking down at the textbook, Minjeol tremblingly asked if Erin truly trusted him and received a firm affirmation from her. The boy spaced out in shock, his eyes wide open as he stammered to ask the reason why she was so willing to stand by his side like that. Erin smiled a mysterious little smile, her gaze distant as if flipping through old memory pages to find an answer for him. She slowly began to explain the reason that made her always maintain an ironclad belief in the friend sitting next to her. Memories returned with the image of little Erin back, then looking deep into his eyes and affirming that he was definitely not that kind of bad person. Those words were like a blinding beam of light shining straight into his shattered soul, making the boy Minjeol completely stunned with emotion. It was that fateful sentence that pulled him out of the deep pit of despair, lighting up the dark path he had to walk alone. Returning to the present, Minjeol smiled brightly, thanking Erin for the cup of coffee, and silently cherished this rare peaceful moment beside the girl he loved. Erin appeared with a baseball cap obscuring her gaze. She embarrassedly confessed that she was actually the one who should be thankful for taking up her friend's entire weekend afternoon. Responding to that hesitation, Minjeol excitedly laid out a stack of review materials and suggested they both should start with math, despite confessing that he himself was also very confused about where to begin. The boy could not hide his confidence when introducing a comprehensive study plan from reviewing basic 10th grade knowledge to practicing skill-based exam questions, which left Erin thoroughly surprised. Erin began testing Minjeol's foundation with a question about functions, and she gently nodded in satisfaction upon seeing that the opponent still remembered pieces of old knowledge. The iced coffee cup gradually melted on the table, marking a peaceful beginning for the private group study session of the two friends after many years apart. Lines of text began filling the blank sheets of paper under the diligent pen, proving the effort to change and reconnect the bond that had once been broken. While Erin was absorbed in solving exercises, Minjeol occasionally rested his chin on his hand to admire her focused look with a special care. He gently bit his pen thoughtfully, tracking the study progress while silently observing the expressions of the girl sitting across from him. 30 minutes passed in absolute silence, as both were immersed in the world of knowledge and temporarily forgot about the existing pains. Minjeol directed his distant gaze toward Erin, silently wondering how she was feeling when having to face dry numbers after a long period of neglect. Erin quietly sat writing underneath the brim of her hat, the space around her seeming completely detached from everything. Minjeol intently observed his friend, indescribable emotions welling up inside him as he saw her still diligent with each page of the book. Erin looked up, her messy hair covering part of her face, but unable to hide the pensive look on that beautiful face. Minjeol could not contain his inner voice and softly called Erin's name, the sound seemingly melting into the quiet air of the study session. Erin was startled to realize the other's presence. She looked at him full of wonder and asked if he had just intended to say something. Minjeol's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. He immediately waved his hands to explain that he was just so caught up in looking at her that he spaced out completely. To cover up the embarrassment, Minjeol quickly pushed the book toward Erin and asked her to help look at a difficult question. She gently received the book, her eyes narrowing as she intently read the problem with an alluring absorption. Minjeol silently followed Erin's analysis, he remarked that this question was truly tricky and required mastering a lot of knowledge at the same time. When leaning down to look at Aaron's notebook, he suddenly smiled upon seeing the cute kitten drawings scribbled on the margin of the page. Aaron silently sketched the graph and began reviewing basic calculus concepts under the encouraging observation of the friend sitting opposite. Under the brim of the baseball cap, Aaron softly replied briefly and then continued to immerse herself in the world of dry numbers. Witnessing that action, Minjeol suddenly paused, a great doubt rising in his heart about his friend's strange change. From the secluded coffee shop to avoiding school, he painfully realized that Aaron was trying to use every way to become invisible to the eyes of the world. Realizing the less-than-friendly glares, Aaron gently adjusted the brim of her hat lower to hide her tired face. Looking at that focused appearance, Minjeol suddenly spaced out, his heart skipping a beat as old figures unexpectedly rushed back to occupy his mind. He was shocked to piece everything together, from choosing a secluded shop to her disappearance at lunchtime or Aaron's dense frequency of skipping school. Looking at the small figure of the girl diligently taking notes, Minjeol sorrowfully wondered if Aaron was trying by all means to become invisible to the world. From the secluded coffee shop to avoiding school, he painfully realized that Aaron was trying to use every way to become invisible to the world's sight. The study session ended on the poetic stone bridge. Aaron expressed her gratitude for finding the solution, while Minjeol affirmed that her talent always shone just as it did in the beginning. Minjeol flashed a radiant smile as he walked with Aaron under the green canopies, his laughter seemingly wanting to dispel the long-standing silence. When passing by a bustling food truck, he thoughtfully asked Aaron if she wanted to eat some spicy rice cakes that were still piping hot. Aaron froze, her eyes clearly showing bewilderment and anxiety upon seeing the crowd gathering happily by the stall. She hurriedly shook her head in refusal and reached up to pull the brim of her hat down to avoid stares, causing Minjeol to anxiously press if she was really okay. The atmosphere suddenly became so awkward that Aaron felt like she wanted to dissolve instantly to escape the attention of everyone around. Despite her face flushing with confusion, she asserted she was still fine and would eat after returning home, leaving Minjeol able only to stand and watch with concern. Looking at the small back hurriedly leaving, Minjeol bitterly realized that Aaron seemed to fear crowded places more than he thought. His eyes suddenly became pensive as thoughts about the isolation Aaron was enduring began to invade his mind. Memories returned with the image of Gina angrily questioning whether Minjeol had ever thought about the judging eyes of the public when seeing the two of them walking together. The bitter warning of the old friend rang out like a splash of cold water, asserting that getting close to Aaron at this time would only bring disaster. Minjeol fell silent, contemplating the truth that was gradually revealing itself through the sad eyes of the girl standing in front of him. He silently wondered if Aaron was intentionally keeping her distance from the crowd because she was afraid they would unleash their anger onto him. Aaron gently turned her head to remind the other that there was no need to be so cautious, leaving Minjeol able only to blankly ask back with a highly confused look. Suddenly, memory clips rushed back with the image of a boy laughing radiantly on a swing in the middle of a playground full of summer sun. He blankly called Aaron's name as he saw the silhouette of the little girl from years ago gently pushing the swing for him on a distant sunset afternoon. Returning to reality, Minjeol unexpectedly spoke up to invite Aaron to try sitting on the swing once again, which caught the girl completely by surprise. Under the brim of her hat, Aaron's face suddenly flushed pink. She maintained absolute silence, making the surrounding atmosphere incredibly strange. Minjeol told himself that the silence was an implicit agreement because he felt that Aaron truly wanted to experience that feeling again. His gaze suddenly became deep and filled with empathy, as if silently promising to become the sturdiest support for this poor girl. Minjeol gently stepped closer and offered to push the swing for her, while encouraging Aaron to bravely try opening her heart once more. Aaron anxiously looked around and then hesitantly reminded him of the presence of the people around them, but Minjeol quickly reassured her not to mind them. He looked at her with affectionate eyes and firmly asserted that no one would bother to notice or judge the actions of the two of them right now. Aaron's eyes widened slightly in surprise, as if the other's sincerity was beginning to move her soul, which had been closed off for a long time. Minjeol slowly reached out to grab the swing ropes, preparing to fulfill his promise of bringing a little joy to the girl he loved. He bent down slightly to push the swing forward and thoughtfully asked if this speed was enough to make her comfortable, receiving a very soft reply of agreement. The swing began to soar into the air, tearing through the quiet atmosphere and carrying away the anxieties weighing heavily on her small shoulders. Midst the roaring wind blowing through her hair, Erin gently closed her eyes to enjoy a rare sense of freedom and silently exclaimed that the wind today was truly wonderful. The swing's rhythm got higher and higher, creating soft curves in the deserted playground, where only two souls were gradually drawing closer to each other. She hurriedly reached up to hold the brim of her hat tightly so it wouldn't be blown away by the wind, while trying to hide the mixed emotions welling up in her heart. Minjeol became even more enthusiastic. He flashed a radiant smile and announced he would push a bit harder, not forgetting to tell Erin to hold on tight to the ropes. The swing began to move powerfully, tearing through the quiet atmosphere of the playground at dusk. Her gaze wavered slightly as she looked deep into the sincere face of her old friend, making all psychological barriers seem to begin to dissolve. Erin looked up at the immensely high sky with emotional eyes, silently enjoying the absolute freedom that she had long yearned for. She hurriedly tightened her grip on the iron chains to keep her balance, feeling the intense vibrations spreading from the palm of her hand to her very core. In midair, the baseball cap suddenly slipped off her head and soared with the wind, leaving a soul completely absorbed in finding a piece of happy memory. Realizing he had accidentally pushed too hard, Minjeol frantically reached out intending to stop the swing, but everything was already out of control. Realizing he had accidentally pushed too hard, Minjeol frantically reached out intending to stop the swing, but everything was already out of control. The thudding sound of impact on the ground startled Minjeol, his face changing color as he instinctively sensed an accident had just occurred. Erin tumbled to the ground and cringed in pain, leaving Minjeol able only to scream her name in extreme regret and anxiety. He hurriedly helped Erin sit down on a stone ledge and thoughtfully asked if she could stand steadily, receiving a soft groan about a sharp pain in her ankle. Minjeol repeatedly apologized to Erin for getting too excited and accidentally pushing the swing so hard that it caused her injury, while the girl still tried to assert she was fine. Looking at the other's extremely worried appearance, Erin smiled gently to reassure him and asserted that she was truly fine to dispel the tense atmosphere. Minjeol's eyes suddenly widened as he caught the rare smile of his friend, a peaceful moment that he had been looking forward to for a very long time. He was shocked to realize that since they reunited, this was the first time he saw Erin reveal such a warm and genuine emotion. Minjeol's gaze softened. He silently blamed himself for how he could smile happily while he was the one who had caused her pain. To make amends, he immediately stood up and announced he would go find the nearest pharmacy to buy medicine as well as some water for her. Minjeol told Erin to just sit still and rest, promising that he would return immediately, which left the little girl spaced out. He hurriedly turned his back to leave, but still didn't forget to reiterate his promise to return soon, despite Erin's highly dependent gaze following his back. Suddenly, a small, trembling hand reached out and tightly grabbed the hem of Minjeol's shirt, as if wanting to hold onto the only ray of hope in her life. Erin desperately spoke up to ask if the two of them could just stay beside each other like this, because she didn't want to face loneliness for even one more moment. Erin looked up at Minjeol with an imploring gaze. The little girl softly pleaded with him to stay by her side, instead of going to find a pharmacy. Faced with his friend's unexpected weakness, Minjeol blushed slightly and stood frozen in confusion, mixed with a surging sense of sorrow. Both sat quietly under the green canopy, each with their own thoughts, making the surrounding space suddenly become strangely silent. Erin tried to pick herself up and asserted she could still walk, causing Minjeol to anxiously follow her every small movement. The little girl playfully turned around to prove she was fine with brisk steps, but Minjeol still didn't stop doubting her injury. All of a sudden, Erin dashed forward, leaving Minjeol standing blankly watching her silhouette gradually fade away into the evening sun. But then she collapsed with a painful groan, causing Minjeol to rush over in a panic and scold her for why she wouldn't listen to him and rest. Looking at the sky gradually turning dark, Minjeol pensively thought that Aaron must be very hungry after an afternoon full of incidents. He stood blankly observing Aaron's lonely figure from behind, his mind tangled as he didn't know what to do to help her escape from hunger. Gently touching his forehead with exhaustion, Minjeol felt helpless before the ironic situation of both of them right now. Minjeol softly called Aaron's name when he saw she was still sitting blankly on the ground, a feeling of sorrow surging inside him after the recent incident. He decided to bend down low and suggested that Aaron quickly climb onto his back so he could carry her out of here. Aaron looked up with eyes heavy with melancholy, softly reminding him that the time right now was already too late. Responding to that hesitation, Minjeol firmly asserted that he would bring her safely all the way home before the darkness completely enveloped them. The fifth-grade classroom suddenly became abuzz when curious friends asked Aaron about her long-desired ideal type. Hearing that question, the boy Minjeol was startled, his face briefly flashing a look of extreme anxiety and confusion. He diligently cleaned the windows while holding his breath, eavesdropping on the group of friends urging Aaron not to delay and quickly reveal the secret. Minjeol's hands paused in tension as the friends switched to interrogating whether there was someone in the school she truly liked. While Aaron looked into the distance to consider, Minjeol's heart began to beat rapidly with nervousness and anticipation. Aaron's radiant smile and her affirmation that she didn't like anyone left Minjeol secretly feeling full of disappointment. The group of friends continued to criticize the standard of a kind person as too vague and pressed her on whether she cared about physical appearance. Aaron suddenly paused as if she just realized something important, then excitedly cheered when she found the answer. Minjeol widened his eyes in amazement, silently watching every tiny expression on his friend's face. Aaron clasped her hands earnestly and daydreamed about a strong, reliable person who would be ready to step up and protect her whenever she was in danger. Minjeol looked at his own skinny arms, his heart full of an inferiority complex about his long-standing weakness. He stood before the mirror, silently observing his small frame and wondering how to become as strong as the ideal type Aaron expected. Determined to change, he put all his effort into doing his first push-ups, but his body quickly trembled and collapsed from exhaustion. Sprawled on the bed in despair, Minjeol bitterly told himself that he was truly doomed because he was too weak. The anxiety weighed even heavier when he realized he had no advantage in height at all, right as the school intercom asked the whole class to start the group exercise. His partner turned around to look at him with a defiant gaze, making Minjeol just grit his teeth and endure his inferiority. In the middle of the bustling schoolyard, couples started performing the exercise of lifting their partners high up. Suddenly, Minjeol was lifted into the air, struggling in a panic as he abruptly lost the foothold beneath his feet. The other boy lifted Minjeol up while laughing in delight, mocking that he was as light as air. Minjeol could only bewilderedly beg the other guy to quickly put him down amidst the malicious teasing of the friends around him. The teacher blew the whistle, sternly reminding the whole class to stop messing around, while Minjeol secretly envied Beckhamon's superior strength. He gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliation of having to witness someone else showing off their strength right in front of Aaron, the girl he cherished the most. In the late afternoon, the cool stream of water quietly seeped into the roots of the rubber tree in a quiet corner of the schoolyard. Minjeol held the watering can alone, reassuring himself that embarrassing himself in front of her was nothing new, when he suddenly froze at the sound of a call. Aaron unexpectedly appeared from behind and curiously asked if it was true he still hadn't prepared to go home at this hour. Minjeol blushed and awkwardly explained that today he had the duty of watering the plants, which made Aaron a bit surprised. She stepped closer, leaning her face in to curiously observe the actions of her friend who was trying to hide his embarrassment. Seeing Minjeol sweating profusely and looking tense, Aaron anxiously asked if something was wrong with him. He hesitantly asked if Aaron wanted to try experiencing this job, and she immediately cheered with excitement at getting to share the task with him. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Minjeol quietly continued the work of caring for the green potted plants. Aaron held her breath, asking if she was doing it right, and received sincere praise from Minjeol. Seeing Aaron worried that she was getting in the way of the work, Minjeol hurriedly reassured her that she was helping him a lot. Suddenly, Aaron moved closer and softly whispered that Minjeol was actually much stronger than his appearance suggested. That compliment made him blush furiously, while she continued to marvel at how he lifted the heavy potted plants in such a masculine way. Excited by her friend's strength, Erin came up with the idea of redoing the morning exercise with him. She excitedly suggested that Minjeol try lifting her up just like the other couples had done. Despite Minjeol's immense hesitation, Erin firmly insisted that he wouldn't need to apologize even if she accidentally fell to the ground. Their hands intertwined tightly with determination. Minjeol held his breath and asked if she was truly ready for this challenge. With a face flushed red from embarrassment and nervousness, he began to use all his strength to lift Erin high up. Minjeol loudly counted the beat and lifted Erin into the air, making her exclaim in amazement at his unexpected strength. The events that unfolded afterward gradually blurred in his mind, but there was still one memory he always remembered as clear as day. It was the warm feeling radiating from Erin's back when he volunteered to give her a piggyback ride, walking under the dim streetlights. In the quiet space, Erin softly called Minjeol's name, making him gently turn his head to listen to his friend's confidences. She timidly asked if she was too heavy, but Minjeol immediately denied it and reminded her that she needed to pay attention to eating more. He anxiously observed Erin's thin shirt and thoughtfully asked if she was feeling cold from the night breezes. Erin avoided his gaze and softly replied that she was fine, not forgetting to ask about his condition in return. Erin's hands squeezed Minjeol's shoulders tightly while he silently affirmed that he didn't feel cold at all either. The stream of memories suddenly rolled back to 5 minutes prior, when the atmosphere between the two was still full of awkwardness. Minjeol quietly knelt down and firmly requested Erin to climb onto his back, so he could take her home after her painful fall. That highly masculine proposal left Erin stunned, her eyes widening in amazement at her friend's protection and care. Erin tried to force herself up, affirming that she was still fine and could walk by herself without needing help. She limped along, worried that they had wasted too much time, and if they continued, they would miss the last bus. Standing behind and observing her back, Minjeol gently called Erin's name, making her stop and turn her head to look at him questioningly. He hesitantly asked if the real reason she absolutely refused to let him carry her on his back was it because she feared the judgmental stares of people around them would be drawn toward the two of them. Erin was momentarily flustered and then looked away, softly replying that the situation wasn't exactly what he was thinking. Her face clearly showed a look of melancholy along with hidden sorrows that were hard to put into words when facing Minjeol's care. He expressed his fear that if other students caught them walking together, it would only bring more trouble to her life. Minjeol's gaze became more resolute than ever, secretly resolving not to let the painful past repeat itself once again. He suddenly asked Erin to stand still for a moment, leaving her to just stare blankly at her friend's every move. Minjeol unexpectedly lifted Erin up, causing her to exclaim in panic as she hadn't mentally prepared for such an abrupt action. He happily carried her on his back and reassured her that she was actually light as a feather, not heavy at all like what she always feared. Minjeol firmly asserted that if the only reason she hesitated was the fear of others staring, then he had even more reason to protect her. He walked in silence and expressed that he didn't care at all about the gossiping behind his back, nor did he feel the slightest bit tired. With a broad and sturdy back, Minjeol secretly determined to let the whole world see how proud he was to walk with her so openly like this. Erin gently rested her head on his shoulder and said that he didn't need to go to such lengths, but still didn't forget to send a deeply moving thank you. In a shy moment, Erin suggested she hold on tighter because Minjeol's height made her feel a bit dizzy being so high up. Just as the atmosphere was getting warm, a roaring engine sounded, startling both of them into turning back to look at the deserted road. The bus coldly glided by and disappeared behind the distant mountains, leaving Minjeol panicked, wondering if that was the last bus. He held his breath to check the app on his phone, then bitterly confirmed that their last hope had vanished, leaving them both alone in the night. The two sat down to discuss their direction as Minjeol worriedly asked if Erin's house was truly too far to walk back to. Looking at the desolate road ahead, he pensively realized he had no other choice since all transportation had stopped operating. Minjeol reconfirmed Erin's home address, then firmly demanded she climb onto his back so he could carry her home because her legs were injured. Even as Erin tried to resist to walk on her own, he sternly warned her about the dangers of this dark stretch of road without a single street lamp. Erin lowered her head with a sense of guilt, secretly thinking she couldn't let Minjeol suffer for a whole hour and fearing he would get hurt because of her. Minjeol looked at her with resolute eyes, blaming himself for being the one who caused her pain, thus having the responsibility to take care of her until the end. Suddenly, he reached out and tightly grasped Aaron's small hand as a solid promise amidst the night. Noticing his friend's hesitation, Minjeol softened his voice and proposed an alternative way for the two of them to move forward together. He suggested Aaron hold his hand and told her to hold on very tight as an anchor just in case he misstepped on the road. That intimate gesture made Minjeol's face flush deep red from shyness, his heart beating wildly as he felt the warmth from her hand intertwining tightly with his. After a moment of deliberation, Aaron finally spoke up softly, agreeing to let Minjeol lead her down the lonely road. Under the dim moonlight, the sound of their footsteps crunched on the asphalt road, blending with the throbbing beats of their hearts. The two quietly intertwined their hands tightly, stepping forward together through the space enveloped by the darkness of the roadside forest trees. Minjeol's face suddenly flushed bright red from shyness upon realizing the exceedingly intimate closeness with the girl he had secretly loved for so long. Their hands gripped each other tightly, the warm feeling from the other's palm acting like a soothing medicine for their turbulent souls. Minjeol looked up at the night sky and internally marveled at how incredibly dark the surrounding area was. The deserted road had no sign of a single passing vehicle, creating a stillness so profound that their footsteps echoed all along the path. He swallowed nervously upon realizing his hands were sweating profusely, terrified that his friend would notice his awkwardness. Aaron softly spoke up to dispel the suffocating atmosphere, confessing that this was the first time she had actually set foot on the road she had previously only seen through the glass window. Minjeol nostalgically recalled the memory of the bus ride from years ago and smiled when Aaron clearly remembered how he used to get off exactly 3 stops after her. Minjeol curiously asked if they had started getting close since their middle school years. Aaron gently shook her head, saying that they had actually been attached since elementary school, and asked back if he also considered that as being close. Minjeol awkwardly waved his hands to explain, because previously he always secretly thought he was the only one who unilaterally felt that closeness. Erin's face turned slightly pink as she admitted she started having special realizations about this relationship around middle school. Suddenly, Erin misstepped, making her stumble and almost fall. She hurriedly corrected herself, saying she had misspoken and expressed her previous thought wrong. Minjeol quickly grabbed hold of Erin and worriedly checked on her condition while she tried to reassure him that she was fine and didn't dislocate anything. Looking down at the rough, rocky road surface, he realized this path hadn't been maintained at all and reminded both of them to be extremely careful. Minjeol hurriedly turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the way, but Aaron stopped him out of fear that the device would quickly run out of battery in the middle of the dark night. He firmly insisted that it didn't matter even if his phone died, then hesitated, intending to say something deeper and more profound. Aaron softly squeezed Minjeol's hand tighter and gently confessed that she actually preferred the feeling of walking hand in hand with him like this. Minjeol froze, his eyes widening in astonishment and his face blushing deeply at Aaron's affectionate confession. He hurriedly walked ahead to hide his embarrassment, muttering an explanation that his eyes had gradually adjusted to the dark, so they needed to save phone battery. Suddenly, Minjeol misstepped and stumbled, causing Aaron to gasp in panic and anxiously ask if he was okay. To regain his composure, Minjeol suggested they both stop and rest for a moment on a large rock by the roadside before continuing their journey. While their hands were still lingeringly touching each other, Aaron suddenly exclaimed in awe as she looked up at the space above. A brilliant sky full of sparkling stars appeared, like an unexpected gift for two souls drawing closer together in the middle of the night. Aaron curiously asked if his time living in glamorous Seoul had allowed him to witness this beautiful sight, only to receive a shake of the head from Minjeol. She pensively looked down at their hands and softly contemplated that the darker the sky, the more brilliantly the stars would shine. Looking into Aaron's sad eyes, Minjeol boldly asked about her actual life at her old school Useok, which was full of rumors and scandals. Aaron sighed distantly, subtly reproaching him that it took several weeks after their reunion following 5 years of separation for him to muster the courage to ask her that. Minjeol scratched his head and embarrassedly apologized for his excessive curiosity, but Aaron just gently reassured him that everything was fine. Aaron lowered her face in thought, softly confiding that she actually had some incredibly wonderful times there. Looking up at the sparkling starry sky, she nostalgically recalled the kind new friends and the countless exciting experiences she had gone through. Minjeol listened quietly, an indescribable emotion suddenly welling up in his heart as he saw his friend's lonely back. He looked up at the vast sky with a contented smile, affirming that his biggest goal was to get into college with her. Aaron was stunned by his confession that the thought of a future encounter was what he looked forward to most in his life. In the quietness of the dark night, Minjeol sincerely expressed his overwhelming happiness at finally being able to be by her side like this. Aaron silently turned her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were trying to suppress the intense waves of emotion inside her. She looked up at the distant Milky Way and softly exclaimed that this reality brought about an incredibly strange and unbelievable feeling. Aaron helplessly bowed her head, choking up as she asked why, after everything, Minjeol could still be so forgiving and treat her this well. Aaron's question suddenly awakened the deepest, most hidden sentiment that had been smoldering in Minjeol's mind. That was exactly what he had always yearned to ask his close friend throughout all those long years. The image of the little girl Aaron from the past, with her angelic smile and warm tolerance, suddenly rushed back vividly in his memory. He secretly thought that perhaps Aaron's reason and his own true feelings were never alike at all. Their hands lightly touched on the rock like an invisible bridge connecting two throbbing hearts. In Minjeol's mind, there was only one answer left now, and he decided not to keep running away anymore. Amidst the quiet space, he gathered all his courage to confess that he really liked her, causing the atmosphere to freeze in an instant. Aaron froze, her eyes widening in sheer amazement and her face blushing deeply from this overwhelmingly sweet emotional shock. Minjeol was also startled and shocked, his breathing becoming heavy as he realized the abruptness of his own words. He panicked and stepped back, questioning himself in extreme fear that he had just officially confessed his feelings to her. Sweat beaded on Minjeol's face as Aaron's question suddenly sparked a long-held desire for an answer. Looking quietly at Aaron's back, he inwardly realized this was the very question he had always intended to ask her his whole life. The image of a young Aaron with a radiant smile suddenly flashed back, making him wonder why she had chosen to treat him so well that day. Minjeol quietly turned away, secretly thinking that perhaps her reason from the past and his present feelings were fundamentally, completely different. Their hands lightly touched, and he bitterly realized the profound difference in both of their emotions at this moment. He gathered all his courage to speak up, because deep down there was only a single answer surging fiercely now. In the silent space, Minjeol officially confessed that he really liked her, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. Aaron froze, her eyes widening in astonishment and her face blushing brightly from this incredibly sweet emotional shock. Minjeol was also terrified, sweat dripping down as he realized he had just slipped up and blurted out his hidden secret. Aaron silently bowed her head, letting her hair cover her face, and timidly asked the reason why he could have feelings for her. Aaron slightly turned back in wonder, softly asking why Minjeol had suddenly let go of their tightly held hands. Minjeol blushed and lowered his head in utter embarrassment, softly admitting that the reason was because his hands were sweating too much from nervousness. Aaron smiled gently, taking the initiative to reach out her hand and playfully suggesting he try touching it to see that hers was also soaking wet. Their hands once again found each other, the spreading warmth making their recent embarrassment instantly vanish into the night. Aaron gently squeezed Minjeol's fingers and affirmed that she herself was sweating just as much as he was. She looked straight into her friend's eyes with a flushed face, softly whispering that what he had just feared was entirely true. Amidst the quiet space, Aaron gently felt and praised the incredibly comforting warmth radiating from Minjeol's hand. But then she suddenly noticed his hand becoming cold and asked with concern, making Minjeol shyly admit that he was shivering a bit. He hastily started to take off his outer shirt to give it to her, but Aaron immediately voiced her refusal of that gesture of care. Aaron lowered her face to let her hair hide her gaze, softly confiding that what she truly desired right now was more than just a warm shirt. Aaron lowered her face in deep shyness, her hands tightly intertwined with Minjeol's as she softly confessed that if they just stayed closely together like this, then the warmth from each other would help them dispel the freezing cold of the dark night. That affirmation left Minjeol completely frozen because it was so overwhelmingly sweet. Under the silent night, the desolate trail winding through the thicket of trees seemed to pave the way for a fateful encounter. Minjeol felt his heart racing as their hands intertwined tightly, the nervousness causing sweat to subtly bead on his fingers. The boy looked away in embarrassment with a flushed face, silently wondering what the welling emotions in his chest truly meant at this moment. Amidst the dark forest, Erin nestled close to Minjeol and rested her head on his shoulder with full trust, creating a deeply intimate scene. Minjeol panicked upon realizing his palms were drenched in sweat and clumsily confessed his worry that it would make her uncomfortable. Contrary to his anxiety, Erin looked up slightly and gently affirmed that his hands gave her a wonderfully warm feeling. He hesitantly asked if he truly deserved to be this close to her, only to receive her caring reply that she was just afraid he was cold. Erin's eyes suddenly grew profound as she looked straight at Minjeol and hesitantly said there was something she really wanted to express. In the suffocating atmosphere of their closeness, a sweating and tense Minjeol stuttered, asking for permission to take his hand out from under the blanket. The girl's soft agreement echoed under the starlit sky, officially erasing all distance and the last bit of reserve between the two. Erin clearly felt the intense agitation in her heart whenever she heard his voice. It seemed every whispered word had the power to make her tremble. Minjeol's face flushed bright red, his eyes wide with embarrassment as the clear voice of the girl he secretly loved kept echoing and lingering in his ears. The boy's heartbeat felt like it would explode when his hand gently cupped Erin's smooth cheek, leaving him unable to maintain his usual composure. Minjeol's eyes were filled with astonishment mixed with confusion at this sudden extreme closeness, causing cold sweat to start forming on his forehead. Erin stayed silent, letting him cradle her face with his trembling hands, her dark eyes looking deep into his as if searching for an answer. The awkwardness reached its peak, making Minjeol's face turn pale with tension. He seemed to be struggling fiercely with his inner emotions. In his mind right now, there was only the very real sensation of softness, mixed with a slight dampness from the skin of the girl right beside him. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, Minjeol was about to suggest taking things further, but Erin quickly spoke up, saying she was just teasing him. He hurriedly brushed off his extreme embarrassment by caringly asking if she was feeling cold to soothe his erratic heartbeat. Erin slightly narrowed her eyes at Minjeol with a hidden meaning, then casually remarked that he still seemed to be trembling a bit in her presence. Minjeol's eyes widened in horror when he felt her breath right next to him. In the silent night enveloping the deserted road, two solitary figures sat quietly by the roadside, as if waiting for something to happen. His trembling hand gently touched Erin's smooth earlobe, lightly tucking away a stray lock of hair to get a better look at the face of the girl he loved. In that moment, both stood rooted to the spot, looking deep into each other's eyes. The space suddenly became suffocating due to their wildly beating hearts and rising shyness. Minjeol slowly moved closer until the warmth from Erin's skin spread through his mind, making him seemingly unable to contain the intense emotions burning within. When their lips were just an inch apart and a passionate kiss was about to begin to prove their feelings, suddenly a bus rushed past at breakneck speed, its glaring headlights tearing through the newly blossomed romantic atmosphere. The bus coldly rolled away, fading into the darkness of the woods, leaving the dirt road back to its original tranquility. Under the starry sky, even a stray cat quietly observed the rocky romance of the young couple caught in a half-crying, half-laughing situation. Now Minjeol and Erin could only sit with their backs to each other in a deeply awkward silence, neither daring to utter a word after the unfortunate incident. Both were immersed in extreme embarrassment, their faces flushed with beads of nervous sweat rolling down after the moment they almost touched lips. Minjeol stood rooted to the spot with his mind completely blank. He could only stammer meaningless sounds as his heartbeat refused to settle down. Erin hastily broke the stifling atmosphere by urging that it was too late, and they both needed to get up and leave immediately. The petite girl sprinted ahead, causing Minjeol to chase after her in a panic, calling out loudly and telling her to wait for him a little bit. Amidst utter confusion, Erin suddenly stopped and pointed out that Minjeol was leading her in the wrong direction, leaving the boy frozen in embarrassment. Under the dim streetlights of the night, he hesitantly double-checked whether turning this way was actually the right path. Minjeol didn't forget to turn around and remind Erin to be very careful where she stepped, urging her to hurry up to get home in time. Reaching their parting point, Aaron gently motioned that she would go that way, leaving Minjeol standing behind with a chest still pounding intensely. He worriedly told her to go inside quickly lest she catch a cold, while Aaron shyly replied that she would text him once she got in. The girl's slender figure gradually walked away and completely disappeared into the silent night, closing out an evening filled with unforgettable turbulence and emotions. Minjeol quietly watched her slender silhouette fading away, his heart full of worry, silently wondering if she could safely get home by herself in the dark night. He ruffled his hair with a face flushed from embarrassment, his mind still reeling from the intense vibrations that had just occurred between them. Unable to hold back, he called out Aaron's name, making the girl startle and turn her head to look with a look of pure astonishment. Minjeol hurried closer and sincerely offered that, if she allowed, he wanted to walk her all the way to her door for his own peace of mind. Faced with such care, Aaron clearly showed confusion on her face and hastily declined, insisting she could still handle everything on her own. The boy stubbornly reiterated that her injured leg was his fault, but Aaron unexpectedly raised her voice to stop him, causing the atmosphere to suddenly fall into a deeply awkward silence. Realizing she had been a bit harsh, the girl lowered her head slightly, avoiding his gaze, and softly reaffirmed once more that everything was truly fine. Aaron apologized and said goodbye to head inside, leaving Minjeol standing in a daze, watching her with eyes full of disappointment. He trudged alone down the quiet street, his heavy footsteps carrying a sense of letdown and a loneliness slowly creeping into his soul. Night completely fell, enveloping the high-rise buildings, bringing to a close a day filled with the messy, emotional roller coaster of the young couple. Minjeol softly turned the doorknob, stepping into the dark room with a heavy heart after the eventful date. He blankly closed the door. It seemed the echoes of the emotions he'd just experienced were still enveloping his mind relentlessly. The boy collapsed onto the bed in endless torment, silently telling himself he shouldn't have blurted out those abrupt words at the very end. He scratched his head in utter regret for accidentally ruining a wonderful evening just because of his own lack of restraint. The memory of their warm and genuine hand-holding suddenly rushed back, making his heart tremble once again. Minjeol tightly shut his eyes in agony, his face flushing bright red from the belated shame tormenting every cell of his body. He couldn't somehow dispel the image of his hands cradling Aaron's cheeks, a moment so close it was suffocating. Suddenly springing up from the bed with rapid breaths, Minjeol panicked upon realizing he had almost completely lost his rationality. He cursed himself for being a lunatic to have dared lean in and try to give her a kiss on a whim. Even so, his eyes still clearly showed a sense of agitation as he silently recalled that in that moment, it felt like everything around them had stopped. Minjeol thought to himself that if Aaron hadn't actively stepped back to avoid it, that moment on the deserted road would have taken a different turn. He stared intently at the items in the bathroom and told himself that if the things separating them hadn't been the water, things wouldn't have been left unfinished. In the boy's mind right now, a bold hypothesis emerged about whether that passionate kiss would have truly stopped there. He hurriedly splashed his face at the sink, using the cool water to extinguish the dark thoughts relentlessly burning in his head. Even with droplets of water still lingering on his face, Minjeol couldn't deny the truth that his heart was fluttering more intensely than ever. He believed that even though he hadn't received an official answer to his confession, the fact that Aaron also gripped his hand tightly was a profoundly hopeful sign. Meanwhile, Aaron was quietly drying her hair and getting lost in messy streams of thought about the actions of her old friend. She looked at herself in the mirror with troubled eyes, silently asking whether she too had truly started to develop feelings for him. Minjeol delivered a hard slap to his own face to sober up, trying to chase away the far-fetched illusions driving his mind crazy. He decided to flop onto the bed and force himself to sleep immediately before his brain could imagine any more bizarre things. Minjeol lay blankly on the bed, letting the silence envelop his chaotic mind after a highly eventful night. He recalled the weighty warning that Aaron was under immense psychological pressure and his rushing forward would only add to her burden. The image of a melancholic Aaron admitting her fear of having to rely completely on him kept returning, squeezing the young man's heart. His eyes suddenly narrowed in deep thought. He seemed to have found a crucial knot in this rocky relationship. Looking out the window, Minjeol silently blamed himself for always avoiding the truth just to protect Aaron from past traumas. But then he realized if he continued letting things sink deep into ignorance, the two of them would never have a real future. It was precisely the ambiguity and hidden secrets that were the sharpest weapons capable of completely destroying the fragile soul of the girl he loved. Minjeol decided to reach out and pull an old yearbook from the bookshelf, quietly resolving to peel back every layer of the truth that had been buried for so long. He flipped through each page, trying to find a familiar name at Useok School to begin the journey of seeking justice for Aaron. His gaze stopped at an old photo of Jinsu and Heyman, two friends once bound by an eternal promise who now became the very first clues. Minjeol deduced that if those two old friends hadn't left town, it was highly likely they were attending Useok High School. Looking back at the group photo, he realized neither attended the same middle school, so suddenly showing up and befriending them now would be extremely difficult. Even knowing he would face awkwardness, Minjeol firmly believed that only those who were once at Useok knew exactly what had happened to Aaron. Standing silently in the dark room, he told himself he needed to do something instead of just standing by watching the girl he loved drown in pain. Under the dim moonlight, Aaron stared blankly out the window while Minjeol officially made up his mind to track down those old friends at all costs. The school landscape in the early morning appeared completely silent under the pale sky, signaling the start of a new day with lingering agitation from last night. Aaron quietly appeared by the door, wearing a tight mask and gently bringing a hand to cover her cough, as if trying to hide the exhaustion overwhelming her frail body. Inside the classroom, there was still not a single soul. The rows of desks and chairs sat motionless, welcoming the brilliant morning sunlight shining down on the floor. The petite girl reached out to lift her backpack and silently told herself that she hadn't been able to sleep for a single second throughout the long night. Because her mind was so chaotic, she had decided to come to school very early to find a private space for herself amidst the deserted hallways. Aaron sat huddled alone on the wooden stairs, her lonely and melancholic figure seemingly drowning in her own infinite sadness. Her eyes clearly showed her torment behind the mask covering her face. It seemed every thought at this moment made her heart clench even more. The image of Minjeol, with his unwavering gaze and his confession that he liked her, kept returning to her mind, igniting extreme confusion. She instinctively brought her hand to tightly grip the chest of her shirt due to a suffocating feeling, painfully realizing that in that fateful moment, she had completely frozen. Sitting quietly by the light-filled window, Aaron scolded herself for being a massive fool for not being able to utter a single word in response to his sincerity. Aaron blankly told herself that she had once been happier than anyone, but her selfishness after learning of his feelings left her inevitably tormented. Standing at the boundary between keeping her distance or opening up to lean on him, she warned herself not to be allowed to remain as superficial as she currently was. Her eyes clearly displayed melancholy and exhaustion, seemingly bracing herself to fight the invisible pressures weighing heavily on her mind. The image of a small Minjeol with a scratch-covered face and tears from years ago suddenly returned vividly, like a haunting obsession. The young girl asked herself how she could be so heartless as to rely on someone who had already suffered so much pain like him, only to drag him into danger. While her soul was shattering, she accidentally overheard the malicious whispers of her classmates gossiping about a crazy story. Upon realizing someone was approaching, Aaron panicked and wanted to run away from there immediately to avoid the cruel rumors. Behind the mask, her eyes widened in shock as she heard them dissecting the close relationship between her and the newly transferred male student. The mocking words calling her a freak and the jealousy at seeing the two of them close had become burdens crushing the young girl's self-esteem. The tragedy reached its peak when they maliciously rumored that she was a murderer who pushed her old classmate and was now trying to seduce and kill him too. Aaron stifled a choked sob as she heard her classmates sarcastically call her a murderer who targets young boys, echoing down the hallway. She covered her tear-drenched face with her hands, bitterly questioning herself about the selfish actions she had done to the one she loved. Rooted to the corner of the wall, the girl painfully realized this was the very reason she had desperately cut off contact for so many years. The cruel accusations of the past rang in her mind again, affirming that she was a cold-blooded person who only cared about herself. Aaron's eyes grew clouded with pain. It seemed she had completely collapsed under the pressure of those ruthless rumors. She slumped down and sobbed uncontrollably, silently admitting that she was truly awful for developing hopes for a love that never belonged to her. The next day, the brilliant morning sunlight poured down on Sangak High School, but it seemed unable to dispel the darkness in Minjeol's heart. The classroom was still noisy with the blurry figures of students, but the absence of a familiar silhouette made the space feel strangely empty. The boy anxiously searched through his backpack, silently wondering if Erin had encountered some mishap that kept her from coming to class today. Standing before the quiet nurse's office door, Minjeol realized in shock that she had quietly gone home early and decided to evade his care once again. Minjeol couldn't help but panic when hearing the nurse announce that Erin had to leave early because of a sudden high fever reaching up to 39 degrees Celsius. He stood blankly in the middle of the deserted hallway, silently blaming himself for letting the girl he loved catch a cold after the incidents that occurred last night. The boy's eyes were glued to his phone screen with an anxiously inquiring text message, but he still hadn't received any reply. Minjeol sat dazed by the roadside with a pen in hand, his mind in total disarray, thinking about her current illness. The image of a melancholic Erin firmly pushing him away and forbidding him from stepping into her world vividly returned once again. While he was engrossed in his anxious streams of thought about Erin's safety, a voice calling his name suddenly rang out from behind. His classmates approached to invite Minjeol to hang out after the mock exams this coming Friday, but he declined, citing the reason that he had to go to the tutoring center immediately. The accompanying friends still didn't give up and continued to suggest that their group of 3 go hang out with Seonho the following Saturday. Minjeol recalculated his important date with Erin on Sunday, so he happily nodded and agreed to join his friends' plans on Saturday. The group of students walked out of the school gates together with buzzing discussions about plans to eat out and play games, bringing a close to a school day fraught with worries. Minjeol waved goodbye to his friends, but one quickly noticed he was turning in a different direction and wondered why he wasn't heading to the tutoring center. The boy forced a smile and covered it up by saying he needed to drop by another important place before starting his official class at the academy. His phone screen displayed a map routing to the Useok High School area, a journey of over 30 minutes on foot waiting for him ahead. Minjeol strode past his old Palgok school with his mind glued to the map, telling himself the location he was looking for wouldn't be hard to find since it was right next door. Amidst that peaceful space, the image of schoolgirls playing together and echoing giggles suddenly flooded back like a slow-motion film. Standing on the familiar street, Minjeol felt a chill when he caught curious eyes following him and silently wondered why everyone was acting so strangely today. He lowered his head and walked quickly through the crowd to avoid attention, trying to reassure himself that it was all just because he was overly sensitive and tense. Streaks of sunlight shone down on the young man's worried face, highlighting his deeply troubled eyes concerning a secret yet to be uncovered from the past. Suddenly, the silhouette of a familiar school uniform brushed past, freezing Minjeol in his tracks. His heart clenched when he recognized that haunting uniform color. Minjeol frantically turned his head to search the void. The image of Erin smiling on his back years ago suddenly appeared, making him utter that name while choked with emotion. Minjeol called out Erin's name loudly when he saw a familiar silhouette from behind, but that hope suddenly extinguished instantly. He stood dazed in disappointment, then told himself he was mistaken, silently urging himself to forget about it because his heart seemed to be overly sensitive. It turned out to be just a normal middle school girl from Palgok striding along the sunlit path. The murmurs about persuading friends to transfer schools among the students brushed past his ears, evoking not-so-happy memories for him. Minjeol's eyes suddenly contracted in horror as a terrible thought abruptly flashed at his mind, causing cold sweat to start beating up. He walked aimlessly with a mindset completely denying the truth, continuously repeating that such a terrible thing definitely couldn't happen. Despite trying to reassure himself, the doubts kept tormenting his mind relentlessly, forcing him to face his greatest fear. Unable to hold back any longer, Minjeol decided to approach a group of schoolgirls and hesitantly uttered an apology to grab their attention. The boy gathered all his courage and asked if they could spare some time to answer a crucial question weighing heavily on his mind. To the astonishment of her friends, a schoolgirl with long, jet-black hair slowly turned her head to look at him with a deeply suspicious gaze. The schoolgirl bewilderingly pointed at herself when she saw Minjeol approaching to strike up a conversation, causing her friends around to start whispering praises of his handsome looks. Minjeol awkwardly waved his hands, explaining that this wasn't a cheap pickup line, but merely because she looked very much like an acquaintance of his. The young girl gently stroked her hair and curiously pressed for her actual identity while waiting for a satisfactory explanation from the strange boy. The name Yeren escaping the girl's lips made Minjeol momentarily dazed. It seemed he was trying to cross-reference the information with his remaining fragmented memories. The boy hurriedly laughed it off and apologized for his disastrous mistake, while the girl just stood frozen, not understanding what was actually happening. Minjeol silently sighed, telling himself that the search for clues to help Eren would definitely never go as smoothly as he always hoped. The crowd's curiosity peaked when the schoolgirl clasped her hands and persistently asked about the true identity of the person Minjeol had been striving to find for so long. The boy was slightly startled when cornered into a tight spot. His eyes darted continuously faced with the encirclement of unfamiliar faces around him. Finally, he decided to blurt out the name Derry, causing a schoolgirl standing nearby to suddenly change her expression with a look full of horror and suspicion. Minjeol still persistently asked whether Derry was in the same class as them, but only received whispering denials in return, saying they had never heard of that name. The schoolgirl hesitantly confessed that she wasn't certain about the information sought, leaving Minjeol to merely force a smile and express his gratitude for her taking the time to think about it. Under the pale sky, Yuseok High School appeared completely silent, as if hiding terrifying secrets behind its glass windows. Minjeol decisively walked across the schoolyard, silently telling himself that this journey was merely the beginning of the battle to find the truth for Eren. He paced along the stone wall with a heavy heart, bitterly realizing that finding Derry was truly difficult when that girl was still such a massive unknown. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from behind, shattering the silent space and signaling an unexpected event about to strike. Minjeol startled when an unfamiliar hand tightly gripped his shoulder, and was even more shocked to hear his name called intimately by a stranger. The boy stood rooted to the spot with his eyes wide in astonishment, his mind completely blank-faced with this ironic situation. He hurriedly apologized and asserted that they had never met, but the girl appeared incredibly certain of his identity. The young girl unexpectedly lunged forward to grip Minjeol's sleeve tightly and loudly called his name once more, as if to affirm the existence of a special connection. Amidst the confusion, the schoolgirl looked up at him with a flushed face and revealed that she knew him very well through the stories told by her older sister. Minjeol was utterly astonished when the strange girl confirmed this was the first time they had met in real life, and he hesitantly asked her name. The girl blushed and introduced herself as Ju Yeren, at the same time explaining that Derry was just a nickname at home that her mother and older sister usually used. The boy froze when Yeren called his name correctly and curiously confirmed whether he was the close friend of her older sister. Eren? Minjeol gave a slight nod of admission in shock, while the younger sister also began to appear hesitant before making an important request. Yeren summoned all her courage to shout loudly that she really wanted to converse with him about her older sister's current situation. The dim light from the phone cast a glow on the table filled with medicine packets and half-finished glasses of water, along with the sound of a dry cough shattering the quiet atmosphere of the room. Eren sat with her knees drawn up on the bed, her face flushed red from a high fever, sighing softly in fatigue, while her eyes grew heavy with exhaustion. Just then, her mother opened the door and walked in with a food tray in her hands, anxiously asking if she was okay and what the doctor at the hospital had said about her current condition. The young girl shakily held out a thermometer displaying the number 38.2 degrees Celsius, whispering an explanation that it was just a cold, but her weak immune system made the symptoms so severe. Looking at her haggard daughter, the mother couldn't help but feel heartbroken and earnestly asked Eren to go with her this time because she couldn't have peace of mind leaving her home alone while sick. Eren covered her mouth with her hand to stop the relentless coughing fits, flatly refusing the offer and insisting that she could perfectly take care of herself alone. Her eyes dropped distantly as she repeated her desire for privacy, leaving her mother to just stand there in silence, looking at her daughter in vague disappointment. Finally, the mother had to compromise. She set the plate of apples down and promised to return soon after going with Derry on Saturday, not forgetting to remind her to get well quickly. In the empty room, Eren's face grew increasingly red from the high fever and the guilt that was endlessly tormenting her mind. She quietly looked at the text message from Minjeol, who was anxiously asking if she had gotten home safely, and could only utter a choked confirmation in despair. The yogurt smoothie was placed on the counter along with a complimentary cookie, carrying a compliment from the cafe staff to the well-behaved schoolgirl. Yerin cheered with excitement at the surprise gift, while Minjeol just smiled quietly, waiting behind her with the demeanor of a thoughtful older brother. The little girl happily promised to bring her friends to support the shop next time in return for their kindness, making Minjeol feel the atmosphere of the meeting become less tense. Walking on the windy bridge, Yerin held the smoothie, offering her sincere thanks to Minjeol and secretly blaming herself for not taking the initiative to buy drinks first. She declared that next time she would definitely treat him to a generous meal, but Minjeol immediately declined, believing he couldn't let a middle school kid pay. Witnessing Yerin's vivacity, Minjeol silently praised the girl for being so strong, then was suddenly stunned to hear that Eren frequently mentioned his name. He asked in shock about what Eren had said, and Yerin confirmed that her older sister had always done so since they were little. With curious eyes, the younger sister even confessed that their closeness back then made her mistakenly think they were a dating couple. Memories came rushing back radiantly with the image of Eren in the past, always glued to her phone, smiling happily, completely ignoring her little sister's reminders to go eat. The older sister back then even excitedly bragged that she was betting on final exam scores with Minjeol, a radiant image in stark contrast to her current melancholy. The Eren of those glorious days cheerfully talked about how the Korean exam was so difficult that the whole group only dared to compare their percentile rankings instead of their scores. Yerin mischievously observed her sister with meaningful eyes and cheeks flushed pink from surging curiosity. The little girl suddenly rushed over to ask directly if that older guy was her boyfriend, causing Eren to frantically deny it in extreme embarrassment. Bowing her head slightly to hide her shyness, Eren hesitantly admitted that at that time, he was still just a simple friend. The story about the desk mate from years ago made both sisters burst out laughing, even though Eren persistently denied that special relationship. The rustling footsteps on the riverside trail seemed to evoke the gloomy memories that Yerin wanted to share. The younger sister softly spoke up, asking Minjeol if he had ever heard about the true events of the murder case from years ago. With a serious face, Yerin looked deep into Minjeol's eyes and demanded that he speak his honest thoughts about that story. Faced with the high-pressure questioning, Minjeol fell silent, his eyes heavy with thoughts as if trying to battle the doubts in his heart. The silhouette of the ducks swimming leisurely on the lake suddenly became out of place as the assertion of a mystery-filled case rang out. Minjeol stood silently by the riverbank, thoughtfully asserting that the malicious rumors about Eren were completely absurd, and he couldn't possibly understand her silence. The image of a lonely Eren with a backpack on her shoulders suddenly flashed in his mind, reinforcing his ironclad belief that she would absolutely never do such terrible things as people fabricated. He gently pressed his lips together in turmoil, his heavy gaze looking toward the calm water surface, as if trying to find a truth that had been buried for so long. The sound of rustling footsteps pulled him back to reality as the two quietly walked side by side on the deserted trail. Suddenly, Minjeol froze in astonishment as he was tightly grabbed by the shoulders by the little sister, who yelled loudly in intense agitation. Tears welling up in her eyes, Yerin pressed him with questions about whether he also believed her older sister was completely innocent of those cruel accusations, right? Faced with that urgency, Minjeol could only silently watch the seagulls soaring in the high sky, an indescribable sense of pity surging in his heart. Hearing his affirmation, Yerin burst into tears of relief, because someone was finally willing to understand and take her sister's side. But then the little girl's face quickly darkened as she confessed that everyone was suspicious because Eren absolutely refused to utter a single word about that fateful day. Minjeol asked bitterly if even Yerin wasn't allowed to hear the truth, making the girl only bow her head and admit that it was the biggest obstacle causing Eren to be falsely accused. Minjeol was shocked to hear Yerin reveal that on that fateful day, Eren had hurriedly left the house right after receiving a strange message from a friend. That upperclassman had sent a message hinting at suicide, prompting her to run off and stop it. But the 1-hour discrepancy between the victim's time of death and when she called the police became a cruel trap. Looking at the radiant image of Eren from her childhood, Yerin choked up, asserting that her sister was inherently a kind-hearted person, and only because she was too worried about her friend's life did she take the risk to run off like that. Minjeol agonized over the understanding that someone like Aaron could absolutely never commit a crime, yet the mystery of that 1 hour gap remained something she had never disclosed to anyone. Facing his skepticism, the younger sister suddenly looked straight into his eyes, trusting that if it were Minjeol, she would definitely be willing to open up and share, leaving him stunned and pointing at himself in complete amazement. Yeren bent down, asserting that before Minjeol returned, her sister had fallen into a state of total breakdown, to the point of almost losing herself. The little girl gently picked up a small pebble from the dry ground, bitterly recounting the days Erin locked herself in a closed room and refused all connection with the outside world. The pebble was thrown whizzing away as if to erase the sad memories of when her sister stopped eating and drinking, withering away in extreme isolation. But then the rippling water surface suddenly returned to calm when Yeren mentioned that Erin had started going back to school and was even willing to go out on weekends. Looking deep into Minjeol's wavering eyes, the girl firmly believed that all those changes were thanks to meeting him again, asserting that Erin would definitely give him the most satisfactory answer. Minjeol looked at the group's commemorative photo, secretly telling himself he had to keep his distance from Erin until all the hidden mysteries were brought to light in order to protect her. His eyes suddenly grew resolute, glinting with the determination to find the truth hidden behind those gloomy rumors all this time. He gave a small nod, agreeing that he would try talking to her directly, despite the ripples of doubt that were still constantly swaying in his heart. Hearing that decision, Yeren was overjoyed. The girl turned around with a radiant face full of hope for a new beginning for her sister. The little sister eagerly urged Minjeol to go home and meet Erin right away, making him inevitably panic at such abrupt enthusiasm. He hastily stopped Yeren and explained that showing up unexpectedly might backfire, especially since Erin had to leave school early due to a tormenting cold. Yeren was shocked and worried upon learning that her sister had a high fever of up to 39 degrees Celsius, while Minjeol also couldn't hide the uneasiness clearly visible on his face. The scene suddenly shifted to a bustling cosmetics store, where bright lights cast onto the signboard amidst the fast-paced rhythm of life. Gina was engrossed in testing lipstick on her hand when she suddenly stopped in complete bewilderment upon hearing her close friends ask if she was joining the upcoming plan. After learning that the whole group was going to eat hot pot on Saturday after the mock exam, she happily agreed because she had no tutoring classes at the center that day. Suji playfully hugged Gina tightly, laughing and calling her best friend's name amidst the lively shopping space. Gina suddenly paused in astonishment when she heard her friend suggest trying to invite the newly transferred male student to join the outing. She frantically pressed for the reason why it had to be Minjeol, only to blankly realize that Suji was actually aiming for someone else. It turned out Suji's real target was Kang Sunho, the close friend who had always been by Minjeol's side all this time. Despite Suji pleading to use Minjeol as an excuse to rope in Sunho, both Gina and Seonjian unanimously voiced their objections. Seonjian resolutely asserted that she didn't have the slightest favorable impression of the new student, making Suji endlessly curious. Faced with her friend's questioning, she ambiguously mentioned that she had heard some not-so-nice rumors about Minjeol's character. Being teased that she herself also had feelings for the male lead, Gina could only yell out in frustration to hide her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yeren quietly looked at her phone screen with Minjeol's name already saved, with her own private calculations surrounding her mind. Standing under the windy bridge arch, Minjeol considerately told Yeren to contact him if she needed help, and the girl also happily reminded him to do the same. Yeren bowed her head full of worry, her small face clearly showing anxiety as she stood before Minjeol in the late afternoon. The little girl hesitantly suggested that both of them keep this meeting a secret from her older sister, making Minjeol exclaim a question in sheer astonishment. Although he told himself that keeping it quiet wouldn't do any harm, he still wondered and pressed to ask what the real reason behind that reservation was. Yeren awkwardly avoided his gaze. The girl hesitantly explained that she was just afraid of her sister's reaction. That's all. The girl was certain Erin would not be happy at all if she knew her sister had interfered, leaving Minjeol silently pondering with a solemn face. Looking at the resilient demeanor of the younger sister, a question suddenly popped into his head as to why Erin would choose to hide such a wonderful relative. Minjeol affectionately placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure Yeren and affirmed that her sister was undoubtedly always proud of this little sister, dairy. He gave a warm, radiant smile, encouraging her that no one could hate a person who always tries her best for her sister like her. That empathy broke the ice in Yaren's heart, making the little girl smile softly in happiness, with eyes sparkling with joy. As they both walked under the bridge arch, Minjeol suddenly remarked that everything was truly so unexpected, making Yaren inevitably curious enough to ask again. Yaren bowed her head slightly, recalling her sister's words that he was a very kind and gentle person, but also somewhat introverted and fragile. However, she admitted that when facing him directly, Minjeol exuded a much more mature and stronger demeanor than she had imagined. Embarrassed by her slip of the tongue, she hastily told him to forget about it, then curiously asked about his journey, prompting Minjeol to honestly reply that he was heading to Useok High School. He further explained his intention to track down two old friends, Baek Haemin and Oh Jinsu, hoping they were still there. Minjeol thought that even though it might be a bit awkward after so many years, they might know something about the case, making Yaren suddenly freeze in sheer horror. With a pale face, she pressed him again about the identity of the people he intended to meet, forcing a bewildered Minjeol to repeat the names of his two childhood friends. Yaren's eyes clearly showed panic as she shakily asked if he was truly certain he had heard the details of that case correctly. Minjeol's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the girl assert that the person he was looking for no longer existed in this world. A chilling truth enveloped them as Yaren revealed that the very friend was the one who died in the tragedy that year. The name Baek Haemin uttered from the girl's mouth felt like a fatal stab, causing Minjeol to completely collapse before this cruel reality. Under the dark and cold tunnel arch, the secret about the death of the upperclassman that year suddenly became a terrifying obsession that suffocated the atmosphere. The flashback took Minjeol back to his 6th grade elementary school years, where unfinished book pages still lingered with memories of a bygone era. The timid young Minjeol quietly turned around, hesitantly speaking up to borrow an eraser from the friend sitting behind him. The childhood Aaron silently looked up at him, the little girl giving a slight nod, agreeing to help her visibly flustered classmate. A small hand thoughtfully handed the pink eraser to Minjeol, marking the beginning of a fateful bond between two lonely souls. Since becoming close with Aaron, Minjeol secretly felt relieved, realizing that the malicious rumors surrounding him seemed to have completely vanished. Standing in front of the bustling class 6-2, a group of peers excitedly called out Minjeol's name and invited him to join their lively game of cops and robbers. Seeing that he was still engrossed in the book in his hands, they enthusiastically announced that the group already had 7 people and really wanted him to join in. Watching the group of friends buzzing about the promising playtime plans ahead, an unusually warm feeling suddenly swelled in Minjeol's heart. Finally, he gave a small smile, politely declining and promising to join them another time, leaving behind the regretful sighs of the friend group. Looking through the windy window frame, Minjeol quietly observed the crowd of students down in the schoolyard while his mind was still surrounded by fragmented memories. The elementary school boy Minjeol trudged down the stairs, secretly thinking that even if his friends took the initiative to approach him, he could never open his heart to fit in. Deep down, he always longed to meet and talk with Aaron, even though the two were no longer in the same class at that time. Just catching a glimpse of the familiar silhouette at the end of the hallway, Minjeol couldn't contain his joy, raising his hand to wave and calling her name with sheer excitement. But the smile on his lips suddenly froze when he realized Aaron was standing next to Baek Haemin, a guy who always gave off an arrogant and unapproachable vibe. Minjeol stopped in his tracks amidst the passing crowd, a feeling of disappointment and insecurity beginning to kindle in his heart upon witnessing the presence of that guy. Aaron blankly turned to look at her old friend, while Haemin standing next to her began to clearly show a scowling, annoyed expression. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, the young Aaron still beamed a smile as radiant as the morning sun and warmly greeted Minjeol. That welcoming attitude from Aaron displeased Haemin. He clicked his tongue in frustration, shooting a glaring, hostile look straight at him. After Haemin dropped a nonchalant goodbye to leave, Aaron could only stand there watching him with an awkward face, her hands still nervously stroking her hair. Haemin pretended to be kind by reminding Minjeol about his open backpack, but deep in his eyes flashed a wicked intent. Instantly, a rough hand swung up, violently yanking the pile of books inside out, sending everything flying all over the hallway. Minjeol tumbled to the ground in pain, while that bully ran away, throwing back a triumphantly mocking remark. Erin hurriedly knelt down to help him clean up the mess, tearfully apologizing and blaming herself for being the reason he was bullied. Clutching the notebook tightly in her hand, Erin angrily scolded Heyman as pathetic for constantly picking fights with Minjeol ever since 4th grade. To dispel the heavy atmosphere, Minjeol hesitantly pressed her about the content of the secret conversation between Erin and Heyman earlier. His friend recounted that while she was going to the restroom, he suddenly blocked her way to ask about her future plans. He was curious to know which middle school she planned to attend, and whether she would continue taking taekwondo lessons. Minjeol's face suddenly stiffened upon hearing Erin reveal that Heyman even dared to ask if she had a secret crush on anyone yet. Looking into her friend's intensely wavering eyes, Erin innocently asked back if Minjeol himself was also crushing on someone. The elementary school Erin suddenly widened her eyes in sheer astonishment when put in a position to answer about having a secret crush on someone. The little girl slightly narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile, her face lighting up as if harboring a fun secret to tease her friend. Minjeol stood frozen as Erin's face suddenly came very close, causing the boy's breathing to abruptly quicken. The girl squatted down and reached out to affectionately pat Minjeol's head, not hesitating to compliment that he was truly very cute. Hearing Erin laugh out loud to clarify that she didn't like anyone at all, Minjeol was both stunned and unable to hide the shyness on his blushing cheeks. He secretly asked himself whether he should feel happy about this, while the faded sunlight continued to envelop the classroom space. Erin promised to definitely teach Beck Heyman a lesson for bullying, telling him to just trust in her before flashing a bright smile. The flashback faded away as the Songwon Academy building appeared, pulling Minjeol back to a reality fraught with anxiety. The elevator landed on the first floor with a bright red light signal, marking the end of those vague thoughts. Gina turned her head to look at Minjeol with a deeply profound gaze, softly calling his name as the elevator doors just opened. Minjeol unexpectedly grabbed Gina's wrist tightly, a rough action that completely stunned the girl and made her start to feel scared. He pinned her against the classroom wall, his heavy eyes pressing her on whether she had known right from the start that the deceased victim was Beck Heyman. Gina struggled in panic, earnestly demanding that Minjeol calm down and let go of her hand because he was hurting her. Minjeol shouted in outrage that if Heyman had sent a message wanting to die and Erin ran to save him, there was no reason for her to become a murderer. Immediately, Gina loudly fired back, bringing up the deep-seated grudge between them along with the heated argument that took place right before the day of the tragedy. She avoided his gaze, admitting she kept everything hidden only because she didn't want him to endure any more pressure from these dark secrets. Faced with this shocking information, Minjeol tiredly held his head and demanded in a hoarse voice that she clarify exactly who she had heard those things from. His eyes suddenly wavered intensely, his mind seemingly collapsing as he had to face these cruel suspicions about Erin. Gina hastily lied that she had asked for information at the police station to cover up her secret meeting with Erin, while Minjeol silently turned his back and walked away. The tense atmosphere temporarily settled by the elevator doors, as Gina tried to change the subject with an awkward inquiry about his mock exam results. Gina excitedly stated that she had done well on the test, in stark contrast to Minjeol's haggard and melancholy appearance when both were in the elevator. He tilted his head back, lamenting that his mind was completely blank right now, and the recent exam was truly nothing short of a disaster. Seeing her friend in a bad mood, Gina pressed him to see if he had plans to hang out with friends tomorrow just like she did. Minjeol wearily confirmed that his group also planned to have dinner in the downtown area tomorrow night. The girl slightly blushed, secretly marveling at this unexpected coincidence, while her eyes still harbored unspoken thoughts. The boy still kept a profound look on his face, his mind seemingly still surrounded by anxieties about someone else. Gina regained her confidence and smiled, suggesting that both groups should meet up tomorrow if Minjeol felt comfortable. The abrupt invitation left the male lead stunned in amazement, his widened eyes briefly showing bewilderment at his friend's initiative. However, his mind bumped back into his phone screen with the check-in messages sent to Erin still sinking in a terrifying silence. As night fell, Minjeol sat all alone on a seesaw in the deserted playground, sadly looking at the caring words sent 2 days ago that still hadn't received any reply from Erin. Minjeol lay in silence with a melancholy face, secretly thinking that the familiar feeling of sadness was rushing in once again. He buried himself under the thick blanket amidst the encompassing darkness, letting loneliness gnaw at his soul after days of hopeless waiting. In his despair, he shakily picked up his phone and decided to make a luck-seeking call to Aaron. However, in response to that yearning was only the soulless voice message from the operator, making his eyes drop in deep sorrow. Sitting with his head bowed in the corner of the quiet playground, Minjeol frantically ruffled his hair in endless impatience and worry over her health. He briefly came up with the idea of contacting her younger sister Derry to fish for information, but then quickly dismissed it for fear that he was being too abrupt. In the midst of his most troubled state of mind, the phone suddenly vibrated along with the name Ju Aaron calling in, making the space seem to stand still. Minjeol's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. He stood dead in his tracks for a few seconds because he couldn't believe the reality unfolding right before his eyes. Immediately, he pressed the phone to his ear and sprang up, calling her name in extreme agitation, beads of sweat starting to roll down his face. Minjeol bombarded her with questions about her illness and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Aaron's faint voice confirming she had taken her medicine and was resting. Aaron softly spoke up to apologize for cutting off contact over the past few days, but Minjeol gently reassured her that he felt fine as long as he received her message that she was safe. Looking toward the solitary seesaw in the night, Aaron hesitantly suggested that both of them temporarily stop studying together because her health condition didn't allow it. Minjeol was briefly taken aback. He listened attentively as he sensed that Aaron seemed to still have something very important she wanted to express. His eyes suddenly widened in shock when she unexpectedly declared she wanted to cancel their promise and would manage exam prep on her own from now on. In a wave of disappointment, Minjeol urgently asked why, only to receive a guilt-ridden confession that she felt she was being too selfish by relying on him. He hastily affirmed that he was still fine and capable of helping, but Aaron immediately cut him off, explaining that her true intention was not like that. Through the phone screen, Aaron tremblingly bit her lip until it bled, as if trying to hold back the waves of emotion that were waiting to explode. Minjeol was dead silent upon hearing her choked sobs along with a broken plea asking him never to appear in her life ever again. The surrounding space suddenly fell into a terrifying silence, leaving the young boy to just frantically call out Aaron's name amidst the dark night. Beads of sweat rolling down his worried face, Minjeol shakily pressed her again as he realized the voice of the one he loved was fading away in absolute despair. Aaron sat huddled in the middle of the dark room, choking on her stream of tears, making Minjeol on the other end of the line bewilderedly ask if she was crying. A strange noise rang out, making Minjeol jolt in shock. He frantically called her name into the phone in extreme panic, sensing something was wrong. However, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only the soulless voice message from the operator, making his hands tremble in endless helplessness. Sitting blankly in the middle of the deserted playground, Minjeol looked down at the darkened phone, his heart filled with torment over the things Aaron had just blurted out. In contrast to his anxiety, Aaron stood silently by the window looking out into the dark night, abandoning the phone that was still casting a faint light on the bed. Fragments of memory about an unfinished kiss suddenly rushed back like a luxurious dream, making her painfully realize the cruel reality that was surrounding her. Her face was heavy with thoughts and a distant gaze. It seemed all her willpower to fight against fate was slowly fading away with time. Standing in the middle of the empty school hallway, Erin covered her face with her hands to stop her silent crying. She told herself she was not allowed to hurt him any further. The phone lay motionless on the bed in the middle of the late night, marking a terrifying silence, like a wall separating two bleeding souls. Erin's eyes gleamed with a deeply pitiful resolve as she decided that her disappearing was the best way out for Minjeol's future. Erin stood silently by the window, her lonely silhouette clearly visible in the late night, as she told herself she could no longer continue acting so superficially. She reached out to touch the freezing cold glass to feel reality, but then the pain once again engulfed her exhausted mind. Looking at her faded reflection in the mirror, Erin burst into violent sobs and asked herself why her heart hurt so much as if it was about to die. Right at that moment, the weather station broadcast suddenly rang out, warning of a heavy rainstorm that would start pouring across the entire country on Saturday night. The news about the thunderstorm accompanied by relentless lightning seemed to further intensify the gloomy atmosphere engulfing the empty room. The scene shifted to the front door of the restaurant, where the friend group was buzzing about whether anyone had an umbrella prepared as it was about to rain. The friend accompanying them appeared fully smug for being the only one who had prepared rain gear for the whole group, while Minjeol was still immersed in his own thoughts. Seeing Minjeol looking absent-minded, his friend spoke up to check on him, making him jump and hastily explain that the more people at the gathering, the merrier it would be. His phone suddenly vibrated along with a message confirming their seating location from Gina, urging the whole group to quickly head inside to start the party. Just as he stepped foot into the restaurant, Minjeol stopped in shock, realizing Gina's group was fully present and anxiously awaiting his arrival. Gina radiantly waved Minjeol's group over to the table, marking the beginning of the lively hot pot party between the two friend groups. Seonjian surprisingly greeted Minsu upon recognizing an old acquaintance, while this guy still clearly showed an awkward expression as he pulled out a chair to sit down. The girl mischievously pointed her finger, accusing Minsu of intentionally acting like a stranger, simultaneously revealing that the two of them actually used to be in the same club back in middle school. Everyone was discussing their backgrounds together. Minjeol thoughtfully realized that only he and Gina were old friends from the Palgok area. Suji flashed a radiant smile, sending her greetings to Sunho after a long time apart, instantly turning the atmosphere entirely rosy. Standing in front of the buffet counter, Minjeol awkwardly asked again about having to hand-pick the vegetables himself, making the accompanying girls unable to help but laugh. Minsu enthusiastically pushed Minjeol to go with Gina under the excuse that they were both from the same hometown, despite the girl trying her best to protest being paired up. While engrossed in picking up food, Gina suddenly leaned in, getting right up close next to Minjeol, leaving him feeling utterly astonished. The girl lowered her voice to a mysterious whisper, pressing to see if those guy friends knew the secret about his relationship with Aaron yet. Minjeol calmly replied that Sunho and Minsu probably only knew they were childhood friends, silently reminding Gina to be mindful of boundaries to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gina lowered her voice to ask about the girls. She assessed that Suji seemed completely clueless, whereas Seonjian was a different story. The girl wearing glasses seemed to have caught wind of something based on the highly suspicious expression clearly visible on her face. Gina was momentarily startled in confusion, but then reassured herself that surely Seonjian couldn't possibly know the whole story inside out. The girl sternly reminded Minjeol not to spill any unnecessary details to avoid trouble, just as Minsa suddenly appeared from behind. The friend flashed a meaningful smile, pressing to ask since when the two of them had become this close to each other. Both Minjeol and Gina froze because they were caught standing too close to one another, making the atmosphere suddenly become incredibly awkward. Gina frantically shoved Minsu's shoulder and loudly denied their relationship, simultaneously scolding the guy friend for why he was being overly sensitive. The girl shyly stroked her hair, secretly wondering if the two of them truly looked that intimate, while the friend group invited each other to a board game cafe next. However, the plan was suddenly interrupted when pouring raindrops unexpectedly hammered down outside the hot pot restaurant building. The whole group stood rooted to the spot under the porch. Minsa grumbled, asking who had brought an umbrella, and felt dismayed upon realizing there were exactly 3 for the whole group. In a distant memory, 2 schoolgirls were discussing how to split into groups, when one suggested they just pair up with each other. That simple suggestion received a smug, approving smile from their friend Oh Jinsu, who always thought everything was so easy. Returning to the present, Minjeol stood blankly next to Gina, seemingly still unable to digest the shocking information about the past. Outside, heavy raindrops began to pour down, covering the space in a sorrowful, gloomy gray. At home, Erin, looking thin and frail, was bracing herself against the fever. She tiredly leaned against the refrigerator to find some water. Inside the fridge was a pre-made pot of chicken porridge along with a caring sticky note from her family. The message told her she only needed to heat it for 2 minutes to eat, showing sincere worry for her health. However, Erin's face still carried a hint of guilt, as she secretly thought she had no appetite left to eat or drink right now. She stood silently in the middle of the empty room, listening to the steady rain falling on the porch like her sobbing heart. Erin gently touched the chilling glass, her empty eyes following the fading water as she softly whispered that it was starting to rain again. Erin froze, her distant gaze seeming to drown in chaotic thoughts about her traumatizing past. Out there, people quietly walked under the pouring rain, each umbrella seemingly hiding a distinct sorrow. Memories suddenly flashed back to the image of her flashing a radiant smile, innocently chatting with Minjeol under the refreshing rain of the old days. But those eyes were now heavy with melancholy, half closed as if wanting to escape the cruel reality surrounding her. Returning to reality, Erin collapsed onto the floor, her trembling hands covering her face that was burning from the fever and bitter humiliation. She leaned her head against the wall, her heart racing as her hot breath silently called Minjeol's name in endless torment. Looking at her bare feet on the cold tiles, she questioned whether what she had just seen was the truth and feared she didn't have enough courage to verify it once more. Insecurity enveloped her frail mind, leaving her to only bow her head in silence and endure the torment from her own heart. The pattering of rain outside the window seemed to question the fear that was slowly gnawing at her soul through every leaf. Standing silently in the rain, Erin painfully admitted that she was the one who abandoned him first, bitterly asking herself if this was the ending she once wanted for Minjeol. Deep down, Erin agonizingly told herself that someone like her had no right to feel pain right now. She sat alone with her knees drawn up by the window, watching the pouring rain, suddenly startled upon hearing a desperate cry that tore through the quiet atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the gathering, Minjeol sat blankly like a soulless person, forcing his friends to wave their hands continuously in front of his face to pull him back to reality. He secretly worried that Erin's cold would worsen, despite Gina enthusiastically inviting the whole group to join a party game. The group of 6 started ordering drinks and heatedly discussing choosing the werewolf game to change the increasingly dull atmosphere. A female friend suddenly teased that someone looked like a cold-blooded killer, making the other person just laugh it off to dispel the awkwardness. The conversation abruptly turned suffocating when she sighed and said that mentioning murder right now felt far too realistic. All attention unexpectedly shifted to the horrific murder case at Useok High School, causing Minjeol's face to suddenly turn pale with tension. Gina revealed she used to know the victim because he attended Taeyong Middle School, simultaneously confirming the identity of the deceased was the boy Baek Heyman. Minsu wondered what this had to do with their ongoing game, prompting his friends to turn and curiously ask if he had ever been close to the victim. Minsu denied being close to the victim, while the bespectacled female friend suddenly mentioned the highly mysterious transfer schoolgirl from that year. Minjeol's face changed color, his eyes growing extremely tense as the name Ju Erin was once again dragged out amidst the malicious gossip. The friend group began to suspect, assuming that both he and Gina must know that girl well since they used to attend Palgok Middle School together. While Gina forced a smile, trying to find a way to dodge it, Minjeol calmly admitted that he actually knew her. He bravely affirmed in front of everyone that Erin was a very close friend of his from childhood. Minjeol gave a gentle smile, taking the initiative to offer answers if the friend group had any questions left about that poor girl. The atmosphere instantly fell into a suffocating silence, as the people around all showed apprehension at his straightforwardness. Unable to contain her curiosity, Suji hurriedly pressed to ask if he knew the method she used to murder the victim, forcing the friends to intervene. Maintaining his composure, Minjeol firmly declared that he had never heard of it and absolutely did not believe Erin could kill someone. That trusting attitude only received a mocking smile from Gina, as she bluntly called him a liar right in front of the crowd. Minjeol froze at Gina's remark that he was merely blindly protecting Erin based on personal sentiment. He gently closed his eyes, a suppressed sigh echoing in his heart as the harsh reality slowly suffocated his mind. Glancing at the toys on the shelf, Minjeol told himself he should smile like a fool to dispel this heavy atmosphere for the friend group. But the sarcastic remarks from the other side left him speechless, unable to utter any defensive words. Gina continued her sarcasm, claiming it was ridiculous that he chose to believe in someone without any concrete evidence to prove their innocence. While Minsa showed skepticism, Gina appeared cold, silently observing Minjeol's reaction through her sharp eyes. She suddenly put a hand to her forehead in stress, as if this conversation was going much further than originally intended. Gina looked straight at him, saying his resolute attitude raised an extremely important question for her that needed an answer. The atmosphere suddenly froze when the girl directly questioned the true motive behind his attempts to get closer to Ju Erin. Minjeol was utterly stunned by the malicious accusation that he might be wanting to exploit Erin's vulnerability to easily manipulate her to his will. Sonjian mocked, saying an exemplary and pretty schoolgirl who had never dated like Ju Erin would be easily swayed if she received a bit of kindness. Minjeol broke into a cold sweat when his friend warned him not to cross the line, as his reputation had already been affected by rumors. Jujin, sitting nearby, suddenly asked if everyone truly believed in the malicious gossip spreading everywhere. Minjeol's eyes clearly showed shock when pressed if he chose to believe the rumor that Erin was a murderer just because it sounded plausible. Sonjian piled on further, arguing that the two not being close and having a heated argument before the day of the tragedy was convincing evidence. Minjeol instantly spoke up in her defense, asserting that Beck Heyman was the one who actively called Erin over, and she only showed up to stop him from doing something foolish. His friend frowned and questioned back, arguing that there was no valid reason for a person like Heyman to send a message asking to meet Erin at the scene. A thought suddenly flashed in Minjeol's mind. He started to doubt the true nature of the relationship between the victim and the girl he loved. Vague images of the past surfaced, leading Minjeol to form a hypothesis that it was highly likely Heyman himself was the one who secretly cared for Erin. Sonjian claimed Heyman had a girlfriend for a long time, while Minsu hastily spoke up, demanding she stop gossiping about these baseless rumors. Sonjian hastily explained that she was only repeating the rumors she had heard from others. She pressed with a curious look, not understanding why Minjeol had to react so seriously like that. The cruel image of the past suddenly returned, recalling the pain of an abandoned boy beside a soaking wet book in a dirty puddle. Minjeol bowed his head in complete helplessness. He mumbled an apology, then declared he couldn't stay in this place for another second. He decisively stood up and left, stunning the whole friend group, while Gina could only yell out his name to try and hold him back. Running out to the hallway under the pouring rain, Gina anxiously pressed him to see if he was truly okay with those accusations earlier. Minjeol coldly turned around, his sharp and lifeless gaze making the girl stop in her tracks in sheer astonishment. She lowered her face apologetically, blaming herself for ruining the rare outing, while Minjeol also sadly admitted his own disappointment. Gina tearfully questioned him, asserting that he too was carrying heavy thoughts and torment exactly like what she was feeling. She tightly squeezed her eyes shut in pain, letting the cold raindrops mix with the melancholy that was suffocating her heart. Minjeol stood all alone in the pouring rain, secretly telling himself that he was a fool for not bringing an umbrella for cover. He looked up at the gray sky, letting the freezing water drops roll down his face that was gradually becoming lifeless. The image of the gathering came back, making Minjeol agonize over whether he should have suppressed his emotions so as not to ruin the atmosphere. A sharp pain suddenly hit. He tiredly realized he was truly exhausted and was starting to fall ill under the cold water. Clutching his sobbing chest tightly with his hand, the yearning to see Erin right now suddenly surged stronger than ever before. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone tore through the quiet space, pulling Minjeol out of his gloomy stream of thoughts. He sluggishly raised his hand to look at the soaking wet phone screen, his face still in shock at the appearance of an unknown call. The boy's eyes widened in amazement, his breathing suddenly quickening upon realizing the identity of the person looking for him. The call was from Derry, the younger sister Erin, like a flickering ray of light promising to bring crucial clues about the truth. Out there, the raindrops relentlessly continued to batter against the cold ground, marking a stormy start to the journey ahead. Minjeol ran for his life in the rain, his panting breaths blending with the sound of water splashing violently against his slowly exhausting body. He dashed like a madman through the empty streets, not caring that his clothes were soaking wet and clinging tightly to his skin. The thought of Erin's condition possibly worsening made Minjeol panic. At that moment, he hurriedly answered the call from Derry. Sitting temporarily under the bus stop shelter, he confirmed with the girl that he was still out and intended to head home right away. The boy's face suddenly turned intensely pale as Erin's younger sister sobbed, asking for a favor of utmost importance regarding her sister. Derry explained that their family had to go take care of personal matters far away and was forced to leave Erin home alone during her severe illness. The girl sitting in the car clearly looked stunned, admitting she didn't expect this rain to be so much fiercer than originally anticipated. Looking at the traffic jam amidst the whiteout rain, Derry desperately announced that her family would surely get home very late. Anxiety peaked when the little girl tremblingly revealed that because she was so worried, she had tried reaching out but Aaron completely did not answer. Minjeol's eyes widened in horror upon hearing Derry confirm that no matter how many times she called, Aaron remained terrifyingly silent. Derry worriedly stated that Aaron had fallen ill since early morning and earnestly apologized to Minjeol for having to bother him at this hour. The boy's eyes clearly showed shock as the little girl sobbed, begging him to quickly go to the house to check on her sister's condition immediately. Without a hint of hesitation, he ran for his life through the long, narrow hallways under the pouring rain, despite his breathing starting to quicken. Standing in front of the apartment complex, Minjeol was stunned to realize this was Aaron's home, a place he used to accidentally walk past many times without ever knowing. The phone screen displaying the specific address along with the door passcode that Derry had just sent acted like a key, opening up extreme anxiety. Standing in front of apartment 302, Minjeol, with his soaking wet clothes, quietly looked at his phone, his heart racing due to this abruptness. He hesitantly questioned himself whether abruptly invading the private space of the girl he loved right now was truly okay or not. The young man put a hand to his face in complete bewilderment, but then suddenly froze as a terrible thought about Aaron's safety flashed in his mind. Minjeol hastily asked Derry if her sister's condition was bad enough to call an ambulance, making the little girl even more panicked. Minjeol's sudden silence made a fearful Derry continuously call his name over the phone, while his mind was in turmoil out of fear of the worst-case scenario. Minjeol was astonished to realize the voice on the other end of the line was no longer the little girl Derry, secretly wondering who on earth the stranger talking to him was. The woman, focusing on driving with a deeply worried face, introduced herself as Aaron's mother, making the atmosphere instantly become extremely formal. The boy panicked and sprang up to greet her respectfully, while she revealed that she had heard a lot about him and apologized for this abruptness. He awkwardly replied that he was also very worried about her, secretly amazed to learn that Aaron's parents had actually known about his presence for a long time. Aaron's mother hesitantly asked for a favor that she deemed very embarrassing for a parent, making Minjeol wonder if his going to the house was better than calling an ambulance. She affirmed that Minjeol's appearance right now would help Aaron more than anyone else because of a very special reason she was about to reveal. Standing in front of the door control panel, the assertion that Aaron actually always relied on him a lot acted as a spiritual dose, pushing the boy's trembling hands. Under the whiteout rain, Minjeol's eyes suddenly became more resolute than ever. He secretly made up his mind to become the most solid pillar of support for her. The freezing water drops continuously rolled down his face that was burning with anxiety. His mind right now was only directed toward the closed room ahead. Without any further hesitation, Minjeol decisively pressed the doorbell, preparing to face the stormy reality waiting for him behind the iron gate. The doorbell rang out with a click-clack, shattering the silence encompassing the cold apartment complex hallway. Minjeol earnestly called Aaron's name through the intercom, announcing that her mother was very worried because the family couldn't make it back in time. He clumsily explained he only wanted to confirm her safety and then would immediately leave to avoid causing trouble. However, the door to apartment 302 remained completely still without a sound, making the insecurity in the boy's heart grow even larger. Looking up at the lifeless door, Minjeol felt his chest tighten when he didn't receive any response from inside. He stood blankly in front of the entrance, his troubled mind questioning whether he should decisively invade her private space. The memory of Aaron's melancholy face when she ordered him not to come any closer suddenly flashed back like a stern warning. Minjeol bitterly realized he truly knew very little about her family because Aaron always kept those secrets to herself. Fearing that this abruptness would make Aaron hate him forever, the sweat on his forehead began to pour amidst his inner storm. But the terror of something terrible happening to her defeated all hesitation, forcing him to make the final decision. Minjeol hesitantly pressed each number of the passcode, secretly terrified that he wouldn't be able to endure what was about to happen. The door unlock chime rang out dryly, tearing through the atmosphere thick with sweat and the young man's panic. He pushed the door and stepped into apartment 302, his eyes darting around searching for the silhouette of the one he loved in extreme anxiety. The space inside was terrifyingly still, with only shoes lying haphazardly around evoking an indescribably uneasy feeling. Minjeol froze in the middle of the entryway, his face changing color upon realizing the abnormal silence encompassing the house. He earnestly called Erin's name, saying he only wanted to confirm she was okay and telling her not to panic too much about this abruptness. The boy hurriedly checked from the living room and bathroom to the master bedroom, but everything was just a hopeless empty space. Sweat pouring down his pale face, Minjeol realized the room at the end of the hallway was the only remaining hope. He stared fixedly at the closed door ahead, where a cruel truth seemed to be hiding. Minjeol took a deep breath to regain his composure, tremblingly announcing to Erin that he was about to step inside. Minjeol shakily placed his hand on the wooden doorknob, his heart heavy with insecurity about what was waiting for him behind the closed room. He frantically opened the door and walked in, mumbling an explanation that he only wanted to check the situation and would leave right away, but his words suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Before the boy's eyes was the sight of Erin lying unconscious on the cold floor. Her frail appearance made his heart tighten. Minjeol's eyes widened in horror, sweat mixing with rainwater rolling down his pale face due to the massive shock that had just hit. He crazily rushed over to embrace Erin's burning body, crying and screaming, demanding her to wake up and not scare him. Lifting the haggard face of the one he loved, the boy choked up, pleading with her to open her eyes and look at him even for just a split second. Upon seeing Erin slightly stir unconsciously, Minjeol joyfully called her name amidst the tears that were still relentlessly rolling down. He breathed a sigh of relief because she still had signs of life, then hurriedly carried the poor girl toward the mattress bed. Watching Erin sink deep into a coma with heavy breathing, Minjeol's chest still hadn't stopped heaving from extreme anxiety. In her tired delirium, Erin vaguely recognized the silhouette of her old friend and bewilderedly asked herself why he was appearing in her house. Erin lay delirious on the bed, secretly telling herself that Minjeol's presence right now was definitely just an illusory dream. She believed that because she had thought about him too much, he had appeared, while Minjeol was hurriedly preparing a towel and clean water. Looking at the silhouette attentively placing a towel on her forehead, the poor girl asked herself how many more times she could see this dream. Suddenly, Minjeol froze in shock upon realizing that the clothes on Erin's body were completely soaked through. He worriedly touched her collar lightly, secretly wondering if Erin had sweated that much, or if her illness was taking a turn for the worse. The boy suddenly jolted in regret when he realized it was the rainwater from his own body that had accidentally seeped through and soaked the girl entirely. Minjeol stood watching in silence, his eyes clearly showing hesitation mixed with torment over the current, incredibly awkward situation. Seeing that Erin had fallen into a more peaceful sleep with the warm towel on her head, the extreme tension in his chest gradually eased. He stood thoughtfully by the sickbed, sadly asking himself if there was truly nothing more he could do for her. Finally, Minjeol quietly called to report the situation to Erin's mother, affirming he had handled everything well and was preparing to leave. Derry breathed a sigh of relief over the phone, not forgetting to convey sincere thanks from her mother and promising to return home soon to take care of her sister. Minjeol smiled to return the courtesy and said goodbye, secretly telling himself he should also leave immediately to avoid causing any unnecessary misunderstandings. He lingered a little longer to gaze at Erin, who was still sinking deep into sleep with a damp towel resting on her burning forehead. Seeing that her breathing had gradually stabilized, Minjeol gave a slight, relieved smile, knowing that his beloved girl's condition was no longer too critical. He slowly walked away, telling himself to just say a silent goodbye and then decisively turn his back to return her private space. Standing by the sickbed, the young man mumbled an apology for his abrupt appearance, then softly announced that he was preparing to leave. Minjeol leaned down to look really closely, secretly feeling extremely reassured to see she was still sleeping very soundly after so much exhaustion. Even though deep down he yearned to stay by her side much longer, he reminded himself not to be too greedy right now. Suddenly, a strange reaction from the opposite side made Minjeol's face instantly flush red, his heart racing due to astonishment. Looking at Erin's slightly fluttering eyelashes, he shakily blurted out the question of whether she had actually been awake this whole time to hear everything. Erin vaguely opened her eyes, her face burning from the high fever, making her secretly exclaim in amazement upon seeing the familiar silhouette in front of her. Minjeol was equally shocked. He blushed, asking himself if this was still an illusory dream caused by his excessive yearning. The boy gently raised Erin's weak hand close to his face, secretly thinking if it was truly a dream, He had the right to do whatever he wanted. Erin looked at him with a dreamy, affectionate gaze, secretly telling herself that at least in this illusion, she could allow herself to lean on him. She unexpectedly lunged forward to hug Minjeol, secretly deciding to live selfishly just once to hold onto the warmth, leaving the boy completely stunned. Erin choked up, asking why he was planning to leave and earnestly pleading with her old friend to stay by her side longer. She tightly squeezed Minjeol's neck, whispering an invitation for him to sleep over here, making his face suddenly turn bright red in utter embarrassment. Amidst the pouring rain blending with the sobbing of their hearts, Minjeol hesitantly spoke up, calling her name as if trying to hold on to the last bit of his remaining reason. His ears burned red as he clearly felt Erin's warmth at such a close distance, shakily asking again to confirm what he had just heard. Erin rested her head on his shoulder in absolute trust, leaving Minjeol frozen in place before the bold proposal of the girl he always cherished. Erin groaned softly in her delirium, her flushed face heavily sweating from the high fever, making Minjeol's heart inevitably tighten. She suddenly squeezed him tight, making Minjeol flush bright red and awkwardly demand she wait a moment for him to collect himself. His eyes widened in astonishment, his mind completely freezing as he couldn't understand what on earth was actually going on. Looking at Erin still keeping her eyes tightly shut, Minjeol wondered if she was sleep-talking or had mistaken him for someone else. But either way, the current situation was indeed extremely dangerous. He could only whisper Erin's name and earnestly beg her to let go. Faced with the girl's unconscious clinging, Minjeol became flustered, trying to struggle to escape the arms that were tightly pinning him down. After a while of struggling, Erin finally fell into a peaceful sleep, leaving behind a quiet room with heavy breathing due to severe illness. Minjeol breathed a sigh of relief, his face still lingering with shyness as he secretly thought he had just escaped an incredibly difficult situation. However, the invitation to stay continued to haunt his mind, like a sweet yet painful illusion from the one he loved. He quietly walked toward the door, reassuring himself that Erin definitely didn't know what she was saying and telling himself not to have false hopes, but to leave quickly. Minjeol stole a glance at the one he loved, his heart restless with worry seeing the sweat still continuously pouring down the girl's forehead. He was shocked to realize Erin's shirt hem was completely soaked, clinging tightly to her skinny and trembling body in a highly alarming manner. The boy's eyes suddenly widened in horror. A hard-to-accept truth just grazed his mind, leaving him completely speechless. Minjeol secretly blamed himself, knowing that the rainwater from his clothes had seeped through and soaked Erin, fearing her severe illness would get worse. He told himself he couldn't take the liberty of changing her clothes, so the only way right now was to try everything to wake her up. The boy put his hand over his face in extreme embarrassment, trying to calm himself down amidst the intensely surging shyness. He gently touched Erin's shoulder, softly calling her name amidst the quiet space of the room to check her reaction. Minjeol blushed awkwardly, pressing to see if she was awake and if her body currently felt pain anywhere. Erin still lay motionless on the sickbed, her dreamy eyes looking at him as if still immersed in a distant dream. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her pupils dilating in shock as reality hit, making her face turn bright red due to his presence right next to her. Erin woke up in a panic, her face turning pale and guarded, causing Minjeol to frantically explain that he had only come at the request of her younger sister, Derry. She remained frozen in shock, quietly listening to him recount his chance encounter with Derry and the family's worry as she fell into a deep sleep. Minjeol awkwardly clarified that because she didn't answer her phone, everyone panicked, and he had just contacted them to say she was fine and planned to leave immediately. The atmosphere in the room sank, enveloped in awkwardness as the two of them could only look at each other in silence amidst their heavy, embarrassed breaths. The boy kept his head down, muttering his initial intention to go home, while Erin's mind was still spinning from the lingering effects of the fever. Minjeol regained his seriousness, reminding Erin that her clothes were soaked and asking her to change quickly to prevent her illness from worsening. Startled as she looked down, Erin was stunned to see the thin hem of her shirt clinging tightly to her frail body. Her hands trembled as she pulled her collar tight to cover her exposure. She silently felt humiliated thinking she had sweated that much. But then a much more terrifying fear began to sprout in her mind. The image of herself frantically hugging Minjeol flashed vividly, making her bitterly realize that it was not a dream, but a highly ironic reality. Erin's eyes widened as she stared blankly into the void. That truth felt like a fatal stab pinning her to utmost melancholy and humiliation. Erin shockingly realized the recent feelings were not a dream. She quietly wondered how she would face it if everything was real. She was startled to remember the tight hug she gave Minjeol, while the guy feared her flushed face was a sign of anger. Erin sat hugging her knees, full of emotion. Deep in her heart, she still longed to talk with him a bit more to dispel the loneliness. Minjeol scratched his head in embarrassment, telling himself he had fulfilled a request, so he hastily said goodbye to leave immediately. The atmosphere suddenly froze when Minjeol unexpectedly caught Erin's melancholic gaze, quietly following his every move. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the night sky, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder that made the whole room seem to shake for a moment. Terrified, Erin let out a piercing scream and rushed straight into Minjeol's arms, hugging him tightly as if seeking the only safe haven. Minjeol widened his eyes in shock, his breathing becoming heavy as he felt the unexpectedly intimate contact from the other party. Erin buried her head in his chest, her body trembling continuously as the fear of thunder fiercely gnawed at her frail mind. The boy stood frozen with a bright red face, his eyes clearly showing extreme embarrassment when facing the vulnerable reliance of the girl he always adored. Erin's eyes widened in horror as the memories that were not a dream suddenly rushed back, leaving her completely stunned. Minjeol frantically waved his hands, explaining that he only came to check on her per Derry's request, while secretly thinking his heart was about to explode from shyness. Outside, blinding flashes of lightning continuously tore through the gray sky behind the apartment complex, bracing itself against the pouring rain. Both stood silently by the window. Minjeol marveled at the intensity of the rain while Erin nodded in agreement. Erin looked thoughtfully down at the blurry parking lot, worried about her mother and sister's safety, and was advised by Minjeol to call them soon. The boy suddenly asked about her own condition, causing the quiet space to suddenly hold a hint of awkwardness. Erin looked out at the thick white rain, softly observing that with this severe weather, no one could go outside right now. Minjeol suddenly blushed upon hearing Erin's offer to stay until the rain subsided. His heart once again beat erratically. Muddy streams of water surged into the drains, a testament to a turbulent, stormy night for the two lonely souls. Finally, the two sat quietly on the long sofa, each in their own corner with distinct trains of thought enveloping the dark room. Erin sat huddled, quietly thinking that initially she assumed Minjeol would hate having to stay at her house, but perhaps he wasn't annoyed as he kindly offered to get her a change of clothes instead of leaving her in embarrassment. Minjeol quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying he would leave shortly so he didn't need to change, while reminding Erin to quickly go take a shower and get clean. The little girl embarrassingly lifted the hem of her shirt to smell it, her face turning red when she noticed the unpleasant sweat scent lingering on her body after a prolonged fever. Erin peeked her head through the door, telling him to sit and watch TV while he waited, and that she would be right back. The door clicked shut dryly, leaving Minjeol slumping onto the hallway floor with a dazed expression as confusion surrounded his mind. He stared silently into space, his flushed cheeks reflecting intense agitation upon stepping into her private space for the first time. Observing the quiet entryway, Minjeol internally questioned himself about why things could lead to such an ironic situation as the present. He leaned back against the wall, his inner self fighting fiercely as he felt happy to see Erin but wondered whether he should stay here or not. The boy's eyes wandered around the house and noticed how cozy everything was, silently appreciating the kindness Erin's mother and Derry had shown him over the phone. He jolted, looking at his phone screen which read 9:58 p.m., softly exclaiming in amazement, realizing how fast time had flown by. Minjeol quietly looked at his phone screen, where Kang Sunho had just sent a message asking about the situation and mentioning that Kim Seonjian wanted to apologize, hoping they could talk at school if he agreed. Right below was a short message consisting simply of an apology from Park Jina, making his heart even heavier with indescribable thoughts about the rift in their relationship. Minjeol's eyes darkened. He immersed himself in a terrifying silence, as if trying to bury hidden pains and resentment deep within his heart. The image of his old friend group suddenly appeared in his mind, along with a deep regret that he should have suppressed his emotions better instead of letting everything fall apart like this. Amidst the quiet space, The sound of the shower roared as Aaron began bathing to wash away the exhaustion and grime from the prolonged fever. Minjeol sat in a daze right next to the tightly closed bathroom door, the sound of the cascading water making the surrounding atmosphere even more silent and suffocating. He blankly stared at the phone in his hand, his inner self torn between a turbulent reality and the shattered memory fragments that had just rushed back. His cheeks unconsciously flushed bright red, sensing Aaron's presence so close, causing his heartbeat to race uncontrollably from an irresistible bashfulness. Minjeol hurriedly held his head to calm himself down, secretly telling himself that just sitting stubbornly in front of the bathroom door was truly too unseemly, and he needed to find something else to distract his thoughts. He grabbed a cloth to wipe the water streaks remaining on the floor, secretly resolving that no matter how ironic the situation or how harsh the truth, he would never back down. Minjeol bent down to rearrange the scattered shoes, thinking that if he had stayed with his friend group then, he wouldn't have been able to rush to Aaron's side in time, and perhaps everything happening right now was for the best. His face grew pensive as he recalled the ironclad oath he had sworn to himself since childhood. The image of the little girl Aaron from years ago brightly holding his hand returned as a reminder that no matter what happened, he would definitely never abandon her. Minjeol looked at the mess at the entrance, blaming himself for being too hasty and turning everything upside down, so he decided to organize the shoe rack neatly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw something unusual right before his eyes. He froze, staring blankly at the unfamiliar shoes on the rack, silently sensing a mysterious strangeness enveloping this house. Minjeol's pupils dilated in tension, his mind relentlessly revolving around those shoes as if trying to uncover some terrible truth. Meanwhile, Aaron absent-mindedly pressed her hand against the foggy glass, her sorrowful eyes partially hidden behind the steam, as if concealing a ceaseless torment. The roaring sound of the shower water was also when her mind awakened. Aaron bitterly realized the truth she had long been avoiding. She sat huddled in the bathtub, her breathing heavy with helplessness, as she realized her heart no longer had the courage to push him away one more time. Aaron vacantly watched the water rush over her legs, quietly confessing to herself that she too had started to develop feelings for him. She immersed herself in the memory of Minjeol's sincere face, a warm gaze she always yearned to keep for herself. Watching the water swirl deeply and vanish, she feared the harsh reality would disappoint him and cause him to leave her forever. Erin slumped her head exhaustedly under the running water, telling herself she needed to keep her distance to protect him from the ghosts of her past. Painful tears streamed down, mixing with the steam, as she softly questioned if she truly deserved his love. The image of the bloody crime scene from that year suddenly flashed back, where she stood silently before her classmate's death and decided to deceive the whole world. The bright red blood flowed away into nothingness, just like how she was gradually shedding her true self to survive in the dark. While her soul was shattering, Minjeol's hand reached out like a ray of hope, making her quietly ask herself if everything would really be okay. The two hands softly touched each other amidst the dark space, marking a heartbreakingly painful yet incredibly resilient bond between two souls. Erin choked up, squeezing her eyes shut, letting her sorrowful tears fall endlessly in constant torment over a secret she would never dare to reveal to him. Erin decisively turned off the shower valve, letting the abrupt cessation of the water's sound turn the bathroom's space suffocatingly silent. She vacantly lowered her face, letting the freezing droplets still clinging to her cheeks mix with her bitter tears while her mind was still besieged by an emotional mess. Outside in the living room, Minjeol quietly looked out the window, his faint silhouette reflected on the rain-soaked glass, as if sympathizing with Erin's heavy heart. The night fell, encompassing the apartment complex amidst the torrential rain, as if wanting to drown every fragile hope into pitch darkness. In an empty stairwell corner, Minjeol's group of friends excitedly huddled around a phone, anxiously asking each other if the guy had replied yet. Sunho breathed a sigh of relief, announcing that Minjeol had sent a text apologizing for his earlier outburst and suggesting the group set aside everything to resolve it later at school. Seonjin sat in a daze on the stairs, secretly wondering why she didn't get a private reply from him while being blamed by friends for uttering harsh words right to his face. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Gina offered an apology to soothe the situation but still demanded the whole group stop gossiping about the rumors surrounding Ju Erin. The girl frowned, asserting that what she truly cared about was not the female lead, but rather the unusual behavior of Minjeol lately. Gina dug deep into the suspicion of whether Minjeol genuinely harbored feelings for Aaron, making Seonjian only reply with an ambiguous, highly doubtful answer. Gina continued to delve into the assumption that Minjeol was falling into an extremely dangerous state, making it impossible for her to sit still. She secretly thought he was living as if there were no tomorrow, while Seonjian admitted that his mind truly had too many burdens today. Sunho decided to end the discussion and demanded Seonjian formally apologize to Minjeol next week to mend the rift in the group. The storm continued to batter fiercely against a hazy balcony window, proving that a highly turbulent night showed no signs of stopping yet. Erin exhaustedly picked up to answer her mother's call, softly confirming she was more alert after the prolonged fever. She looked awkwardly at the rain curtain when she heard her mother anxiously ask if Minjeol's presence made her feel scared. Erin's eyes wavered violently when her mother instructed her to remember to sincerely thank him for coming to help without hesitation. The image of Minjeol struggling to hold an umbrella for Derry in the rain came back through her mother's account, making Erin feel even more deeply the kindness he showed her family. She softly admitted to her mother that thanks to his attentive care, the fever had subsided significantly. Suddenly, Erin's eyes widened in sheer astonishment upon hearing her mother's news that due to the heavy storm, she and Derry would have to stay at her aunt's place and couldn't return home tonight. Mom told Erin if she needed money to just grab the card in the drawer and warned her to be careful staying home alone. She softly replied in confirmation while looking at the soaked pile of clothes tossed on the floor. The disconnected call left a quiet space. Erin stared blankly at the phone with a haggard face out of exhaustion. Inside the bathroom, Minjeol clumsily put his shirt back on, his face bright red from the unintended intimate contact earlier with the girl he secretly loved. The sound of the door opening pulled Erin out of her train of thought. She looked up at him in embarrassment while still wearing her thin pajamas. Minjeol stepped out with his hair still wet and a set of clothes somewhat too tight for his tall frame. He shyly scratched his head, admitting that these clothes fit quite nicely. Erin walked slowly, gently explaining that she didn't have many plus-sized clothes, so it took her quite a while to find them. Minjeol's pensive gaze followed her back. His mind fought fiercely over whether he should speak up and ask about the abnormality he had just noticed. He remembered the shoe rack at the entrance was full of only women's shoes, absolutely devoid of the presence of any men's items. The suspicion grew larger and larger when the house also lacked a single set of men's clothing. Minjeol silently wondered about Erin's actual family situation. Standing in the kitchen with a pan in her hand, Erin hesitantly invited him to stay for dinner, making Minjeol freeze with the question of whether she was living absent the figure of a father. Minjeol excitedly agreed to stay for a meal and proactively asked if he could help with anything while Erin was about to heat up the chicken porridge her mother had prepared. The light inside the microwave glowed brightly, heating the food up, while Minjeol secretly told himself that he still had so many things to ask but had to patiently wait for a more suitable occasion. Erin bustled around the refrigerator asking if the porridge would be filling enough, and offered to use her mother's card to order something else, but Minjeol immediately declined and insisted that he really liked this porridge. He held the utensils ready in his hand with a highly focused expression as if preparing to step into a meaningful dinner with an old friend. In the middle of the meal, Minjeol suddenly asked if Erin could eat spicy pickled cucumbers now, making her bewilderedly clarify that she had prepared that dish specifically for him. Faced with Erin's surprise at his knowing she hated cucumbers, Minjeol shyly recalled the faint memory of how she always left them behind on her lunch tray back in school. The little girl fell silent looking at the spoon of porridge in her hand, her mind deeply stirred upon realizing he had always remembered every single tiny eating habit of hers all this time. Minjeol flashed a bright smile, recounting her unique habit of usually eating only the stem of the seaweed, making the atmosphere in the room suddenly become unusually warm. Erin smiled softly with blushing cheeks, laughing as she said that usually people would hate those habits, but to him, it seemed everything about her was truly special. Looking at the sink full of dishes, Minjeol proactively offered to help clean up, but Erin firmly stopped him and said that was something the host should do. Minjeol anxiously reminded Erin that she was sick and shouldn't overexert herself, right when the girl was washing dishes, and the slippery gloves caused the glass to slip from her grasp. A sharp crashing sound echoed through the quiet space, the ceramic cup shattering to pieces on the floor, leaving both of them frozen in shock. Minjeol cried out in panic upon seeing Erin's foot bleeding. He hurriedly told her to step back and urgently asked where the band-aids were. He caringly guided Erin to sit on the sofa, carefully treating her wound while gently telling her not to worry and just focus on resting to get well. Looking at the neatly applied bandage, Erin mumbled an apology, but Minjeol only gently asked in return what she had done wrong to be so bothered. Erin's eyes were heavy with thoughts. She quietly observed his meticulous care, with a secret emotion creeping into her heart. Minjeol firmly told Erin to just leave those broken pieces alone because he would clean them all up, instructing her absolutely not to touch them. He stood by the sink finishing the pile of dishes, not forgetting to remind Erin to quickly take her medicine and try to get some sleep to recover. Looking at that boy's sturdy back, the little girl's eyes suddenly became unusually gentle along with slightly flushed cheeks. Looking at the glass of water and the medicine already prepared, Erin secretly marveled in her heart that Minjeol was truly an incredibly kind person. Erin stood leaning against the door with a toothbrush in hand, softly reminding Minjeol that there were disposable toothbrushes available if he wanted to use one, leaving the young man to bewilderedly reply. The thermometer displayed 37.2 degrees Celsius, marking a positive turn in her health condition after hours of struggle. Minjeol breathed a sigh of relief seeing Erin's fever had significantly dropped, while she lay curled up under the blanket and softly admitted that she felt much better. He quietly looked out the foggy window, silently realizing that the storm outside seemed to be subsiding and was no longer as fierce as before. Minjeol sat in a daze, watching Erin fall asleep, his reason telling him it was time to leave to give her back her private space. Erin still lay quietly under the thick blanket, her eyes squeezed shut as if trying to find a peaceful sleep after a series of relentless events. Suddenly, she woke up and softly asked if he was planning to leave right now, causing Minjeol to startle and turn back with a look of utter surprise. With pleading eyes, Erin hesitantly proposed that he stay a bit longer until she fell into a deep sleep. Minjeol froze with a bright red face, his breathing suddenly turning ragged at the unexpected, vulnerable reliance from the girl he always cherished. He softly asked if she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep alone, while secretly reassuring himself that Derry and the others would return home soon anyway. Erin softly confided her fear of staying home alone on a stormy night because her mother and younger sister were both away, her eyes clearly revealing a vulnerable longing to be protected. Minjeol went silent at her confession, his heart suddenly racing as he realized he was in a deeply confusing situation. He flushed slightly, secretly telling himself that the current situation was truly terrible and that he was facing psychological challenges hard to control. Their breaths seemed to intertwine as the distance gradually closed, making the air in the dark room thick and laden with suggestive tension. Erin flusteredly turned her head away to hide her bashfulness, secretly fearing that in this moment of weakness, she would make an irreversible mistake. Minjeol tried to use reason to calm his agitation, reminding himself that he should only stay until she fell fast asleep and then leave immediately. The two lay silently on the bed with an awkward gap between them, each lost in their own thoughts amidst the quietness of the night. Erin softly spoke to break the silence, asking what he was thinking about, while her eyes quietly tracked his every subtle expression. Minjeol closed his eyes tightly to hide his embarrassment, softly denying that he was thinking about anything while his mind remained utterly chaotic. Surrounded by darkness, whispers of sleepiness and Erin's sleepy voice sounded so gentle, marking a moment where two souls were gradually drawing closer together. Minjeol broke into a cold sweat, his mind tangled as he faced an overly intimate atmosphere right on Erin's bed. Erin quietly observed his expression, her eyes holding a deep anxiety that words could hardly describe. In the quiet room, Minjeol suddenly asked where her parents had gone today to break the awkwardness. Erin's eyes suddenly turned unusually cold and gloomy, as if that question had just touched a deep scar in her heart. She startledly revealed that today was the anniversary of her father's death, leaving Minjeol completely stunned and remorseful for his thoughtlessness. Erin lay facing away, softly whispering that her mother and Derry had gone together to pay their respects to him, which was why she had to stay home alone. Minjeol sat speechless, staring into space, his heart filled with self-blame for inadvertently bringing back her painful loss. He offered a sincere apology, while Aaron wearily replied that everything was fine and he shouldn't worry too much. Lost in distant thoughts, Aaron choked back tears as she apologized for strictly refusing to let him set foot in this house full of pain years ago. Minjeol nodded gently in understanding, warmly replying that it was completely understandable and that he truly understood the anguish she had been carrying all along. Minjeol broke out in sweat, his heart pounding as the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew thick with embarrassment. Aaron quietly watched his every expression, her eyes tinged with sadness yet resolute, as if determined to break the silence. She softly apologized for being unable to respond immediately on the day he mustered all his courage to confess his feelings. Aaron confessed that her hesitation wasn't because she doubted his feelings, but because she didn't have enough faith in herself. The young girls secretly thought that someone carrying as much darkness as herself didn't seem worthy of standing beside someone as kind-hearted as him. Minjeol completely froze as she brought up the confession, his eyes wavering intensely while his face flushed bright red with emotion. Aaron choked up as she shared that her own insecurity had caused her to lose faith and fear facing true happiness. She suddenly leaned forward and hugged him tightly from behind, the abrupt intimate contact causing Minjeol's whole body to go stiff in utter shock. Amidst the thumping of a heart ready to burst from his chest, the confession that she liked him too sounded as sweet as a dream. Aaron gently buried her head into his shoulder, whispering to ask if he was asleep yet to hide her embarrassment and nervousness after her heartfelt confession. Aaron hesitantly reached out to lightly touch Minjeol's back, softly asking if he had heard her heartfelt confession just now. Her eyes suddenly turned deep and longing as she called his name once more in the quiet space, as if waiting for a final confirmation. Minjeol broke into a sweat, his face bright red with emotion as he softly called Aaron's name in utter confusion at her overwhelming passion. Aaron unexpectedly leaned in close, placing her finger gently on Minjeol's lips, as if asking him to stay quiet and feel her heartbeat. Facing a distance, so close they could feel each other's breath, Minjeol secretly told himself he was in serious trouble as he could no longer hold back. He suddenly lunged forward and gave her an intense kiss, leaving Aaron completely frozen, her eyes wide in total shock at his decisive action. Both fell silent for a moment after the sudden kiss, their heavy breathing mingling as they looked deeply into each other's eyes filled with pent-up emotions. Aaron gently closed her eyes, proactively responding to his kiss as an affirmation of an inseparable bond between two lonely souls. Minjeol held her tightly in his arms, the kiss deepening and growing more passionate as if to make up for all the pain and distance over the past years. Rustling sounds echoed in the night along with the image of legs intertwined beneath the thin blanket, marking a turbulent turning point in their relationship. The water glass on the table vibrated relentlessly and spilled over following their intense movements, mingling with muffled moans that shattered the quiet atmosphere. The collision caused the glass to fall to the floor and shatter, the spilled water reflecting a reality full of desire and lost control of the young pair. Aaron tremblingly pressed her foot against the soaked carpet, calling Minjeol's name breathlessly and pleadingly asking him to stop for a moment. She collapsed back onto the bed with flushed cheeks and heavy breathing, trying to ask him to pause for a second so she could reclaim whatever reason she had left. Minjeol froze with a flushed face dripping in sweat, his eyes revealing a mix of shock and excitement as he realized he was truly deep in this mess. The door of memory suddenly swung open, bringing them back to their elementary school days when Ju Aaron was still a radiant fourth-grade girl under the summer sun. Little Aaron back then carried a pink backpack and strode confidently down the empty street, completely unaware of a silent presence tailing behind her. Opening the small wallet in her hand, Aaron secretly deduced that the boy had been stealthily following her for over 5 minutes since crossing the crosswalk. Young Minjeol back then appeared anxious and drenched in sweat, trembling as he was caught red-handed doing something suspicious. Aaron stood quietly under the shade of a lush green tree, silently admiring his beautiful eyes and realizing that this boy was actually surprisingly cute. Aaron narrowed her eyes slightly in recollection, secretly thinking that her first impression of him was that of a thoroughly strange person. In a fragmented memory, young Minjeol stood dazed beside his desk, intending to explain that the item originally belonged to Jinsu, but unable to utter a word. Aaron quietly observed, silently understanding that he was merely trying to return the item, yet the whole class had labeled him a thief. Her eyes softened with sadness upon realizing that the very boy who had been shunned back then was now right beside her. Seeing his lonely figure, Erin couldn't help feeling pained seeing Minjeol look so crushed and seemingly completely defeated by public opinion. Suddenly, malicious whispers echoed outside the window as classmates didn't hesitate to call out on Minjeol's name and criticize him for being a creepy freak. A female student chimed in loudly, asserting that she always felt terrified sitting next to him out of fear he would secretly steal her things. Mocking laughter rang out sarcastically as they sneered at how he kept staring at other people's pencil cases and declared how much they despised him. Back in the past, young Erin slumped over her desk with hollow eyes, her heart aching at the profound loneliness surrounding her young friend. Young Minjeol froze with a face full of shock, his heart filled with humiliation as he faced the cold shoulder of the whole world around him. The two finally locked eyes, Erin softly asking if he had been watching her this whole time, leaving Minjeol with nothing to do but flusteredly apologize. The young girl stared quietly at the pencil lead refill on the desk, her face reflecting deep thought as if quietly weighing the silent care of her seatmate. Minjeol kept his head down to hide his bashfulness, his heart filled with anxiety after being caught red-handed making sneaky glances. Erin suddenly rested her chin on her hand with a bright smile, playfully asking if he had something important to confess to her. Minjeol's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, stammering to explain that because he saw she had run out of pencil lead, he had thought of letting her borrow his. Erin's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly not expecting that a boy shunned by the whole world could still hold such thoughtfulness. Erin softly voiced her thanks looking at the case of pencil lead on the desk, while secretly resolving to protect at all costs the kindness she had just found. The little girl giggled with eyes squeezed shut in happiness, her heart seemingly moved by a warm heart she had long yearned for. Minjeol lightly scratched his neck with blushing cheeks, secretly admiring a radiant purity that he himself might never possess. But then the wheels of time turned, and those sweet memories were gradually overshadowed by the darkness. Erin smiled, recalling the moment she had once given her complete trust and admiration to her friend Minjeol back then when they were still carelessly playing together. The little girl's eyes widened radiantly, reflecting the pure first flutters of her heart for the only person who always silently stood by her side. As time went by, Erin stood in a daze in front of the Class 2-1 nameplate, realizing she had fallen deep into these feelings without even knowing when. Minjeol's sunny smile back then seemed to have become the brightest streak of light, dispelling all the gloom in her sorrowful world. Sitting on the fateful bus ride, Erin quietly observed him and secretly felt that everything around her was gradually becoming strangely incomprehensible. She asked herself why his smile kept haunting her mind so much, right when the sound of her name being called startled her out of her train of thought. Erin hastily hid her blushing cheeks, softly explaining that she was just busy thinking about some private matters to avoid her friend's curious gaze. She secretly thought that perhaps because Minjeol rarely smiled, this radiant image was making her heart relentlessly flutter so intensely. Suddenly Minjeol spoke up to remind her about the bus stop, making Erin panic upon realizing she had been so engrossed in looking at him that she almost missed her stop. The little girl frantically reached out but couldn't manage to touch the stop button, her heart filled with helplessness, seeing the door of opportunity gradually closing. Minjeol silently stood behind to assist as Erin was trying her best to reach the stop button on the bus, creating an unexpectedly intimate distance. Erin was suddenly stunned, her eyes widening in bewilderment while her cheeks flushed red at the overly intimate presence of her old friend. A feeling of embarrassment also quickly invaded Minjeol's mind, making his face burn and his breathing become ragged in the face of intense fluttering. His hand suddenly pressed over hers right on the stop button, a completely unintentional touch that made both their hearts feel like bursting out of their chests. Erin slightly bowed her head to hide her shyness, inwardly marveling at when that boy's hand had become so large and masculine. The space suddenly shifted back to reality in the dark room, Erin lying beneath Minjeol with teary eyes and a sweet confession that she had accidentally fallen in love with him. Minjeol froze with sweat pouring down his forehead, silently listening to his name being called so tremblingly along with the little girl's request to temporarily stop. He anxiously leaned down to ask if something was wrong, while Erin could only stammeringly confess about the hesitation enveloping her soul. She gently brought a hand to cover her mouth, hesitantly explaining that she still had a cold and was afraid of accidentally infecting him if they went any further. Looking into Erin's apologetic eyes, Minjeol nodded in agreement that perhaps waiting until she was fully recovered would be the best choice right now. Minjeol awkwardly lay down next to Erin. He hastily agreed to stop and shyly apologized for being too impatient, while she also mumbled in response that she was the one at fault. Facing the suffocating atmosphere, both were blushing furiously. Minjeol broke into a cold sweat out of embarrassment while Erin shyly covered her burning face with her hands. Despite everything, Minjeol suddenly pulled Erin into a tight embrace, causing her to cry out in panic and remind him to let go lest he catch her cold. He gently buried his face in her hair, whispering an affirmation that perhaps he had already caught it a long time ago, so holding her like this would definitely be fine. Erin lay snugly in his warm arms, looking up with a deeply skeptical gaze and softly asking him what kind of weird logic that was. Amidst the quiet space of the room, Minjeol's voice rang out firmly as he asserted that he only wanted to protect her at all costs. His face was bright red with emotion as he confided that he shared the same feelings, and to protect the one he loved, he was willing to throw everything away. That passionate confession made Erin's eyes momentarily heavy with sadness. She shook her head slightly and quietly begged him absolutely not to do so. Erin affectionately pressed her hands against Minjeol's cheeks, looking deep into his eyes and earnestly pleading with him never to ruin himself just for someone like her. The little girl looked at him with an expectant gaze, softly asking if he could promise her such an important thing. Minjeol gently nodded in agreement with Erin's request, his face blushing with emotion as he uttered his consent. He tenderly lifted her face, seriously instructing Erin never to belittle herself like that again, making her inevitably shocked and asking why. Minjeol lightly squeezed her palm, confiding that to him, Erin was the most important and precious person in this world. The sweet confession left Erin stunned, her cheeks flushing pink as she felt the warmth from the hand of the one she loved. He sadly admitted that whenever he heard her say such self-deprecating words, his heart felt incredibly pained and deeply hurt. The space suddenly became silent. Erin mumbled an apology and promised Minjeol that from now on she would never repeat those words again. In a moment of vulnerability, Erin suddenly took the initiative to wrap her arms tightly around him as if to seek a safe haven amidst the storms. Burying her head in Minjeol's chest, she choked back tears as she confided that the feeling of being valued and called someone precious was truly wonderful. He tightened his embrace in response to Erin's passionate hug, while she still held a hint of doubt and softly asked again if she was really that worthy. Minjeol closed his eyes tightly, softly dropping a firm affirmation that she was the treasure he had always yearned to protect his entire life. Erin immersed herself in a passionate kiss with Minjeol, feeling the warmth spreading throughout her body as the two were entwined on the bed. Minjeol looked deep into her eyes, his face bright red with emotion as he softly uttered a sincere confession that he loved her very much. Faced with his intensity, Erin seemed to lose her reason. She could only look at him with dreamy eyes and burning cheeks. The glass of water spilling all over the floor stood as proof of the young couple's lost control. Erin tremblingly replied that she loved him very much too. She softly called Minjeol's name amid heavy panting, burying her head into the pillow to hide her shyness, while her heart beat relentlessly. Erin secretly felt incredibly happy being enveloped in his large arms, thinking that his warmth was so comforting and made her feel secure. Recalling his previous promise, Erin hesitantly asked if he had once said she could share everything and rely entirely on him. She clung tightly to his sturdy back, secretly longing to lean on him and hoping that this boy would never leave her ever again. Suddenly, Erin straddled Minjeol. She looked straight into his eyes with complete seriousness and softly voiced a bold question. Faced with the initiative of the girl he loved, Minjeol froze with his heart exploding as he heard her ask if that promise of protection was still valid. Minjeol gently nodded, affirming that of course the promise was still valid, while the atmosphere between the two suddenly became extremely tense. He mustered all his courage to look straight at Erin and seriously said that he had a very important matter to ask her right now. Deep inside Minjeol's mind surfaced a fragment of memory by the river, where Erin's younger sister had revealed a mysterious one-hour gap that her older sister had never told anyone about. Looking at the little girl sitting on his lap, he wondered if bringing up her biggest psychological trauma right now was the right thing to do. Minjeol feared that if he didn't clear up all the doubts, he shouldn't let the relationship between them sink any deeper. Trying to suppress his agitation, he told himself that this timing was completely wrong and decided to change how he posed the question to avoid hurting her. Looking at the shattered glass on the floor, he affirmed that no matter what terrible thing Erin had done, he would always stand by her side and begged her to be honest. He leaned in close, tremblingly uttering the direct question of whether it was true that she actually didn't kill anyone. Erin's eyes widened in shock at the overly cruel question, the bloodshot veins showing as proof of her extreme psychological shock. Minjeol held his breath waiting for her reaction, his eyes steadfastly looking deep into her soul, as if to seek a final denial. Erin squeezed her eyes shut to suppress her strong emotion, tears beginning to fall as the door of cruel memories suddenly swung open. The scene of the accident that year appeared hauntingly, a body lying motionless in a cold pool of blood at a deserted parking lot. Erin lay agonizingly close by with her chest heaving in panic, her heavy breathing vanishing into the gloomy atmosphere. The victim was none other than Beck Heyman, whose breath had faded away while the dark red blood continued to spread across the ground. She wailed in despair with a tear-stained face, her eyes staring wide open due to the massive psychological trauma after witnessing the tragedy. The scene shifted to when police cars surrounded the area, the curious crowd standing behind the barricade tape whispering about a life that had just been lost. They discussed pitifully upon learning the victim was only a high school student, making the dark night's atmosphere even more mournful. As the body was covered by a white sheet, questions about the bizarre incident taking place late at night continued to ring out. Back to reality, Erin buried her head into Minjeol's shoulder and sobbed. It seemed the ghost of her 10th grade past was still tormenting her soul. Minjeol was stunned by the breakdown of the one he loved. He choked up intending to offer words of comfort, but all vocabulary seemed to become meaningless. The scene opened at the police station, where Ju Erin was asked to enter the interrogation room to begin a high-pressure dialogue. Erin appeared devastated, her thin shoulders trembling under her coat as she had to face the harsh reality surrounding her. The police officer looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. He kindly asked about her health condition and offered to get her a glass of water to calm down. She slightly shook her head to decline the care, leaving the person opposite her to simply patiently tell her to speak up if she felt thirsty later. He explained that because the deserted scene had no cameras, she was the only witness who could provide clues at this moment. Despite fully understanding the psychological trauma Erin was enduring, the police officer still earnestly hoped for her cooperation so the investigation could soon yield results. The clacking sound of typing rang out as the little girl began to provide her name and the Useok High School she was attending. The room suddenly grew suffocating when the direct question about the moment Beck Heyman passed away was posed, drilling deep into her emotional wound. Sweat beaded on Erin's forehead. She tremblingly closed her eyes and with difficulty uttered the affirmation that she had indeed witnessed that tragedy. The police officer continued typing and gently asked her to try to detail the situation at the scene during that fateful moment. Erin shut her eyes tightly in pain, sweat beading on her forehead as the terrifying memories began to resurrect and encircle her mind. She tightly clenched her trembling hands, speaking with difficulty to admit to the police officer that she no longer clearly remembered the specific details of that night. In the phantom of the past, Beck Heyman's figure appeared hauntingly outside the railing, screaming in despair that he would jump right away. Erin stood rooted to the spot out of sheer terror. She couldn't even step closer or get angry, but could only try to dissuade him in vain. But then the tragedy struck without any warning, as that boy's silhouette suddenly let go and plunged into the void. A hand reached out in desperation but couldn't hold onto the fading life, leaving behind a horrifying empty space past the railing. The police officer attentively recorded the intermittent testimony, while Erin could only choke out that her friend just left like that. Looking at the slowly ticking clock, she wearily confessed that she really didn't remember the exact time the incident occurred. When pressed about the reason for being at the deserted scene, Erin tremblingly explained that Beck Heyman himself had proactively called her to meet. With a face heavy with sorrow, The little girl hesitated for a moment before giving a small nod to confirm the close friendship between the two. The police officer pressed on whether Aaron was truly close to Beckhamen, while she could only wearily admit they occasionally chatted with each other. Aaron hastily denied that the two were dating, asserting she had never entertained a single thought of a romantic relationship with him. The atmosphere grew suffocating when the police officer drilled deep into the suspicion of whether she harbored any grudge or animosity towards Haman. That direct question made Erin's eyes widen in shock, a powerful tremor spreading through her mind as the ghosts of the past returned. She tightly clasped her trembling hands on her knees, sweat beading on her forehead as she fought fiercely to regain her composure in the middle of the interrogation room. After a heavily loaded silence, Erin wearily bowed her head and dropped a firm affirmation that she nurtured no ill will whatsoever. The police officer silently observed the collapse in the little girl's eyes. It seemed he was pondering over the mysteries yet to be solved. He interlaced his hands tightly on the table, gently calling Erin's name as if wanting to pull her out of the deep pit of melancholy and despair encircling her. He thoughtfully assured her that the content of their conversation wouldn't be revealed to anyone, while allowing her to continue telling the story when she was mentally ready. Erin remained submerged in silence. She bowed her face to let her long hair conceal the E. The police officer nodded in understanding of Erin's testimony, his eyes clearly showing a thoughtful expression as he noted the tragic events she had just recounted. Placing his hand on the table with utmost seriousness, he asked her to simply answer one final question and assured her that as long as she was honest, everything would be fine. Facing the encroaching darkness, the 10th grade Erin sat huddled and trembling as the chilling interrogation about whether she had killed someone or not rang out. Her eyes squeezed shut in agony, sweat beading on her forehead as if wanting to escape the harsh reality that was suffocating her soul. Back in the present, Minjeol held his breath waiting for a confirming nod from Erin, his heart tightening with fear and anticipation. She bowed her head in silence for a moment, letting the melancholy envelop the room's space while Minjeol still tenderly placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Erin's eyes suddenly became unusually sharp and resolute, as if she had made up her mind to face the ghosts of the past once and for all. Looking up at Minjeol with trembling lips, Erin cried out through her sobs that she truly did not take Beckhamen's life. Bursting with happiness, Minjeol pulled Erin tightly into his embrace and whispered that knowing just that much was enough for him to trust her unconditionally. He gently closed his eyes, silently sending his deepest gratitude because she was brave enough to answer such a cruel and difficult question. Erin was stunned with wide-open eyes, feeling a strange relief intertwined with the oncoming sleepiness after unburdening her heart to Minjeol. She wondered in a daze if it was because of his questions that the ghosts of the past began to rise up so strongly again. Under the solitary crescent moon and the barren tree shadows, a mournful atmosphere enveloped the space of many years ago. Erin jolted awake in the nightmare, her heavy breathing mingling with desperate screams about a fragment of memory she always yearned to erase. She saw herself lying motionless in the middle of a deserted parking lot, her chest heaving with extreme terror in the face of an undeniable truth. Tears fell endlessly on her sweat-drenched face. Erin choked back tears, wondering what she should do when guilt was suffocating her breath. Standing before the fateful railing, she could only sob out feeble excuses that she truly didn't mean to cause this tragedy. Erin painfully clutched her crumbling face. She desperately called for her mother and thought of turning herself in to end the days of being tormented by her conscience. The image of the victim's cold hand lying motionless on the ground appeared like a condemnation, affirming that she was the one who pushed that person to their death. Erin's pupils constricted in absolute terror, serving as proof of a massive psychological trauma upon having to face the bloody truth that had just been exposed. Erin jolted up in bed in shock with heavy breathing. It seemed the recent nightmare had drained all her strength. Looking toward the window flooded with light, she silently wondered if all those terrifying things that just happened were merely a dream, right? Her face still clearly showed a dazed and exhausted expression, her mind seemingly still unable to escape the obsession of the past. Observing the empty room, Erin remembered with certainty that Minjeol was here last night, and they had both fallen asleep together. She frantically sat up amidst the tangled blankets, tremblingly calling Minjeol's name, but there was absolutely no response. Erin's eyes brimmed with anxiety and doubt. she continuously questioned the sudden disappearance, without a word of goodbye from that boy. She hurriedly dashed out of the room and searched every corner, earnestly calling for him to come out quickly as she ran. Standing in a daze in the quiet kitchen, Erin choked back tears, telling him to stop joking around because she was feeling incredibly scared. Tears began to fall again as the bloody memory of that year returned, making her fear that the harsh reality had yet to let her go. The image of Minjeol close by suddenly appeared like a poignant illusion, causing Erin to painfully ask herself if the recent passionate warmth was truly just a dream. Erin startled as the phone on the table suddenly vibrated intensely, shattering the silence of the moody early morning. She frantically picked it up, her eyes widening in sheer amazement along with a slightly flushed face upon realizing the notification was from the one she had been waiting for. The screen displayed Minjeol's message. He told her to rest and explained that he had to quietly leave early for fear that his parents would discover where he stayed the night. Looking at those caring words, Erin's eyes suddenly blurred, tears silently falling in a mix of deep emotion and self-pity. She sat huddled on the floor, resting her head on her knees and silently uttering words of gratitude to heaven and earth as a sense of relief spread throughout her soul. In a daze, Erin smiled happily upon realizing that the passionate flutters and the kiss last night were completely real and not a dream. Contrasting with the warm reality was the image of the victim's hand from the past returning, making her painfully tell herself that the bloody tragedy was the real nightmare that needed to be erased. She sat in a daze in the middle of the sunlit room, trying to find her peace again and reassuring herself that all the horrors had finally truly ended. Outside in the apartment courtyard, the leftover puddles from last night's storm sparkled, reflecting a hopeful new beginning after so many dark days. Erin quietly sat in the car with her mother and younger sister, staring blankly into space as she heard her mother call Derry's name, signaling that the whole family had arrived. Erin cherished the white rabbit keychain in her hands. It seemed she was trying to find a bit of peace again after the relentless string of events. She quietly sat in the car, softly calling her mother with a sad face and so many unspoken feelings yet to be expressed. Looking toward the sunlit school gate, Erin choked back tears, asking herself if her life could ever return to its normal trajectory like before. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Minjeol appeared with a dazed look, his eyes clearly revealing his bewilderment about what had happened. Seeing his friend looking strange, Sunho approached, put an arm around his shoulders, and asked if he had gotten home safely the other day. Minjeol could only stay silent and evade, confused by his friend's concern while his mind was still completely chaotic. The fragment of memory of the passionate kiss with Erin suddenly returned hauntingly, causing his heart to beat relentlessly. Snapping back to reality with a bright red face, Minjeol startled his friends, making them think he was flying into a rage for some reason. Sunho quickly explained that Suji and Seonjian wanted to meet after school to personally apologize for the recent malicious rumors. Despite his busy schedule at the cram school, Minjeol still decided to spare 30 minutes to face and properly resolve everything. Sunho observed Minjeol with a profound gaze, softly uttering a remark that he truly never expected his friend to devote so much thought to Ju Erin. Faced with his spot-on words, Minjeol could only remain silent, his face showing a hint of embarrassment along with a distant, deeply thoughtful look. Minsa scratched his head and laughed it off to dispel the suffocating atmosphere, admitting he didn't know much about that girl either but suggesting the group should have a frank conversation together. Sunho's face suddenly became unusually serious. He asserted that he would step up to help because he was entirely sick of hearing those malicious rumors about Erin. In the face of his friends' golden hearts, Minjeol gently nodded in agreement, not forgetting to send his most sincere thanks to his two close friends. The Class 3-1 nameplate still hung silently in the hallway, marking a new turning point in a young man's plan to protect the one he loved. Minsu hastily slung his backpack over his shoulder and reminded Minjeol that it was almost time for the group's appointment with the girls, so they should head out together quickly. He packed up his books while telling his friend to go ahead, asserting that he would be at the school gate right after finishing everything. The classroom gradually emptied out with silhouettes of students engrossed in chatter, leaving behind a tranquil space enveloped in the evening sunlight. Stepping out the door, Minjeol slightly looked back over his shoulder at the quiet hallway and let out a silent, disappointed sigh upon realizing Erin continued to be absent today. Minjeol gazed thoughtfully at his phone screen, feeling inevitably restless as he wondered if Aaron's cold had truly gotten any better. At Songwon Academy, the atmosphere began to grow rushed as the loudspeaker announcing attendance time echoed through the quiet hallways. The young man's eyes suddenly widened in sheer astonishment, a powerful sense of shock spreading through his mind as he stared intently at the device in his hands. The screen displayed Erin's reply message. Her unexpected request to meet him right away made Minjeol's heart skip a beat. Meanwhile, in the classroom at Sangak High, the teacher's voice rang out calling the male lead's name, but the only response was absolute silence from the empty desk. Gina sat blankly, resting her chin on her hand, listening to the steady roll call, her face clearly showing exhaustion along with a distant, pensive look. Hearing her friends urge her to try using her personal phone number to contact Minjeol, Gina could only sigh softly and force a nod of agreement. Faced with her classmates' curiosity about the reason for the male lead's absence, Gina flusteredly explained that she didn't know the situation either, despite her heart being filled with worry. The class officially started in a quiet atmosphere, the morning sunlight shining onto the rows of desks, missing the outstanding student. Seonjin slumped her head on her desk with a face heavy with sorrow, silently making a resolution to meet Minjeol today at all costs to offer her sincere apology. Erin stood in a daze in the middle of the sun-drenched courtyard, her face clearly showing